Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motang, hakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. Amonishi. So that is entirely for Sunday Igboho or whatever his name is, MC Oluomo. Here we don't shiso, we speak truth to power. So here we speak truth to power. So good day, good to have you here. And how are you? So good to have you here. Apologies for the late transmission, by the way. It was due to power failure at our Tejo Show transmitting station. If you know what that means, then that dates you. If you know what that joke was, apologies for the late in transition. It was due to power failure at our Tejo Show transmitting station. If you know what that means, then that dates you. As some of us know, there's an in-joke for people of a certain vintage. But people of whatever vintage are all welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. And how are you? How are you? So good to be in your company. Of course, always good to be in your company. You see me smiling from ear to ear is only because really I get to spend time with you again. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Always a pleasure, never a chore. So here we go again. Another day, another 50 cents in the narrative that is Nigeria. So Gava, let's go through that journey together. I'm not sure quite how long this session will last. It's a very late starting session. And the news cycle somewhat a bit tepid, but we'll model through it and we see where it lands. So, but the important thing is that we spent our time in each other's company, which is the real delight, just the joshing around, the joking and the fooleries, and you know what we get up to here. So let's get up to it together. So before we get up to anything, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Some of you do that as a matter of routine, but not sufficient enough of you do that because you can see the figures and you can see the viewing. So, and there's never any time as the viewing slowly builds up, you start to see the disparity between the viewership and the like button. So that cannot be right. You don't expect 100%. You live in hope, but at least you expect a reasonable something. So be reasonable. So click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. As you know, we're harvesting talent and we're looking for new and dynamic voice. So you be the Valentine of the day for the platform. You be our Valentine of the day. If you're a debutant on the platform, if you want to debut on the platform, just click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here. You know, all of those voices that are established and you delight in, all they did was to test the waters by dipping the toe, just really by clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And once they were in, they so engaged and enraptured, they were completely hooked. So come and taste a little bit of the elixir that is the one man went to platform. So I wonder if I should actually brand that. Come and taste a little bit of the, sometimes I just open my mouth and the word come out and I'm in the hope that they are coherent. So come and taste the elixir that is the one man went to platform. So come and taste the elixir. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and please continue to ignore the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. It is pinned on the comment section, but continue to ignore that as you often do. But what are we contending with today? We cannot seem to escape the looming war that this now Tinubu's excursion seems to be embarked upon. But where will it land us is really where the question is. Let me do this. So yes, where will it land us is really where the question is. So let's kick it off with this as I remove the coffee thing from the screen, but then I'll pop this as a constant reminder that we are chasing for likes, shares, and subscribe. So let me pop this on the screen as a constant reminder that we're chasing like, shares, and subscribe. So yes, let's actually kick it off with this because this is what is on the screen. Tinubu and I had no idea Mariam Shetty's name made the ministerial list. This is Ganduje, the now new APC chairman now, just speaking to the lack of coherence and just this cack-handed, amateurish way that they seem to be running governance. This is quite an admission, by the way. The president of the country presents a ministerial list to the parliament for approval, and the chairman of his party said nobody knew the name of one of the persons on that ministerial list. This is what this guy is telling us. Tinubu and I had no idea how Mariam Shetty's name made ministerial list. Ganduje, APC chairman. So that's Ganduje, APC chairman. But it's echoes of our budget padding that we had under the Buhari administration, isn't it? That is quite an admission, by the way. It is quite an admission. Still staying with Ganduje, Ganduje speaks on Kwakwanso missing out on Tinubu's ministerial list. So, in the micro politics that is playing out in Kano State, you may say Kwakwanso owns Kano State, but there's only one real clear winner in Kano State, and that is Ablai Ganduje. He gets the chairmanship of the party. He gets rid of this little girl that is constituting an annoyance to him, and he completely decimates Kwakwanso as well. So winner takes all, and he seems to have taken all. And of course, he's going to take Kano State back from Kwakwanso just at the next round of elections. So that's almost a certainty. So almost a certainty, but very quickly, let's go back to now matters war-related. Afenifere in diaspora caution against calls for coup d'etat in Nigeria, canvasses reversal of fuel subsidy removal. So yes, so this is a two-pronged sort of a headline. If it's not too long, then I'll just give it to you now. This is a two-pronged sort of a headline because, of course, the coup d'etat is one headline and then the fuel subsidy is a different headline. And the coup d'etat that they're cautioning against in Nigeria runs contrary to the push that the obedience space is pushing aggressively for a coup d'etat to take place in Nigeria. So this is now essentially the Afenifere space taking on the obedience space frontally. Afenifere in diaspora cautions against calls for coup d'etat in Nigeria. So let's just read it up to the coup bit and then we abandon it. Following leadership challenges rocking parts of Africa, which have led to coup d'etat in some West African countries, particularly the recent one in Niger Republic, the pan-Yoruba group, Afenifere, in the United Kingdom and Europe, has cautioned against calls for such military action in Nigeria. It is being pushed aggressively within the obedience space. In fact, I've heard some of the voices on that space. A particular guy, he's hopping from one of the obedient platform to one obedient platform to another, sensitizing them to that narrative of a possible coup. So that seems to be one of the things. Just the desperation of that space is an ugliness. You know, implicit in contesting is the prospect of winning and losing. So this is it's such a base level thing that you don't really feel the need that anybody needs this understood. Anybody needs this explained to them. Implicit in the concept of contesting are the prospect of one winning and then two losing. So those are the two options. So winning is not the only option in contestation. Otherwise, you only be the sole person there, and then you can just throw casually to take your crown. But if there's another person contending that crown with you, then implicit in that contestation are the prospects, no matter how minuscule or minute, no matter how minute, implicit in contestation is the prospect of winning and losing. So those are the two options. You either win or you lose. Maybe I don't quite know. And then when you lose, you try the next time or you pack your bags and give it up. So that's just it. Let me just take this from the top again because so somewhat when you get into that space, sometimes you just get into some sort of a diatribe. Following leadership challenges rocking parts of Africa, which have led to coup d'etat in some West African countries, particularly the recent one in Niger Republic, the pan-Yoruba group, Afenifere, in the United Kingdom and Europe, has cautioned against calls for such military action in Nigeria. The group, in a statement on Sunday, August 6, 2023, by its secretary, Engineer Anthony Ajayi, said those who are directly or indirectly calling for military takeover in Nigeria should not forget in a hurry how democracy has given Nigerians their voices, noting that the country cannot go back to the dark days when there was no freedom of speech. So that's just the frontal take on of the obedience space, isn't it? The group maintains that the information and communication Nigerians enjoy today were made possible by democracy, adding that Nigeria cannot afford to return to the military era where citizens would automatically become mute to issues of national interest. The group therefore called on fellow Nigerians to defend democracy with everything they have and unite to hold elected leaders accountable, stating that what makes Nigeria part of the global community today is democracy. Nigeria cannot afford to throw that away, the group said. It said, "We Afenifere have always maintained that restructuring is the only solution to the multifaceted problems of Nigeria. The restructuring we are emphasizing should start with the constitution that plunged the country into the current mess." So it then goes on to, but the real meat of it is just that pushback against the obedience space. So that pushback against the obedience space, but another push in a different direction. Don't panic. Don't panic over troop movement, gunshots, army calms Sokoto residents. So now, I think I may well feel the need to bring up the map. Let me bring up the map because I need to show you something. Google, and then Nigerian map. And then let's go to images. No, actually, let me do the African map. I want to show you the distance between Sokoto and the capital city of Niger Republic. So you can then, so that would then really explain why we're having that troop movement. Let me see if this gives it to us. If it doesn't, then we'll just we'll let it go. Oh, hold on. You'll stay right there. Okay. I think, will this show it to us? All right. I think I'll just leave this for a moment because it's too early in the session. But in the course of conversations, then hopefully I will bring it up. The Sokoto State is actually just a hop, skip, and a jump from the capital city of Niger Republic. So that is why you are seeing that troop build up. So Sokoto State, so with or without the consent of the parliament, it's almost a certainty that we're going to be raining hellfire on that city in the course of the week to come. Don't panic over troop movements, gunshots, army camps, Sokoto residents. So we find that exactly what's in play there. So now this next headline, there's a lot embedded in it. There's a lot anyway, let me just show it to you. Will end all killings during President Tinubu's administration. Fulani herders. So now, if we don't hear Fulani herdsmen killing people anymore under the Tinubu administration, then that would tell us categorically that they were a strategy deployed by the Buhari administration. Because from what we are seeing now, the body language of the Tinubu administration, it brooks no nonsense. It brooks, when they are going to go and slap people around in a foreign country just because they were making too much noise. So they are brooking no nonsense. And the army chief, Adak Lagbaja, is saying there is no more negotiations with all of these people. We're just going to slaughter them. So they are reading the body language. Will end all killings during President Tinubu's administration, Fulani herders. So if those killings stop, then they have to account for the killings that have gone before. So account for the killings that have gone before. Coup. Tinubu meets with northern governors over, Coup. Tinubu meets with northern governors sharing border with Niger. So it's almost beyond question that Tinubu is almost certain to deploy. And there's something somebody sent me as well, which I'm going to share with you, because they are not waiting just to be slaughtered in the Niger Republic. They are building up in some form as well. But there's a micro little clip that somebody sent me Whoever sent me that clip from French TV, if you can resend this so it's immediate to hand. Coup. Tinubu meets with northern governors sharing border with Niger. So we all know what that is all about. And then this was a story that we were tracking yesterday. So we'll find out what the latest development is today. Edo Governor Obaseki reportedly set to orchestrate Deputy Shiabu's impeachment despite court order directing status quo. So it looks as though it's a fight to the finish between those two elements, a fight to the finish between those two elements. So a lot wrapped in it, a lot packed in it, a lot to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual. And by the way, there's plenty of room in on the studio. If you want to hop on. If you don't hop on, then we just it's almost starting to be a short session anyways. It's just how short it will be. But lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on like button as soon as I can. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to join us on the screen, and buy your host a cup of coffee if you're so inclined. To the Kegites, to the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudode ojare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyela ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Sonana ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Soduke ẹyẹ rẹ odile o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o. You don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudode ojare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyela ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Sonana ẹyẹ o odile o. ṣódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó ti lé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
lè yọ.
àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Right, I was trying to find the clip that somebody sent me of the Wagner Group mercenaries taking formation positions already in the Niger Republic. So I was trying to find out. I couldn't find it quite. Whoever sent it to me, if you want to resend it, then it's immediate to hand. But let's go with what we have at the moment. Tinubu and I had no idea how Mariam Shetty's name made ministerial list. This admission, by the way, are the chairman of the party. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Alhaji Abdullahi Ganduje, has disclosed that the social media outrage against Mariam Shetty's appointment led to her removal. So that already, everything in this piece, it damns Tinubu, by the way, and his party. President Tinubu had removed Shetty from Kano as a ministerial nominee that was billed for screening. In a letter to the Senate, which was read by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, on Friday, the President replaced her with Maria Mahmoud Maigari Abonkure, a former commissioner for higher education during the governorship of Ganduje in Kano. So that just tells you all of the hands of Ganduje all over that space. However, the former governor, in an interview with select radio stations in Kano on Saturday, and as reported by correspondents, said Shetty was dropped because people questioned her suitability. So it's a gift that just keeps on giving in terms of the damnation of the Tinubu administration. So if people were questioning her suitability, we waited a long time for this ministerial list to be put forward. And what we're being told was that the list was being collated one, and then having been collated, then they are being passed through security check, which they told us Tinubu was superintending over directly by himself. Having now scaled through security checks, the names were then forwarded to the Senate for them to then have a look at them. So, if questions of this lady's suitability on social media was what drove her out of that ministerial list, then the whole press process is under question. However, the former governor, in an interview with select radio stations in Kano on Saturday, and as reported by correspondents, said Shetty was dropped because people questioned her suitability. He added that social media is very powerful. Ganduje explained that ministerial appointments should go to someone with integrity, knowledge, experience, and commitment to the party, and what the candidate contributed to making Tinubu's administration. He said, the president has advisors on selection of ministerial nominees at the national and state level. The president has the prerogative to nominate whomever he wishes, and he has the right to consult people in states because they know those capable of discharging the duties. Mariam Shetty's name emerged from the top, and since Mr. President has the right to do as he wishes, and we are his followers, one has to be patient. We did not object to it. As well, she was not well known to us. We could not appraise her. But suddenly she, Mariam Shetty, came under attack on social media. People questioned her integrity and experience, with many of them doubting her credentials to represent Kano at the national level. There were growing disaffection. The dissatisfaction is not from Ganduje, but from the people of Kano. President Tinubu's attention was drawn to the torrent of criticism greeting Shetty's nomination. The president asked whether I had nominated Mariam Shetty. I said no. He asked how then her name appeared. And by the way, this is a conversation that that Ganduje is reporting. So Tinubu did not even know how half of the people on the ministerial list got there, is what Ganduje is telling us now. President Tinubu's attention was drawn to the torrent of criticism greeting Shetty's nomination. The president asked whether I nominated Mariam Shetty. I said no. He asked how then her name appeared on the list. I told him I had no idea whatsoever. So who nominated her is really the question. When he asked whether there was a need to replace her, I answered in the affirmative. Because the ministerial slot requires somebody with integrity, knowledge, experience, and commitment to the party. What one contributed to making of Tinubu's administration. To satisfy these requirements, we are in the best position to nominate somebody from Kano. Even if someone recommended somebody, we should have been consulted on the matter. So I wonder how that process applies to, because of course we were just on that Bosun space just yesterday, talking about what level of security checks did they do? Not did they do, you know. What level of security checks did they do on Bosun Tijani for him to scale through, for him to wiggle through, to land at the parliament, only then to be embarrassed and to embarrass the parliamentarians? So what level of security check was there? They keep telling us security checks and we keep reading stories like this. For this, we were given a chance to nominate somebody from Kano. And since the slot was meant for a female, we consulted widely. Females had contributed to our development agenda in Kano State. Dr. Maria Bonkure, my commissioner for higher education, is a certified medical doctor. Kano South had been complaining about marginalization, even though I gave them SSG and other important political offices. These are some of the reasons we gave her name, but at least we are happy because the people of Kano are happy with the current development. The clarification is not to insult anybody, but to tell the truth of what exactly happened. People questioned her suitability. That was why he dropped her. But that doesn't mean she will not get another appointment. So it's staggering, actually. It's staggering. So it is staggering. Firstly, nobody knew who nominated her. Tinubu certainly don't know who the Bajipis Mariam Shetty is. And Ganduje, who is his stake man in Kano State, he doesn't know who Mariam Shetty is. So somebody just padded her name onto the ministerial list. But who is that person? Are they even carrying out an investigation to find out how that name got there? So Tinubu had no concept of who she was, and neither did the party. And this is what Ganduje is reporting. And they are questioning her credibility, her suitability, her integrity, and all of that. But they told us that she scaled through security checks to land on that ministerial list. And this is how they are running the government. So this is how they are running the government. You cannot make it up. It's like something from Disneyland. Right, something from Disneyland. Ganduje speaks on Kwakwanso missing out on Tinubu's ministerial list. So let's see what this has to offer. So this is Ganduje now flapping his feathers now that he has landed one of the biggest prizes in Nigerian politics. The national chairman of the I wonder if you're last in that seat the way he's talking all over the place. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, has reacted to the presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Kwakwanso, missing out on President Bola Tinubu's ministerial list. Ganduje said it was Kwakwanso who talked about being appointed minister and not President Tinubu. So that is that stab in the back. That is the culture between these two elements within that culture that are notorious for stabbing each other in the back. So now he now has all of the powers now, and he wants to decimate Ganduje, and he wants to decimate rather Kwakwanso. This is what you have to read into that. So if you look at this highlighted paragraph right there, what Ganduje is actually saying is that Kwakwanso went, and we saw Kwakwanso, by the way, in and out of Aso Rock Villa endlessly, countlessly over the last few weeks. So what Ganduje is telling us is that Kwakwanso was crawling on his knees in Aso Rock begging for a ministerial slot, but Tinubu snubbed him. So that is how you can read this rather politely worded paragraph that I'm highlighting here. And you have to read it like that. Ganduje said it was Kwakwanso who talked about being appointed minister and not President Tinubu. So that is to tell you that Kwakwanso lobbied and begged very hard for it, but he was outmaneuvered really by Abdullahi Ganduje, who had a closer. Remember a time that Kwakwanso was constantly in and out of Aso Rock Villa, and Ganduje was getting worried to the point that he stormed into Aso Rock Villa, and Tinubu had to give him assurances. So this is all that playing out, and this is the crescendo of all that. It is true that President Tinubu has promised to. Has promised to run a unity government, and he stood by his word. Yemsi Wike from the PDP is now a minister nominee, but a ministerial, you should say, nominee. But he, Kwakwanso, is the one who said he will be given appointment initially and not the president himself. So that's that stab in the back. He said Kwakwanso did say anything throughout. I'm not quite sure what this means. He said Kwakwanso did say anything throughout his stay in the Senate whilst representing, did not do anything is there meant to right there. So let's just go to what he has to say. The APC chairman said, nobody will say Kwakwanso is not a good politician. At least he was a two-term Kano governor, although in disrupted tenures. He was Minister of Defense, even though he doesn't know what is defense, and was once a senator, even though he never said anything throughout his stay there. So this is a man now just he wants to finish Kwakwanso in a Kano state, and almost certainly will finish with the powers that Ganduje has now and the ruthlessness that we know him for. He's going to finish Kwakwanso. The battle in Kano State is going to be one of the most interesting in these next 4 years. Ganduje added that Kwakwanso is free to join APC as the door is open for him. But if he's willing to decamp to APC, our door is open, especially now that someone from his state is the party chairman. It will be easier for him to lobby. It's unbelievable. You have to pick a side, though. This fight between Kwakwanso and Kwakwanso and Ganduje, you cannot sit on the fence on this one. Why have facilitated the removal of Mariam Shetty from Tinubu's ministerial list? Ganduje finally opens up. Meanwhile, correspondents reported that the national chairman of the ruling All Progressive Congress, Abdullahi Ganduje, has explained how he worked for the removal and replacement of Mariam Shetty from President Bola Tinubu's ministerial nominee list. Ganduje alleged that Shetty's name was smuggled into the 19-man ministerial list, adding that her nomination caused an upset amongst Kano residents who questioned her competency for the job. So I think that competency was actually questioned here as well. One of our panelists, as you know, enigmatic. So let's go on to this one. Prominent Nigerians who missed out on Tinubu's ministerial list President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has submitted 40, it did not actually submit 47 names. He submitted 49 names and then withdrew one. So we have 48 now. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has submitted 47 ministerial nominees to the Nigerian Senate for screening and confirmation in 2 batches. Tinubu submitted the first batch of 28 ministerial nominees to the Senate on Thursday, July the 27th, and a supplementary list on Wednesday, August the 2nd. However, some prominent politicians missed out on the list of 47. So let's see. I think we may well have seen this one before, but let's see if this is actually. Let's see, who are these prominent politicians that missed out? Yes, I think this might well be passe because because I'm seeing Festus Keyamo who is now on the list now. So yes, let's see. Let's just go through the list of names. Some notable names missing from Tinubu's ministerial list: Kayode Fayemi, the All Progressive APC presidential aspirant, stepped down for Tinubu during the party primary correspondence report. So I don't think anybody is especially, if Fayemi's name was on the list, nobody would have really batted an eyelid. But Fayemi's name not being on the list, nobody is really bothered. So is what Kulata would describe as a nothing burger, because he likes to use that phrase. It is neither here nor there, Fayemi not being there or being there. So it somewhat of an irrelevance. So this next one would have been a shock if he had made the list. Femi Fani-Kayode, one of the spokesperson of the APC Presidential Campaign Council. So Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso. So there is no reason to expect that Kwakwanso would be on the ministerial list. He, of course, being of a different party. Bayo Ononuga. So now, if there was ever a guy he had dribbled all the way from midfield. He beat about 6-7 of the oppositions with Maradona moves. So he even beat the keeper and left him on the floor. The goal was opened and then he kicked it over the bar. So that kick it over the bar is this Bayo Ononuga. And we all know why Bayo Ononuga is not on the list. Let me actually see if I can show you. Because we all know why Bayo Ononuga is not on the list. Bayo Ononuga tweet. Hold on. Okay. There was an infamous there was an infamous tweet, Igbo Lagos. There was an infamous tweet whereby your Ononuga was inviting Igbo people to get out of Lagos or something like that. So if you've ever wondered why Bayo Ononuga did not make that ministerial list, it's because of this tweet. So this was this tweet then that did him in. It says, let 2023 be the last. This is somebody, by the way, that was lined up to be a minister within the Nigerian state. So this is Bayo Ononuga, and you can see the blue tick. So this is a verified Twitter handle. Let 2023 be the last time Igbo interfere in Lagos politics. Let there be no repeat in 2027. Lagos is like Anambra, Imo, any Nigerian state. It is not no man's land, not federal capital territory. It is Yoruba land. Mind your business. So this is Bayo Ononuga, so a person that was just because he fought so hard. It was part of the inner caucus that were brainstorming and orchestrating the Tinubu train towards the presidency is the equivalency of somebody like Dele Alake. So that's how high up he was in the hierarchy of things. But then, of course, that's tweet. So this is it, the things you say and the consequences of it. So the people that didn't make the list, Bayo Ononuga, a director of media and publicity of the APC presidential campaign organization. So he stabbed himself in the back. Ben Ayade. So I'm not quite sure. Are we surprised somewhat that Ben Ayade did not make the list? And would you even have the expectation that Ben Ayade would have made the list ahead of even Yemsin Wike? That's the thing. So that's it. Ben Ayade. So the people that didn't make the list still, James Faleke, APC Presidential Campaign Council Secretary, and then Abdullahi Ganduje. Well, we already know that there's been a payoff for him. So there it is. The people that did not make the list. I think they've deleted Festus Keyamo from this list. So yes. If there's any, in fact, is there any name that there's justifiable reasons why a lot of these names did not make the list? And Festus Keyamo, of course, has subsequently been added to the list. So yes, there are names that could have made the list, but there are reasons why they did not make the list. So let's go on from there to, I think we've read the Afenifere bit, haven't we? So let's go on from the Afenifere bit to the troop deployments in Sokoto State. Don't panic over troop movement, gunshots, army calms Sokoto residents. So yes, I have to dig up that map. Army authorities in Sokoto State have asked residents not to panic at the sounds of gunshots or troop movements as the 8th Division Nigerian Army Sokoto will commence inter-brigade range classification competition. They said the exercise was for warrant officers and senior non-commissioned officers at Tankwell Village, Shooting Range, Sokoto, August the 8th. The exercise will involve the movement of troops and firing of live ammunition at the range situated at Ilela Road, Sokoto State. According to a statement by Lieutenant Colonel Ikechukwu Eze and made available to newsmen in Sokoto, the essence of the range classification exercise is to improve combat proficiency, firing skills, and marksmanship of troops within the cadre of non-commissioned officers. The statement urged residents and people of Tankwale Village to stay away from the general area of the shooting range within the period of the exercise. Also in the statement, the general public are enjoined not to panic at the sight of troops in and around Ilela Road, Sokoto. So there it is, troop movement. So troop movement. So there it is. It's an inevitability. That's just it. So the Fulani headsmen now are saying that they are no longer going to be killing you in the south. We'll end all killings during President Tinubu's administration, Fulani herders. Disturbed by the continued mention of Fulani herders in killings across Nigeria, a social-cultural organization, Fube United for Peace, has vowed to deploy traditional means to fight criminals masquerading as Fulanis. In a communique issued after a national leadership consultative meeting convened by FUP with the support of Arewa New Agenda, held on Sunday in Abuja, leaders of the group from across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory said this was part of their determination to make a significant contribution to national development. The group, according to the communique signed by its national president, Ado Aliu Leman Bobi, let me highlight this name for you. So think of the name Adebayo Faleti, and then Adebayo Faleti or Okechukwu Eze. So think of the name Adebayo Faleti, think of the name Okechukwu Eze, and then look at this name, Ado Aliyu Liman Bobi, and they claim that they're all from the same country. Unbelievable. You know, you might as well put Ching Chong Ching there. You probably have more in common with a China man than this sort of a person. The group, according to the communique signed by its national president, Ado Aliyu Liman Bobi, agreed to develop strategies to bring all Fulbe together by using a traditional approach that is deeply rooted in Fulbe tradition and culture, Hombudu. So they're going to use Hombudu. So I think Hombudu, we have to find out what Hombudu is. Let me see. Let me put Hombudu in YouTube. See what it. So they're going to use Hombudu. I think that is the Undugurudu of the Fulanis. They're going to use Hombudu. Just a ridiculous bunch. Where was this Hombudu all this 8 years ago? All these 8 years running that Buhari sent them in to be killing people in Yoruba land and whatnot. No, let's carry on. The group, according to the communique signed by its national president, Ado Aliyu Liman Bobi, agreed to develop strategies to bring all Fulbe together by using a traditional approach that is deeply rooted in the Fulbe tradition and culture, Hombudu, to bring an end to any form of criminality in the name of Fulbe. So why now and not before is just really where the question is. And as I said, if we start to see a sharp drop in Fulani herdsmen attacks in the south and ravaging and savaging people's farmlands in the middle belt and in southern parts, then we would have to say categorically that all of that space was a Buhari strategy. Other agreements contained in the communique are developing a strategic network with relevant authorities for Fulbe youth nationwide, seeking a local workable solution from within, and reaching out to other interest groups to promote national forgiveness, reconciliation, and healing of wounds that have been inflicted on our great country, Nigeria. So, you know, this language of healing of wounds, we reach to it so readily. The people that have been decimated, all of the orphans that have been created, women that have been brutalized and bastardized, and they say, oh, for national forgiveness and reconciliation. So what happens then? The psychological trauma, the physical, oh God. Anyway, whilst pointing out that Fulbe is in a position, while pointing out that Fulbe is in a position as an ethnic social-cultural association to make the most effective contribution to national development, the communique asks the government to consult with ADO's leadership on issues of policy that concerns the group. So yes, if the Fulani herdsmen stop killing people, then we know that is a Buhari strategy. So let's go from that to this. We got a couple more, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the room. But we'll see if there's anybody in the room. So back to the coup. Tinubu meet with northern governors sharing boundaries with Niger. President Bola Tinubu on Sunday evening met with the northern governors whose states are sharing boundaries with Niger Republic at the presidential villa Abuja. Although the agenda of the meeting was not made public, a presidency source said it was part of consultations by the president on the situation in Niger. The governors in attendance were Ahmed Aliyu, Sokoto, Umar, Namadi, Jigawa, Mia Malabuni. So Mia Malabuni is still in play. He was one of the strategists to stop Tinubu, by the way. Remember, he replaced Oshomole on what was meant to be a temporary basis, and it was there for 2 years. Mia Malabuni, Yobe, Idris Nasir Kebi, and Dr. Diko Rada Katsina. It was gathered that the northern elites have kicked against any military might against the military junta, following what would be the consequence of such action on Nigeria. The meeting, according to a presidency source, was convened to get input from the northern governors as the 7-day ultimatum for the military to reinstate the overthrown president has expired. Recall that the ECOWAS heads of state and government had about a week ago given an ultimatum to the military junta that sacked the democratically elected President Bazoum. So it then goes on to tell us all that. Okay. So that's the only real new information there. So let's round it off with this one, and then hopefully there are people in the room so that a conversation can take place. Edo Governor Obaseki reportedly said to orchestrate Deputy Shiabu's impeachment despite court order directing status quo. So I think we were here yesterday. Barring any last-minute change of plan, the governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, is reportedly set to orchestrate the impeachment of his deputy, Philip Shaibu. This will be in disobedience of the pronouncement of the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja, which ruled that all parties should maintain status quo ante bellum, pending the hearing slated for Thursday, August the 10th, 2023. Justice Ahmed Mohammed of the Federal High Court, Abuja, last Thursday issued a temporary order stopping any move by Governor Obaseki to impeach his deputy. You know, I never knew that there was that culture of a governor impeaching a deputy. I've never heard it. Somebody should educate me on that. I've never heard that before, by the way, but right. This will be in disobedience of the pronouncement of the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja, which ruled that all parties should maintain status quo ante bellum, pending the hearing slated for Thursday, August the 10th, 2023. Justice Ahmed Mohammed of the Federal High Court, Abuja, last Thursday, issued a temporary order stopping any move by Governor Obaseki to impeach his deputy, Shaibu. In addition to the temporary order to maintain status quo ante bellum, I'm not quite sure why this guy is feeling the need to add the ante bellum. We all know what status quo is, so why expand on the Latin to try and pretend like you're some sort of a lawyer? Now, in addition to the temporary order to maintain status quo ante bellum, in another ruling of the court made on July the 27th, 2023, the defendant was directed to show cause and without adherence to the pronouncement of the court of jurisdiction, any impeachment process will be deemed as will be deemed a fruitless adventure in the eyes of the law. Insider information revealed that in disregard of the temporary order, an impeachment ambush has been set for early hours of Monday. So this will be tomorrow, August the 7th, which is now today, against Shaibu by the state lawmakers loyal to Governor Obaseki. So, you know, this is the ambiguity of the law. This is where the law gets ambiguous, isn't it? Because, of course, if the court restrains Obaseki from impeaching Philip Shaibu, that restraint, that constraint does not extend to the Edo Edo State Assembly, which may well have a different set of just cause to impeach him. So if they can, it just has to be established that the impeachment is not orchestrated by Obaseki, because the Edo parliamentarians at the state level, they have all of the powers to impeach this guy. And I think this is where the ambush is coming from. It was gathered that the alleged move by the governor comes on the heels of his fear that the hearing adjourned till August the 10th by the court may not favor his purported intention, hence his alleged plan to hatch his impeachment process before the hearing date. Correspondents last week reported that Shaibu had approached the Federal High Court in Abuja seeking protection from possible impeachment and removal from office by his principal, Governor Obaseki, and the State House of Assembly. In the motion of notice filed before the court, Shaibu requested an interlocutory injunction to stop harassment, intimidation, or embarrassment, and to allow him carry out his duties as the deputy governor, including attending state executive council meetings. The situation between Governor Obaseki and his deputy has reportedly been tense in recent months. According to multiple online reports, so we want to know where it all started. Yeah, so yes, we want to know where it all started. The situation between, let me have a sip of water. The situation between Governor Obaseki and his deputy has reportedly been tense in recent months. According to multiple online reports, the conflict began when a video of Shaibu with Obaseki's predecessor, Senator Adams Oshiomhole, during the National Assembly inauguration in Abuja went viral. Since then, okay, so that's what it's all about. Since then, according to reports, the deputy governor has faced alleged dehumanization and humiliation by the governor. In a motion of notice brought before the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja on July the 28th, 2023, and made available to journalists on Thursday, the appellant seeks an order of interlocutory injunction stopping the respondents or their agents from harassing, intimidating, embarrassing, or preventing the applicant from carrying out the function of his office as deputy governor of the state. So what seems to be, it still goes on a bit. I hope, do you want the fullness of it? I think it's a narrative of loyalty, isn't it? Because of course, Oshiomhole, a sworn enemy of Obaseki, and with your deputy now fraternizing with your sworn enemy, then of course, an enemy of your enemy is your friend, or whatever that phrase is. But the person that would know how that phrase goes, the majestic Adanle Koko, of course, Dewale joins us, hopping out of the comment section. Prince Daddy alive and kicking. Joel of Nashville to tell us what the state of affairs is. Kumi almost in his car somewhere. And Solomon from Abuja. So let's kick it off then. Let me acknowledge the superstars that have come in. So Ayo, of course, as ever, there is Ayo there. Prince Daddy, of course. So thank you both. So keep them coming. The super seems to have petered out somewhat in recent times. So let's have a bit more supers as we hear from Joel of Nashville. So Joel, here you are. Joel of Nashville. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go, one man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening or tuning in from. As always, Joel of Nashville. I want to say I really miss the show, but I keep in touch. I tune in. One man, how you doing?
I'm good. So, Joel, are you ever out of your car? Because in recent times, anytime you do dialing, you are in the car. Eh?
Right?
between daddy duty and work, yeah? Between daddy duties and work, you are never out of the car. Eh?
Unfortunately, today I'm not working today, but I have some errands to run, so I have to be in the car. It is what it is. I have time for the one-man show today, so I'm tuning in. So let's get to it.
That's brilliant. So I mean, really, somebody's just saying something in which I'll share with you in a moment. But really, there is really nothing else going on. Tinubu is building up troops in Sokoto State, which directly borders Niamey, the not Edo State, but the Niger Republic capital. Almost an inevitability that there will be some sort of a military action. What is your reading of that space, Joel?
One man, thank you very much. You see, one man, your principle is disappointing me. It is quite unfortunate that Tinubu would concentrate on starting a war with Niger, knowing full well that we have even internal security that we've not been able to conquer. whose advantage? To whose advantage? Who are we fighting, one man? What has Niger done to us? They had a coup. So what? We have a military government in Niger Republic. I said in Burkina Faso, and I think one or two, I think Mali or so. Why didn't we start a war? We've had our own fair share of coup in Nigeria. Who fought us? Now, one man, you see, when I was telling you about your principle, Mr. Tinubu, I told you.
Can you not call him my principal?
No, he's a principal.
You are trying to bait me. I know you are trying to bait me, but carry on. This is your rascality. Carry on.
But I mean, you understand what I'm talking about, one man? Because this show, many people here were dedicated to pushing this guy or foisting this guy on us. Going by what is going on in Nigeria in recent past, you can clearly see that Tinubu is not prepared for the job. Let us call a spade a spade.
Sorry, is that the approach you are going to take, or do you want to speak to the nuance of the situation?
No, I am not. I'm not telling you, one man. I am building a body to what I'm trying to tell you.
All right, because I'm expecting more from you.
You're going to get it.
No, hold on. Do the obedience space, but then speak to the nuance of the real situation. So give us your obedience space, and then speak to the nuance of the situation.
One man, this has nothing to do with obedience. You're a Nigerian. You're seeing it. Elections are over. I'm not going to talk down on anybody. But I am telling you, I'm speaking to the issue. What is going on in Nigeria? Why would Tinubu start a war with Niger? Whose interest are we fighting? That of the French? The French business is their business. It's not our business. And by the way, the West has tormented us enough. It's about time. I don't care who is in there. If you have to push out the French out of your country, push out the French out of your country, and nothing will happen. A country that won its first World Cup with over 92% of Africans playing in their team, is that not exploitation? If it is not, tell me what it is. The exploitation of Africa has been going on for quite a long time. And we need leaders that will speak up. I do not care how they get into government this time. As long as you have a good intention for your people, which is the paramount, and you have the interest to push out these dragons from Africa, that would be a welcome idea. So again, I ask you, one man, who is your principal fighting for? Who is he? Whose interest? Is he trying to protect the hospital that he goes to normally get his checkup in France? What is the age difference between Tinubu and Macron? That Tinubu cannot use his wisdom to know that Nigeria at this point does not need a war. I will refer you, one man, to the owner of Alibaba. When he was asked about the founding or the resources of the United States, and he made mention that over the years, the United States have gathered trillions of dollars in trades, businesses, and investments. But what happened? That over the course of 20 years, America was involved in useless wars. And today, the debt of America is about I think about 40 to 50 trillion dollars. What are we talking about? One man, we do not have the resources to push this war.
So let's talk about this war. So we have Niger Republic that borders right directly on Nigeria, and we have we have had for decades problems of banditry and insurgency within that cusp. So a lot of us know, in fact, all of us know that a lot of that banditry and insurgency, a good abundance of them are cascading in via that Niger portal and somewhat Chad as well. So that was under a democratic dispensation. So now this bunch of not in confidence inspiring sort of ragtag bunch, they've now seized charge of that country, which then sets to ratchet up the low level of governance and somewhat a failed state sort of a status within the Niger Republic. So if we have a failed state in the Niger Republic, do you think that impacts on us directly or not?
One man, politics is local.
Mm-hmm.
Let the people decide who rules over them or who presides over them. It is not our business what is happening in the Niger Republic. Our business is to protect our borders. How about that?
Hello.
All right. Yeah. Are you still there?
One man.
Yes.
Am I still on? I think I got a call, so it interfered. Hold on, one man, please. Hold on.
All right. Do you want to take the call or
Sorry. Am I on? No, I got a call, so I don't know who.
Yeah, no, you are on. If you can hear me, then communication is taking place. Can you hear me?
So, yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. So, one man, that is the issue. Protect your borders. The issue we have with it's not like I understand what Tinubu is trying to do, but the manner, the approach is wrong. Violence
okay. Before you go to the manner, you said you understood what Tinubu is doing. So what's your understanding of what he is trying to do?
No, what he is trying to do is trying to make sure that we do not encourage the spate of coup, in the West African region.
All right. Before you go to the criticism, do you broadly overall do you broadly agree with that overall concept of putting a stop to this stop-start sort of democracy that we have? Do you broadly agree with that?
Yes, but the thing there is that the approach mustn't be violent first. It mustn't be violent first. One man, let me tell you what's going to happen. Tinubu declares that he's going to go. The National Assembly has said they're not going to. Right? And he is pushing. At the end of the day, we are not going to invade Niger. And when we do not, our power is gone. Our power of negotiation is gone. We treated a brother based on the advice of a foreigner. You cannot do that. You have to look at both of us and say, what do we have in common? Can we talk? Let's dialogue first. But you cannot just go pull up the electricity, then you now send two old men in form of Abdul Salami and the Sultan of Sokoto to go do what?
Those are influential men who know the space.
No, but no. But before you start pulling up the electricity and all that, you send them first. That's how you do negotiation.
Is that not the carrot and stick approach?
That is the thing. So that's the issue. You send the carrot first. The carrot is the negotiation. But you don't just come with a stick and you now come with the carrot. No, they are not terrorists. They are not a terrorist group. You say?
Are they not a terrorist group?
No, that's how are they a terrorist group? It's like in Nigeria, everybody's a terrorist in Nigeria. How can you call them a terrorist group? Was Abacha a terrorist? Was IDB a terrorist? What are we talking about? Like we've not had it in our country before. We've had it in our country before, and nobody invaded us. So you use the same carrot and stick approach. There are sanctions. There are certain things you can do. But first, you must talk. You must jojo before you feast.
You know, traditionally in a time of war, the countries, citizens rally around their flag in times of war. Do you think we'll experience that in Nigeria?
Never.
If the country goes to war, the citizenry
For what?
will rally around the flag.
The Yorubas, I'm going to go tribal now. The enigmatics, the collatas, the where are they? Bishop, Obeni, come back from where you are. Go and fight for Tinubu in Niger. Including you, one man. No, I wouldn't want you to go because I want the show to be on. So just stay and let's see them go. I forbid any Igbo person or any person to go to war with Niger. Over what? What have they done to us that we've not done to ourselves? If we want to even take it a little bit further, what's his name? Tinubu himself. Is his election legitimate? Come on now. You cannot talk about military dictatorship without talking about the causes. In Africa, especially in Africa, we have Boliyami. I say Boliyami.
Do you buy into the narrative presented by the coupists, all this anti-colonialist rhetoric that they've given us a justification for power grab? Do you buy into their narrative, the coupists?
Yes. Look, one man.
You do. You buy into that?
Yes, I do, because this is why I tell you this, right? There's something I found out in America, right? Sometimes it will be like maybe this group is taking an upper hand, then this other party will come into power, and whittle down that power that these people have gained within the past administration. So you see that even amongst government, even in between government, there is also balance of ideas, balance of emotions. That is why the Democrats come in, the Republicans come in. As those things are going on, you have balance in the equation. But the issue now with us and these people is that we don't have any issue with them. They have their own problem. That those people that came in have a reason. If they get the reason and say, France, let it be that we remember them for pushing out France out of Niger. That is their job. They have done it. Even if tomorrow they get another democratic government, that government will start on a different note. That is the thing. But the thing there is that you cannot talk about coup plotting in Nigeria without talking about the election, the bad election, the flawed election going on in also the West Africa. How many times have ECOWAS come out to condemn bad elections in Africa, in African states, in West African states? Did they condemn the one that is good that went on in Nigeria? They did not. So why would you condemn a coup plotter? The coup plotter and the politician that came in through fraudulent means are the same. What are we talking about? Like democracy? Can't we think for ourselves? Can't we have a brand of government and call it our own? We can. This is our brand of government in Africa. We must not follow the Western with the Westernized culture, where they've already have their own plan according to their own.
Also, our brand of governance is forceful takeover.
Our brand of
survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest.
And one man, let me tell you something. Let me tell you one thing. One line, right? See, if in Nigeria we swore, if in Yoruba land, for instance, if you are going into government, you are not swearing by the Bible or the Quran. You are swearing by Ogun. Do you know that you have about 80% chances of doing the right thing? If not for anything, you will steal their money. In Igbo land, if I go now and they take me to Aristo and they say, dude, as you're going into government, you are not going to steal money. That is the minimum. It is better you don't know what you're doing, that you just go out, but don't steal any money. Do you know that there's 80 to 90% of chance that I will not steal that money? What am I saying, one man? Politics is local. Governance is local. whatever we have to do to contain corruption in Nigeria or in Africa, it has to be local.
So in summary, you are just happy to leave them to their faith. That's what you'd like to. You leave them to their faith.
You mean the Niger? No, definitely definitely we want democracy around West Africa. Talk to them, give them a timeline, let them organize. We did it in Nigeria. They did it with us, with Abdul Salami. Give them a timeline.
So you leave it to the discretion of this ragtag Tuaregs to decide when to return the country to democracy.
Well, we have a ragtag in government today that came into a fraudulent elections. What are you talking about? The issue there is just this: it is their state, it's their country. If the people there feel so bad about them, they should revolt. Then when they revolt, then people will support them. But you cannot revolt from outside. You have no business being in there. Tinubu is trying to overdo it.
We did it so successfully to. We did it successfully in the Gambia to international acclaim.
Well, you see, all circumstances are not the same, right? Now, these people are telling you maybe those ones that we did in Gambia did not decide to fight. If they decided to fight, there's nothing we can do. If they decide to take, the only thing they have to do is to take ally in China or Russia. Then it will be a proximity war. And my fear, Wama, is this: that we do not have a proximity war between America and Russia on our borders. I don't know if you've thought about that. You've not thought about it. It's going to be disastrous. Now, if you're going to also have,
I've heard that narrative before, and I've always sort of seen it as embellished fancifulness. It's sort of embellished fancifulness.
No, but why
would we have a proxy war the situation as it stands now, as a bunch of opportunists who have seized charge of a tiny little sovereign African state. So a bigger African state that is more advanced and vested in democracy is inviting them to either step down by their own will or be made to step down. So it's a localized problem.
Sorry, Mr. Joe. Yeah, you don't need to forget. The people are in support of these guys, so you will not take out the people's support and say that Nigeria is trying to as a bigger country.
I don't accept that the people are in support, because we have nothing to suggest to us that the people are in support. If you are looking at what you're saying on Twitter, TikTok, etc., those are sponsored those are sponsored spaces. Those are propaganda outputs. Because I think Channels Television actually sent a correspondent in there, and what they reported was that the people were not actually with this coup paste.
Well, man, let's not take out this thing that even the social media gives first-hand and genuine information than the mainstream medias. So you don't need to. I don't want us to really be judging with. Yeah, I don't want us to judge with these channels, the mainstream medias. No, I think we should judge more with social media, for real.
Solomon.
Yeah.
I think you are wrong with that. You see, one of the terrorists that is terrorizing that country called Nigeria right now, are those people that you are calling social media.
All right. Hold on. I don't want to open up a social media debate just yet, but land that point and then we get back to Joel. Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that many of the things that we have seen on that social media, I've been following it. In fact, they have flooded the whole place with a lot of propaganda. And many people are just people that do not know nothing about international geopolitics and diplomacy. They know nothing. Next to nothing. Everybody was just pressing, free speech. So I do not want. I will still go with what they call it, channels. I can tell you, a lot of our people have bastardized this, all because of likes, love, comment, and share that will fetch them a few $1,000s. I can tell you, Nigerians can sell their souls for blogging right now, and I cannot trust them because they can even turn the country upside down. There are so many news that they have carried on this place that we have seen. and have become lies at the end of the day. Look at that Sokoto that is coming right now. That news has been in the cycle since day before yesterday, and one man was breaking it, giving us the correct information as we are speaking. So that's to tell you, don't trust this social media thing. I'm not in for them. I'm not.
All right.
One man. Anyway, I don't want to digress. I have my own opinion on the social media issue, and for in case you do not know, I don't know who the last speaker was.
That was Darati.
Darati. This is a social media space that you're speaking from, and if it's not for this space, you're not going to have divergent opinion on issues. You used to be the NTA. If it's not NTA, we don't get, or CNN, we don't get the news. So if you want to read about how this big media destroys countries, I guess you should just go on the internet and just read up about how the big media has destroyed countries, and how social media has really helped us. In the main media, there are fake news as well. In social media, there are fake news as well. So it's left for you to pick, have a discerning spirit to know or dig deep or investigate whatever news before you share. So that's my opinion on that.
Just to be clear on what you are saying. So if the first bomb drops and our troops march in, what you are saying to us is that the obedience space will be against the country. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is this, one man. I do not think that anybody in Nigeria should join that war. That is a Tinubu's war. Because Niger has done nothing to us. It's a Tinubu's war. Tinubu knows what he is finding there with Macron. You see, one man, that is one of the reasons why we're talking about whenever we have someone that wants to come out for presidency, that person should be vetted very, very well. Knowing full well that person, or making sure that person does not have any affiliations with this Western folks. And Tinubu has clearly shown it. That he's going to war. Forget. One man, see. He did not. He went to the National Assembly, right? Is that the first port of call? You have not discussed with the governors. You have not discussed with the governors. That is the first time of call. You ought to discuss with Council of State, discuss with the governors. Then you now say, okay, from the executive side, you now say, okay, now this is what we have gathered. You make your opinions known, but then what would have preceded all of this would have been a better dialogue system. Then when the dialogue does not work and there's a need for Nigeria to go into that war, then we can go into that war. One man, we have fought in Ecomog. We have fought in other wars. One man, what has been the benefit of Nigerians? The likes of America, when they invade a country, they set in their...
Hold on. You asked the question. We established stability and order and peace in Liberia, Sierra Leone, even as far as European countries, and certainly in several African countries. The Gambia, the list is endless.
Who paid for that? Who paid for it?
How do you mean?
Who paid for it? Who paid for the war?
What's the counter price? What's the counter price?
Now, what I'm saying is this: that we paid for that war. That the money spent in those wars.
No. Nigeria paid it too.
Yes. What's the counter price? What's the counter price?
Hello, one man.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is this, right? With I'm having some it's like we are breaking. So, but anyway.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you clearly. Yeah,
clearly. Okay. So what I'm saying is this, right? That when countries invade, like the United States and all these other countries, they're contractors. They have many people that that benefit from that, right? What is our own benefit from those countries that we went to war? Even after the war, yes, there needs to be a process of rebuilding. Who are those in charge of those rebuilding? Because we must get the money back in tenfold. That is how you run a country. If you know that you have the power to go to war, after the war, you have to give the money back. Whether you get it as a government or you get it through your people, it is necessary. So this is what we are trying to go into right now, when our debt profile says that we pay about, I think, we pay about 90 naira for every naira we spend. We spend about 90 naira, to pay our debt. And now you want to go and get into war. No matter what the promises are, no matter what the logistics are from the West, one man, we are still going to pay for out of pocket. What about the families or people that are going to lose their life in that war? What is Tinubu doing in Niger? Let him get out of that place.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to another talking point just to manage the time. But just to be clear, what you have just said is that if Nigeria does go to war, the obedience space will turn their back against the flag.
We are not going to any war. We are not going to any war. And one man, like I said, you have enigmatic, we have able men here. I don't want you to go because I want the one-man show, to be giving us a broadcast. So the likes of enigmatic, Kulata, they are all fit. They should go and fight the war.
Well, what
have many people that decided the election.
Should we send Ajan Lekoko to the war front?
No. Ajan Lekoko works with Sowore, so I am not going to include him. But every one of them that supports Tinubu on this platform, that support us to go and invade Niger, they should come out and go and fight the war. There are people that are people. If you say fight the war, war is old men talking, young men dying. You feel me? So that is the issue. So you are telling people to go and fight. Who are those good people that are going to fight? Those are the young folks. They have families. They have kids. And you're telling them to go to fight a senseless war?
No. Sorry, that's not an argument. I was looking to move you away from that conversation to another space, but that's not an argument.
Let's go.
No, that's not an argument, though. A soldier that signs up to join the military, he has signed up and knowing ultimately what that job entails. So saying that they have families, etc., is all embedded in the job that at some point when the country needs those services, they will be deployed. So saying that what do you mean they have families?
What I'm trying to say is this: one man, those soldiers are not drawn from outer space. Those soldiers are drawn from Nigerians. If your younger brother or your son was in the army, you wouldn't be speaking this way. Those people we are sending there on how much salary, those are people's kids. Those are people's family. That is my point. If we have to go for war or go into a war, we should go to a justified war. I am not saying they are not trained to fight. All I'm saying is that if they are going to go to war, it should be justified. Don't go to a senseless war and kill our citizens and you say they are trained to do so. Who says who? The ones that America sent to Iraq and they are killing and dying every time we hear, they keep bringing out what we see here is what they call it. They bring back their bodies and there's a parade. At the time, some of us started to say, what nonsense is this? What are we doing in Iraq? Pull the plug. Pull the plug. We cannot make America a burial ground for people that we don't even know. See, today, they don't even appreciate what we did. Go to Liberia, go to Sierra Leone, all these other countries. They don't appreciate what we did. And that is why even what we did for South Africa, till today, they still have xenophobia. If they read their history very well, they will know the sacrifices we made. People don't remember that. So the people that die, if you're sending people to go die in Niger, and tomorrow they do not appreciate you, the lives of those people are gone. They don't appreciate a woman.
All right, Joel. Let me move you to another space. Give us your comments on the fate of Mariam Shetty, who was on the ministerial list and subsequently removed. Ganduje comes to tell us that nobody even knew how she got onto that list in the first instance. So I think you probably feast on this, the lack of competence.
One man, I told you, sometimes when I speak, you say, EJ, cut it down. No, you're drifting. These are the issues. It shows a clear case of a government that is not prepared. So if Tinubu does not know who was sent to him, how would he know where to send the person? How would he know which portfolio to assign to this person.
Their CVs will point their portfolios out. Their CVs.
No, what I'm just saying is this, one man. What I'm just saying is this, right? If Ganduje is saying, I'm going by this headline, Tinubu and I does not know how this person came into be in the list. What does that tell you, one man? It's just like saying that, one man, you do not know how I came into your show. I don't get it. We keep giving Tinubu pass upon passes. I mean, not look. I don't want to even talk about the ministerial list. I saw a bright young man. I don't know if he's from Ogun State, and he tweeted something in the past, and you can see how these people were so hostile to this guy. Hostile to him. He's a young dude, and when he started talking, I said, I do not care that this guy is APC, but I like him.
He's not APC, he's obedient anyway, but carry on.
I don't know if he's obedient or, but what I'm just telling you is just this. The guy that I saw, I don't know where he's, I don't even know his name.
Bosun Tijani.
Something I don't know, but I know it's a Yoruba dude. I know he's from Ogun State or something. But one man, go and listen to that dude. You will find out that you have, oh my God, the brain that we have in Nigeria is so enormous. Why should we have 41 recycled idiots in power? In the name of what? Compensation versus competence. That is what we are struggling in Tinubu's government. Who are you compensating? In Nigeria today, it's not the time to compensate. It's the time to look for competence. And when we talk about people that Tinubu brought up.
Hold on. Bring it down then. Bring it down then notch. Bring it down.
Madam Shetty is not my business. That Tinubu did not know. Probably he knew and he got in between dementia. I do not care. This headline makes no sense to me. Who is Madam Shetty in the first place? You know what is going on in Kano, one man. You know what the politics is in Kano. All of us were thinking that God also will make the list, right? So you should have known that there is some hanking party that must have gone around with this lady's appointment or recommendation. So when Ganduje became the APC chairman, he said, I know that is what happened. That is what happened. They don't know. They don't want the lady. And it is better instead of somebody from maybe Kwankwaso to get a position, it better go to someone else. And happily, fortunately, it fell in the hands of Keyamo. So I leave it to that one man.
One man. Is this not double standard? These are the things. What are the things we used to mock Buhari? The famous quote. I wasn't aware. Now, Ganduje came out and said he and Tinubu doesn't know how we're trying to get to the ministerial list, and we applauded them. Is this not double standard?
No. So sorry. Hold on, Joe. What's the double standard? Is
it the same rhetoric, the same phrase?
No, I heard what hold on. I heard what you said. I asked what the double standard is.
For them to say they don't know how the minister is going to get to the ministerial list, that's national security breach. That's a double standard. They don't know. They're not aware of that government. They're not capable.
Yeah, but hold on. What's the double standard?
For anybody to come out and to support the move that they don't know. How can you support such a thing? For them to come out to make that statement. For them to come out to make that statement.
Wait now.
APC. They just made a statement on national TV. I did not say it. You just said it. And we are saying it. We are talking about it here. It's a shame for us to talk about it. This is double standard, and to show that the government is not ready.
Can you slow down? How is it double standard? Is what I asked you.
Why is it that you are someone to defend it that is not double standard? What can you not read on this message?
No. How is it double standard? You use the phrase
for them to come out to say that they don't even know how the name or her name got on the list.
Right.
Is it talking to a dumb? that a ministerial list that SSS national security have screened. They don't know how her name got there. The president is saying that, oh, I don't even know how her name got there. I don't even know who she is. But they're presenting her name to the Senate to screen.
Right.
These are one of the things we were used to mock Buhari, that is a dumb man. The government is clueless.
Right.
And so why is this one? Why are we not against this now?
Who is not against it? Who is not against it?
Why APC themselves not against this? Rather than governing down to come out and say that they don't even know how the name got there. It's supposed to be ashamed.
Why would APC be against APC? What are you talking about?
Why would they be against it? How can they come out and tell people that they don't even know how the ministerial list, her name got to the ministerial list?
All right.
I don't know, justify their own stupidity. So we clap and follow that. Yes, we don't even know how the name got there. These are all stupidity now.
Yeah, it's stupidity, yes, but not double standards, no.
No, there's nothing yet. It's double standard if we start cutting ways for them or give them a free pass.
Yeah, who's giving, no, you are just talking, but you are not even listening. Who is giving them a free pass? Who?
APC supporter, Party 5, all of them that are supporting the list. All of them. All of them. We're supposed to, if we are going against
you're
anybody.
not even listening. You just want to say what you want to say without wanting to go through the logic of it. Who is giving them a pass? Just answer that without doing what you want to do.
I said APC themselves, Party 5 supporters, Tinubu supporters. Have you heard what I said?
Yeah. Where did that happen?
Don't go to social media and see where it happened. Twitter, they are all supporting their own people there.
So
what you think? I just come and start saying things I don't know about. We're talking about it here. So before we finish this topic, people will come out and support it too.
Yeah, so on this show, people will support it. What are we talking about?
We will support it. So what are we talking about?
Why acting like that?
Try to justify what they did, that they don't even know. Probably is a kind of politics, so you understand. Why would I be listening to that kind of nonsense? They messed up. Right. Simple as ABC. Thank you.
Yeah, but they messed up. I'm not sure if you even heard me read it out, but because that was the tone of the readout, and the first person to comment on it, Joel, that was the tone as well. So I'm not sure. You're just saying double standard, as though somebody was backing it. Let's hear from Babati. Babati, good to have you.
Yeah, thank you, the host of the show.
Yes, that was wild, wasn't it? That was a wild start.
Yeah, your level of patience needs to be commended. God must have that level of patience. You know that. Good evening to the panelists and everybody listening across the world. Babati here. So I'm going to make this short and brief. I know people have a lot on their mind to say. So just bear with me. One man, before I even start, there is the pre-election Jewel of Nashville, and there's the post-election version of Jewel of Nashville. He's my brother, he's my friend from Tennessee, but I think Jewel of Nashville is clearly suffering from post-election stress disorder at this point. I mean,
is there a cure for that?
It's an actual diagnosis because you can one man actually is an actual diagnosis, by the way, because you have this feeling of hopelessness and you have poor judgment, because I don't know what Joel is talking about. This is not the Joel we used to know, one man, pre-elections. I don't know what happened to Joel. Hopefully we can bring him back to the one we used to know.
Babati. Look, Babati, there is no PTSD involved in this. That you got your diagnosis wrong. What did I say that is wrong?
Let me finish.
Let me
finish.
So I just want. I'm listening to you, like, to know where I went wrong.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
All right. Carry on, BT. Carry on.
Okay. So because your involvement, you kept talking about politics is local. In what is going on in the Niger Republic, but you forget to understand that 2 out of 6 people living in some of this neighboring state are actually from Niger Republic. So it's not, you cannot really say the politics is local in that context, because they have economic, ethnic and cultural ties. It's like the argument I used to have with World Peace when we talk about Lagos, and I would say Ogun or your has ties with Lagos, and would say, no, you're in your own state now, leave them alone. And he would just, pounce at me every time. This is what is playing here. You have to, this comes into consideration. Ethnic and cultural ties comes into consideration. So let me just touch on a few points here. Terrorism. One man, there are about 8 terrorist groups in that region of West Africa. And I don't think that the military government, the young military government in Niger Republic will be able to handle that. So our involvement in Niger Republic is necessary. Now, the argument I will make is our level of involvement. I think that should be the actual discussion. Nobody in their right mind should say Nigeria should not get involved. The issue is how much should we get involved in the what is going on in Niger. That should be the actual discussion. But to say we should not get involved at all, I think is just myopic. That is not a reasonable opinion in my opinion. But that is terrorism. So we need to get involved, because I don't think that the young military government will be able to handle that, and that must spill over into our own country. Also,
all right. So you asked a question, you answer it. So how
let me ask him a question. He said we should get involved. Get involved in what sense? Is
right.
It so military involvement or diplomatic involvement?
Yeah, that my position has always been that diplomacy first. You have enough leverage diplomatically to get involved here. Now you have ECOWAS, if they can get their act together, but diplomacy first. Like I said on this platform that the 7-day ultimatum, in my opinion, was a mistake. They should never have made that trip, because that would force the military government in Niger Republic, because they have to take a stance. I mean, according to people like Kejeli on this platform and what we've seen online, that one man will say it's propaganda, but let's assume it's true. They have the public support in their own country. So if you make a 7-day threat to them, of course, they will want to stand up. So that was a mistake in my opinion. But I said diplomacy first before any military intervention. And if there's going to be
Babati, what you are saying, you still believe at a point we must use military force. If diplomacy does not, I don't know how you define this diplomacy.
Let me define what I mean by diplomacy. Let me define what I mean by.
Hold on. I don't know how you want to define this diplomatic means.
Let me define it.
Hold on. Let me land.
You don't know how? Then let me define it for you, so you
hold
can.
On.
Okay,
hold on.
Okay. Land that and then let Babati carry on. Yeah.
You guys are talking of diplomacy or diplomatic means. You have closed all the border against them. You have closed here, in and out. I mean, plane from West African colony to them. You have cut off,
disconnected their electricity.
Hold on. You have cut off electricity supply against them. You have strangulated these people already. So what kind of diplomacy you want to push further to want them to back down? I want you to tell me.
Okay. Okay. So I wouldn't have used the word diplomacy necessarily. It's like boxing them into a corner necessarily. That would be the best way to define what I mean by diplomacy, quote and unquote. It's pretty much forcing their hands because you have leverage. Like you mentioned, the cutting off the electric supply. Now you're violating the treaty that you signed with that country, because they can dam their own river in their own country if they want to retaliate. But if you force them into a corner, they have to see the reason why they must take your own side. You must give them a way out, because it's a military government. Do you give them 18 months to, okay, you'll be there for 18 months, but return power back to a civilian government? We will allow you to hold elections. We will let you vet the candidate. That way, they are not Western puppets. I think that's one of the concerns that they had, that the current guy, clearly, I think everybody at this point knows that guy is not coming back, because I think his own country is against him. So have these guys in power lead transition, and have your Abubakar, your former Nigerian president that led transition in his own country, lead that child. Listen, I made this happen in my own country. This is the way I did it. We will have you stay in government in power for this social period. We'll provide this for you. We will help you negotiate with French for a better deal with your uranium, but within 18 to 16 months, you return power.
Babati, do you think they should oblige them to hand over to a civilian administrator so that they don't even get to?
Because that person will be weak. You want them in charge. So if they are in charge of the government and they actually they are in charge of the transition, so they can vet whoever the political parties are, is to give them confidence that whoever is going to emerge as the president is not pro-France, rather pro-Niger. You just need that up. You need them to have that assurance as a military that whoever is coming in is your person, you love him, is pro your country, might not be necessarily anti-French, but is pro-Niger Republic. So your job should be a mediator between them and France for better deals. I was reading about the uranium, how they're getting shafted with how much they're getting paid for their uranium. You make deals with them. So when I say diplomacy, that is what I mean by diplomacy, where they earn your trust because you have a better deal from what they have right now. So that would be the best way to go. But to cap it off, what is Nigeria's interest in that? If I'm going to help you with all of this, French has been shafting you. Clearly, I agree with you as Nigerians. How can we help you, and how can we help ourselves? You can call it selfish. It's just for your own interest. So you must also gain from that. How you gain from that will be what the government has to negotiate. And that also provides stability in the region. Now, the question remains this. If you can achieve that in Niger Republic within 18 months, do you then go into Burkina Faso and Mali and do the same thing, or do you leave them alone? That will be left for the government to decide. But I think
it's almost an it's almost an inevitability that if they achieve success in Niger Republic, then they have to go all the way.
But one man, at that point, you saying that it's going to be a catalyst to propel that revolution, that democratic revolution, because people in those other two countries will see the positive side of negotiating with Nigeria, that we are doing it in good faith. So we need Niger to work out. But I think my own proposition is kind of the best bet to go right now. But this idea of just being in isolation.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So what you are suggesting now is that if we pursue diplomatic means and we're able to reach agreement with them that, okay, in 18 months or 24 months, we will return power to civilian administration. Will those sanctions put on them now be lifted?
No, you will scale it back as you see the level of progress. Let's say they therefore.
No. Hold on. So you are saying the sanction will remain while they agree with you. Is that the way?
No. That wasn't what he said.
No. Let me respond. I'm saying that if you have a timetable and a timeline for transition, they have to now form new political parties. They have to set up new, structures for all those things to come in place. The more they follow that transition that you've outlined, you've agreed to, the more you scale back the sanctions. You even put in incentives like funding for military, for economics. You even switching the deal up. So if you was to be
okay, that is fine. I think I've answered
them more. Like listen,
you've answered the question. Fine.
So you encourage.
That is number one. That is one option. So if this guy are adamant, we don't want any foreign interference, including Nigeria. Nigeria is foreign on the way we handle our nation. All right, our nation's affair. So you will back Nigeria to take war to them?
No.
Hold on.
Yes. Let me. You asked me a question and you don't want me to answer you. Like
right, because you have said diplomatic means. If it doesn't work, then you will go frontally by military means to achieve that result. That is what you said earlier.
He hasn't said that. He hasn't said that. Let him answer your question.
That is what I said.
Let him answer your question.
But you also want to put words in my mouth at the same time. So I don't know what you really want me to say at this point.
Go on.
Let him ask him. I will give him a categorical answer. Yes,
no. Hold on. Let the conversation.
I will go.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me reply you. Now you remember that so we're assuming that we've tried to negotiate with them. Now you still have sanctions in place. Now you just double your effort in the sanction. Now they'll be desperate at this point. When they're desperate, their people eventually will turn against them because economic impact will start to set in. So when you move in, they're not as Nigeria, by the way, as ECOWAS, not as Nigeria. This is not Nigeria coming in. It's as ECOWAS coming in. You then have a reason to save that country from the military government. They can talk the good thing that they want, that they love their people, whatever, blah, blah. We've heard that before over the years. It's the same rhetoric that they will say, oh, we love the country, we come in there for them. But when the economic impact of those sanctions start to kick in, the people will revolt. So but that might take more than 18 months because you have to then wait it out to see the impact on that economy. But if they don't want to play ball with you, then you move in. But I believe that if they see the economic impact and the goodwill that they enjoy from the people start to win out, they will play ball with you. So that's once again, I was against the 7-day ultimatum for that reason. This is a long. It's going to take about 2 to 3 years to get this thing done peacefully. And I believe that if you go my route, it's a better approach that you wouldn't even need to even go to the sort of having the military in the first place. So let me conclude. Thank you, one man, for having me. Let me
Babati, I'm about to ask you a question, please.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You see, you said I had a PTSD, right? No, and I said you should explain. Hold on.
Okay.
And I said you should explain. And with everything you have discussed here, you still went through the same route that I was suggesting. I only suggested.
No.
Hold on. Can I finish? Hold on. Let me finish.
You said stay out of it. You said stay out of it. I said we should.
No. Hold on. Hold on.
Government is what we.
I don't know at what point that you came in, but I first suggested that the military intervention was a wrong approach. In the first instance, that there should be dialogue first. There should be Georgia first. That is what I suggested. So I do not see where the PTSD is coming from. And from everything you have said, you alluded, you just supported what I stated. But to leave you, right? This government you're talking about, they have public support, right? And secondly, I want to make you know this. Sanctions has had little effect on those in government, but have a devastating effect on the followers. And it does not matter what the sanction is. We were sanctioned in Nigeria under Abacha. We kept it moving. Venezuela is on sanction. The people are suffering. The people in government are living large. What they call it? Russia is in war with all the sanctions. Russia are still forging on. So that is why I was telling you that the first instance should be dialogue. Because when it comes to violence, you have no monopoly over violence. You might come with your own violence, and these other people will come with their own violence. It depends on interest. And when different countries start coming into it, you find out that those in government are still living large, with or without. Even in a government house today in Miami, there is light. Who are those suffering from the electricity that was put off? It's the people. So okay, I don't have. Hold on, Babati. Let me just
hold on. Land it in a couple more sentences because you're not putting anything to it. Yeah.
No. One man. You see that's your. It's your understanding. If you don't understand what I'm saying, but based on what he accused me of having PTSD, he did not say anything different from what I said. And secondly, with the sanctions, hold on. Forget the post-election. Look, Babati, you know me very, very well. Forget the post-election thing.
I know.
When I'm talking now, I told you that.
Okay. It was just banter. That was just banter anyway.
Yeah. Okay, yes. So,
but you are still having post-election trauma. Nothing more, nothing less.
It doesn't matter. I don't know who you're talking. I don't know whether you call it post-election trauma or not.
This is your boy. I don't want
to see.
Oh no, so sorry, Joel. I didn't mute you, but I want to let me get back. Let me get back
because I know people there. Let me round up.
Round up. Yeah.
So Joel of Nashville, you're Nigerian. You still hold a Nigerian passport. So if war breaks out, I expect you to be at the war front for the love of country. But let's leave that at that.
Hell
no! Yes.
Let me address one more thing: the ministerial thing and Ganduje, and I will stop. Okay.
Before you go there, there's a military build-up now. Under the guise of a military exercise, they are having it in Sokoto, which is just a hop, skip, and a job to the capital of Niger Republic. So, as they continue to try all other measures, they are building up militarily. Mm-hmm. If the country launches against Niger Republic, is it your expectation that the citizenry should rally behind the flag?
I mean, for love of country, yes, but we cannot dismiss cultural and ethnic ties. That's just reality. That is going to come to play. Like I said earlier, 2 out of 6 people that live in Sokoto are actually born in Niger Republic. So that will come into play. Now, this now plays to how well Nigeria manages that situation. This is diplomacy. So people that have studied this for years now need to use their skills to define. So is it culture of a country or the other way around? That's a very good question to ask. I cannot answer that as a Yoruba man. That's from the northern perspective.
No. Answer it as a Yoruba man. What is it for you?
For me, it's like, so that would be me going. Let's say I was in the military and I was fighting in Benin Republic, and it was in the Yoruba speaking part of Benin Republic, and I have to go shoot at my ancestral cousins over there.
Don't answer it as a military man. Answer it as an everyday citizen. As an everyday citizen, what is paramount to you? Being a Yoruba man or being a Nigerian, what's paramount?
I mean, I'm a Yoruba man first, but I love my country. But that's that's just a fact. But what I'm saying is that when push comes to shove, people in that part of the country, do they share the same belief like I do? Do they? Because I can ask Joel of Nashville, does he love the country? I mean, you know how he feels about it in that situation. So it's a different answer for different people. So do you say for the love of the flag? Like is Nigeria even worth defending? For some people, they will say no. They would choose their own people. Or can you do the same at the same time? Can you chug them and work at the same time? That's a very good question to ask. I cannot really give you an answer for that one. I have to think about it, to be honest. So don't box me into a corner in that situation. Sorry.
All right. I'm going to ask everybody that question. Right. Is it culture over country?
But let me address
one man, you see the hypocrisy, right? Right. Well, it's okay. It's all right.
Joel, I will call your house soup now. I will call your house soup right now at work. No, keep playing with me. let me address the ministerial stuff before I yield the mic to the next.
Yeah. So it's the narrative of this rather pretty young lady, but not pretty enough for Abdullahi Ganduje. Tinubu and I had no idea how Mariam Shetty's name made ministerial list. So there is nothing that comments or recommends in that headline. It's just a shameful. It's just shameful all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, I think clearly the president penciled down the people he wanted for key ministerial positions, and he left the other positions for political chieftains. I think Tinubu just focused on maybe 11 or 12. Of course, you will see the quality, then you see other appointees that they don't really measure up to standards. So I think Tinubu is only focusing on some key sectors, key ministries, and he left the other parts to the chieftains to decide. How she got there, you know what I'm thinking. but I'm not going to say it on your platform. But you know what I'm supposed to say. But we all know.
He did it there. She's a typist. She's a typist. Say the way it is. She's a typist.
I'm not going to say it on your platform. But it is what it is. I mean, but we all know.
What about you? Say it.
I'm not going to. It's Sunday, so God forgive me. So, but the Ganduje thing bothers me, one man. Beyond this ministerial stuff, the Ganduje one bothers me more. How I don't like it, but I understand it, one man.
You mean being made the chairman of the party?
Yes. Yeah. I don't like it, but I understand it. In the sense that it's a man that was caught on tape taking bribe, and you, Tinubu, have your own bullion van Chicago issue. The optics does not look well for the party as a whole and for the country. So, and
including Akpabio.
All right. Yeah, carry on.
I won't discuss Akpabio. It's in. I'm discussing. Let's leave Akpabio alone. Yeah, it's just that Ganduje, like, I will not. Once a thief, always a thief. This guy is going to take bribes for. He's going to be. He's a very vindictive individual. He's going to use that position to loot and to blackmail people. He's going to make a lot of money in that position. So I'm not really comfortable with that.
Is that not the narrative of all of them, though? The fact that he was
just like
tape.
One man. They caught the man on tape, for God's sake. Yeah. You can't put him as you're the face of your party. It doesn't look good for your country. So let me leave it at that for now. Thank you, one man.
No. How would you have rewarded him politically? Firstly, do you think for all the efforts that he made towards the emergence of Tinubu, he necessarily needed to be rewarded politically? And if you think he does, then how would you have done it?
It should have been in a ministry, but not relevant to what you want to do, what your goals are as a government. Now, people will say interior is very important. I agree. I would have given him maybe interior ministry or Abuja, something like that, but not the head of the political party. I think that's just the wrong move. So I would like it will, like I said, I don't like it, but I understand it. That's just political reality. I would have given him some like interior minister, where it's relevant but not really relevant. I mean, it's a very important position. Don't get me wrong, but at least you can kind of control. It's like controlled chaos, where you can manage it, where it does not get out of hand. You can kind of tame him to do what you want. He will still make his money on the side, but it doesn't spill out of control. As an APC chairman, that is just, you cannot manage him that much because he is the head of the party. Now, he will listen to the president, but the Tinubu has a lot on his plate, and the man is managing the whole party, and is known to be very corrupt. I just don't think it's good for the APC. I don't see him staying there for 2 or 3 years before they get rid of him. They might need him for the next elections, but I don't see him doing well as a political head of a political party. That's bad for the APC, and it might be beneficial for the PDP and other.
Babati, I don't see him lasting in that post either, but for a different set of reasons. I think just from some of the commentaries that is running here, I think he's going to luxuriate in his glory for too long. And it will misabuse the powers of that post, which is already doing. Getting rid of that lady, poking fun at Kwakwan. So already the vindictiveness, I think that's what will do him in.
Right.
Not necessarily the dollar pocketing.
Yeah, maybe both, one man. Maybe both.
Yes.
Maybe both. But let me just leave it at that for now. Thank you. And I will let somebody else. I will still be around now. I will chime in later. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's Babati, of course, unmistakably. So Babati, unmistakably, and the person that nobody mistakes on this platform, he couldn't wait just to let us have his thoughts. So let's now take the thoughts of Ajande Koko on the military build-up on the borders of Niger Republic as a potent threat as they continue to negotiate a soft landing. So what are you then making then of this supposed military exercise on the borders of Niger Republic, Ajale Koko?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. The military build-up is not showing. I mean, it's showing that Tinubu still want to use military force under the disguise of ECOWAS against our neighboring country, Niger. A lot of Nigerian people are opposed to this military effort. And I think it's the time for him to listen to the voice of the people. And the voice of the people, as demonstrated by the Senate, is enough for him to exploit all diplomatic efforts to achieve peace in Niger. I'm glad to hear today that, as you reported earlier, that he's meeting the governors of those states bordering at the borderline with Niger. This is what I have called for, if you may remember. I said this like 3 days ago, 4 days ago, that shouldn't be to meet political leaders, the governors, the emirs, the religious leader, in all those states from the western part, northwest, all to the northeast.
But it's meeting the state governors, by the way, is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said, I like that effort he's making.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Yeah, I like that effort he's making. This is what I have called for that he should do. And whatever position they take is what he should take as the leader of Nigeria. What effort, what position those people take collectively is what should represent the position of Nigeria. Because they will feel the heat of the war.
Are you saying Tinubu should take orders from state governors?
No, not saying. Look, let me tell you. I'm not saying that you should take order from them, but we are in a democracy, and democracy has defined government of the people, by the people, for the people. So those governors, alongside the traditional leaders and other political leaders in that side of the country, represent their people. And if there should be war,
so to declare war, you have to do a nationwide referendum. What does that mean?
That is not referendum. That is not referendum. Already the Senate have rejected the effort to go to war. That is number one. Then number two is that the people bordering Republic of Niger in Nigeria, the state, he should consult with them as well to know where they stand. Because already those people have been going through the hell of insurgency and banditry for over 10 years in that country. How long do we want to take them through that part of barbaric attack from terrorists and bandits? And it's going to increase. If we go to war now, to war against Niger, we're going to see a different dimension of, what do you call it? Terrorist attack on us. Already we don't have a strategy. We have not developed a strategy to crush terrorism on our own land. And we are inviting more terrorists from foreign lands to come.
Is the stabilization of Niger Republic not part of our strategy against insurgency and banditry?
It is not by taking war to them. When we take war to them, they will bring war to us. And they can
have they not brought war to us already with what they are doing?
They have not brought to war. They have not brought war to us at all. The Boko Haram is Nigerian-made terrorists. All right? So, and the banditry in our country is Nigerian-made.
It's not Nigerian-made, though. It cascades the whole of the Sahel region. It's not peculiar to Nigeria.
Oh, hold on, one man. Boko Haram.
They have the issue. Boko Haram, they operate in Cameroon, in Chad, and in Niger and Nigeria.
Boko Haram.
The Lake Chad Basin. The Lake Chad Basin, yes.
Boko Haram started their terrorist activity in Nigeria.
We don't know that categorically. How can you say that?
Know that. We know that.
We don't.
We know. Except you don't want to say the truth.
No, we know the headlines from the Nigerian cusp, but we don't know the headlines from other African countries where they operate as well. Like I said, it cascades the Sahel.
Boko Haram, Abubakar Shekau is a Nigerian.
Right.
The leader of Boko Haram.
Yes.
That terminated his life due to another ISWAP that was trying to capture him when they ravaged his own territory, when they overran him. He didn't want himself to be captured alive, and he terminated with his what do you call this? Jacket. What do you call that? Suicide jacket. Abubakar Shekau is a Nigerian. What are you talking about?
Yes, but Boko Haram was already in existence now.
A lot of his people that have surrendered to Nigerian authority are Nigerian. They spread their tentacles across that Sahel and to those places that you mentioned. So Boko Haram is Nigerian made. And yet Nigeria has not been able to defeat them. So it's not Nigerian. It's not Nigerian that brought terrorism to your land. It's not Nigerian that brought banditry to your land, but rather it's due to bad governance, long-time neglection of people, long-time, poverty that we inflicted as a nation on the people. So now you want to go take war to another land, inviting terrorists from that land to come and attack our people. So, but what I'm trying to say is that Tinubu is making a good effort now, consulting with the leaders in all those states that border. I wish and I hope that he will listen to them. Already there have been various videos trending online, on social media, religious leader and top political leader are against the war from that part of the country. The Senate have rejected war effort. If these people, I believe, if they come up to collectively to reject it, Tinubu as a Democrat must listen to them. Must listen to them and let the ECOWAS, is the chief of ECOWAS now, is the leader of ECOWAS. He have everything it takes to talk some senses into their head that, look, we cannot take to, we cannot use force against these people, but diplomacy. I believe they will listen to him because Nigerian sponsor, we are the backbone of ECOWAS. So I believe they will listen to Nigeria. So amassing military troops there in Sokoto is not showing us, it's telling us that I don't know what it's trying to achieve. Maybe it's trying to threaten them to let them see that, look at our military might. We can crush you, within the twinkle of an eye. So maybe that is what is just trying to threaten them and not really want to take that action. But the effort of bringing military there, the cost of it, is at the expense of the state. So I think it's not showing a good sign of him amassing military personnel on that side that border the Republic Niamey, or what do you call it? They are the capital of the city of their country, Niamey. So I don't think it's good. And these tell us that the report brought to us by Hyundai, or what's his name of that guy?
Awori guy.
That Awori. What is his name? Hyundai.
David Hyundai, yes.
David Hyundai. So it shows that guy got his fact right. They deny it when it came out with this report. They deny it, but now it's open to us that what that guy brought to us is absolute truth. So, but it is not good for him to do anything contrary to what the Senate suggested and to what the leader from that part of the country will suggest to him as well. He should not do anything contrary. He's a Democrat. Is elected, to govern the
let me play you this clip.
A France 24 source reveals photographic evidence of the Russian mercenaries of Wagner, hired by the junta. For more, we turn to France 24 senior correspondent Cyril Payen. Cyril, tell us about these images we're seeing.
Well, it looks like they are very much another proof of the presence of these mercenaries from Wagner. So what is extremely distinctive and very new and quite exclusive, as you said, because it will be the first pictures of these paramilitaries. So they will be a part of a larger contingent, which is spreading all around this area. This is very much the first pictures we do have. We have the location, and we can see from people who know about the military outfit, for instance, that there is no sign of anything regarding Russia. We don't have any other white Westerner military in this area, no MINUSMA, no Barkhane. So they are Russians, and there is no flags, nothing whatsoever. For people who are just getting used to this kind of paramilitary forces, it's very clear that we're talking about Wagner there.
So that was coming out of France 24, the equivalent of CNN, BBC, World Service. So what they are saying is they are showing still images of white people in military fatigues, taking military formations and rolling out kits on the floors of on the shores of Niger Republic. So that's the Wagner group right there in preparedness for whatever it is that ECOWAS led by Nigeria would bring. So the prospects of us just dropping bombs on Niamey and singing victorious songs. So these guys, as you can see clearly, they're shoring up with anti-aircraft missiles and whatnot. So it has taken a different turn, Adanle Koko.
Well, 1 minute clips of video, it's going to be very hard for me to believe. That's a propaganda video. You are watching one man.
Because it's coming from France 24.
Yeah, coming from them. It's a propaganda video. France has already lost ground there. And they have to do everything to discredit the military junta and the Russia. So this video of 1 minute, not even up to 1 minute video.
No, that was a clip from a longer interaction. Now. That's just something, yeah.
Look, if you want to convince people that this is what is on the ground. You should be able to show it in details so we can see it clearly that, yes, this is what is on the ground. But just a few seconds video to justify a propaganda being narrated by that guy in the studio, I am not buying that. We know the way these propaganda machines, we know the way they work. This is a propaganda by France. So Nigerian new military junta have, cancelled all military agreement with them, with France. They have instructed them to leave their land, and I think like United States is leaving. This is just propaganda.
You know, France has rejected that request because they say they cannot take instructions from an illegitimate government. But I think the Prime wants to come in.
Okay, hello, Baba Koko. Good evening.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask some questions from you. Do you think Nigeria has business in Niger?
Yes, we do.
Well, I don't know what kind of business that we have with Niger, other than keeping our.
I think he's leading you somewhere. So give him short answers until he lands, and then I respond. Yeah.
I don't think we have business in Niger, other than diplomatic relationship and long-term historical ties and friendship that we have, and we have been very helpful to each other on so many fronts. That is what we have. We don't have business there. We don't. It's a foreign country.
All right. What? Let him give you the follow-on question. Give him the follow-on question.
Okay. Do you think we have trade issues with Russia?
Trade issues with Russia?
Yes.
I don't, not to my knowledge.
All right, take Ajanle Koko to where you want him to be so that he can give you the full response. Yeah.
Baba Ajanle Koko, in Europe, Russia has their balls in their hand, the entire Europe, with gas. Gas was one of the reasons Ukraine is being destroyed. Europe wants to set ourselves free from Russia. They found enormous gas in Nigeria, and where Nigeria is about getting to the 25-year threshold of democratic governance. So they see some level of stability. They want Nigerian gas as an alternative to free them from the shackles of Russia. It is on that ground that Nigeria has issues because they want to lay that pipe through Niger towards Europe. That is why there is war. Russia doesn't want Nigeria to get into the gas market and take their biggest customer, which is Europe. This is what we are seeing.
So what you are saying is that Russia is going to Niger to tackle Nigeria efforts to pass the pipeline to Europe. Is that what you are suggesting?
Yes.
Or are you suggesting that this coup is a Russian sponsor coup?
I'm saying our interest, why Nigeria is going there and Russia is coming. Russia doesn't like anybody. I'm sorry to say, they're my neighbors right here. It's their interest. This is serious economic multi-billion issue. Throughout the war in Ukraine, Europe is forced to buy gas from Russia to the tune of billions. So they want to free themselves from the shackles of Russia, and they've seen a partner in Nigeria. This is what is about to cause this fight.
And I want to tell you, that should not cause fight. Nigeria to use is high-level diplomatic wins to win This,
but they've already deployed that and it has failed.
It has not failed. We have not 7 days. 7 days is not a.
No. They deployed the
Today is the last day.
Yeah, they deployed the Sultan of Sokoto. They sent him back. They deployed Abdul Salami. They sent him back. And ECOWAS has deployed. They've deployed the Chadians. They sent them back.
They have to send back because you cannot strangulate a country. You cannot unplug electricity supply to them, and you still want to talk to them. So
Russia does it to Europe. Russia does it to Europe at will.
Okay.
You negotiate from a position of strength.
So what I'm saying, this is our long time neighbor. This. What do you say?
This is heavy billions of dollars.
We are more closer to these people than Russia.
Forget all of that now. What the prime is saying to you is that they are trying to. Nigeria wants to funnel gas through these people's country, a situation that is already in play. So this coup now happens that then serves these people into the hands of Russians, whose interest is not that Nigeria is able to funnel gas into Europe, which is the bread and butter of Russia. So forget that there are people or not.
That is the more reason why Nigeria have to be more concerned. Yeah, America is very close with Saudi Arabia. They don't practice democracy in Saudi Arabia. America is very close to, what do you call this country? Is it Dubai or UAE and all those?
No. We're talking about enlightened self-interest.
Hold on, forget about the enlightened. Are you telling me that those Saudi Arabia and all the rest are not enlightened than you when they
No. I'm not talking about enlightened. I'm talking about enlightened self-interest. So enlightened self-interest is you go through something that may seem to be for altruistic good, but ultimately is in your self-interest. So that's the enlightenment. The enlightened self-interest of Nigeria is for this coup not to hold and for them to do everything as quickly as possible to get it out of the way, because that gas is central actually to Tinubu's policy stance. So it's in our enlightened self-interest to get these people out of the way in order not to let them fall into the hands of the Russians, because if they fall into the hands of the Russians, then we will never be able to sell our gas. That's our enlightened self-interest.
Why are you guys talking like this? What is falling into the hand of the Russia?
There's a point there, but there's a point.
Can you guys just listen? What is falling into the hand of the Russia? This Nigerian doesn't hate Nigeria as a country. They don't hate Nigerian people. So where is this idea that these people, Russia, they are bringing Nigeria to? It is. We for what they are, we have to establish a very strong, diplomatic relationship with them, and we have to make it possible by all means, through diplomatic means, to have our guideline pass through there. We are closer. We are more tied with each other than even the Russia.
So, may I interject, please?
Okay, interject.
Yeah. Good evening, folks. I salute you all.
Good evening.
One thing we don't understand here is, if we go into war, we are going to war with our brothers. It will be a how do they call it now? Fratricidal war, something like that. I said yesterday, 7 states in the north share border with Niger, and those borders are artificial. They interact. You understand? It's like Nigeria evading Benin Republic through Lagos or Kwara. or through Ogun State. In Benin Republic, the Yorubas are 12%. Baribas, which are part of Kwara, I think about 9%, and they have Fulanis. So about 30% of them are our brothers. You understand? I know how emotional it will be for the Yorubas to attack the Yorubas in Benin Republic. So that this war we are talking about, we should have to be very careful. We are not going to fight anybody's war.
Nobody is fighting war. Why are you saying war?
Can you listen to me? We have America there, 1,100 troops. We even have Italy has troops there, about 400 soldiers on the ground there. France, until they pack their loads and put there with their tails behind their legs, you understand? I don't know the numbers they have there. So did this coup happen on their blind side? These are the questions we should be asking ourselves. Did this coup happen on their blind side? Why are they egging us on in the name of democracy or extending the frontiers of democracy to attack Niger? You understand? The soldiers have taken over. If presidents have to follow, there is Mali, there is Burkina Faso. When they did it, nothing happened. Same in Guinea Conakry. So why is Niger different?
Okay.
Let me finish. Soldiers are interject. Please, just one more 30 seconds. I'll round up. Soldiers are wired differently. You understand? It's life or death when you go into coup. Don't expect them to surrender. Don't expect them to surrender. Tinubu made a mistake. In this kind of thing, you have to engage in shuttle diplomacy first. And even doing shuttle diplomacy, you don't play your big cards up front. You save them for the last. The Sultan and which is their religious leader, they all accept it in West Africa, the Hausas and all the rest. And Abdul Salam, which is like their father, they should have been drawn back and used as a last resort to go into Niger to negotiate. But he put them forward first. And at that time, at the heat of the moment, I think they snubbed the two people, which is very unusual. We have to be very careful. Our economy is fragile. Very, very fragile. Thank you.
Hello, please. Can I drop in something? When we look at state interest, we look at the interest of United States in the Europe gas market too. If you can remember, Trump was trying to force Europe to buy gas from and the Europeans were not willing to go along that line in totality because they've been with a big, strong country and it's turning them off at will. So they prefer a weaker country that would not be a threat to them economically. That is why America is also not really coming out on this issue. It doesn't serve their international, their own economy too. I just want to drop that.
But right now, America is America is selling gas to Europe, $4 per barrel or what? Higher than what Russia is selling to them by $1 dollar. So I don't understand the interest you're talking about. Yes, for a long time, America be pushing for Europe to buy gas from them. But now there's instability in Ukraine. Russia cannot supply Europe gas anymore. They are under sanction. It's left for America to say to them. Now, quickly to Niger. Why can't Niger decide their fate if they want the pipeline or not? Is Niger 38th state of Nigeria that we must decide for them the pipeline pass through their place? We should be careful how we say this.
No, hold on, Warpace. Hold on, Warpace.
We will do that.
Hold on. The agreement is already in place for the pipeline to go through their space.
Yes. There's an agreement in place, and now there's a coup. Hold on, please. And now there's a coup on ground. So we have to trade carefully. You have to trade carefully.
Yeah, but if the agreement, you're saying they have to decide. They've already decided to let the pipe through.
No,
what do you mean
it's like this.
What do you mean no?
So let me use Bakassi for you. Bata didn't give Bakassi to Cameroon. He decided then. He didn't give it to Cameroon. Democracy came in, Ambassador for certain reason. He gave it to Cameroon. Why didn't he say they decided before, and that was on ground before with AU and ECOMON and everybody
Right.
No. One man, don't cut me up. Anytime I make sense to you, want to cut me up.
No, I'm not.
I said yes. You know that Abacha gave Cameroon. Abacha didn't see Cameroon. Bakassi to Cameroon, but and it was on ground that Cameroon was Nigerian territory. But Obasanjo came in and gave it to Cameroon. So don't say because one government decided. Government continue. Other government came and said no. There's clause in this thing. Want to review it? You cannot force it. Say no because that one decided. So you must stand like that. It's a sovereign nation for crying out loud. And we must
It
treat
was
carefully.
the one that signed out Bakassi.
Can I ask you guys a question? Of whose interest is Russia bringing in mercenaries to Africa to fight across the war? Of whose interest? Of whose interest is Russia?
Mali invited them. Invited the Wagner group.
Okay, please let me respond. Let me respond a little bit. Let me respond. Sorry.
Hold on, Wappi. But one voice anyway. One voice, yeah.
Yeah,
Mali invited them.
Strength. We get that.
Okay,
sorry.
for whose interest?
So hold on, everybody. I want one voice at a time. Just one voice.
Okay, let me just put this thing into that. Mali invited them. Even Akufo-Addo of Ghana complained to Blinken. I think last year's United Nations General Assembly, an head of state complaining to a Secretary of State that the Wagner group are in Mali and they are being paid by the military junta with gold.
And listen, guys, this is not the first time mercenaries will be fighting for any countries. It's just that we've never heard about them. Right now, Ukraine also have mercenaries in their midst fighting that same war. Okay? The reason why Wagner is popular is because they are fighting for Putin. The submission made by Walmart. You guys should think about it. Every country is fighting for their own interests. Now, they are able to. Russia is able successfully to impose on Nigeria a dictator, so that can scuttle whatever plan the administration of Bosom had with other countries. So Nigeria had no choice than to invade their country. We are not fighting war. We are dealing with the despot, those who impose themselves on the country. That's what we are dealing with. We are not fighting with Nigerians. And that's why I said those people needed to be paraded in the square and fire them up.
Let me respond, please.
Diplomatic talk. Fire them up.
Let me respond, please. Let me respond, please. Abacha took over a democratically elected government, or even elected democratically elected government under the guise of interim government. America sanctioned the war sanction Nigeria. Nobody. There was ECOMOG then. There was ECOMOG and ECOWAS. Nobody stepped into Nigeria territory to remove Abacha. So what are we not talking about here now?
But this is American support and Abacha.
When you were talking, I gave you time when you were talking.
Sorry, gentlemen.
I'm not trying to issue with you. I'm just making my submission. Go
ahead. Everybody hold.
I don't really get it.
No, hold on. We can only have one voice at a time, because if you're listening, then
I won't make any submission. I'm not even interjecting. This is my first time this evening, and I'm not going to talk for more than 2 minutes.
No, you can interject, but let's just anybody and everybody can interject, but ask the speaker to interject. But let's just have one voice. That's just the main thing. But carry on, Dewale.
What I'm saying is this: every nation that have shown interest in this, what is happening in Niger, has something to lose or has something to gain. Nigerians or ECOWAS are not just interested because they know when the fire is catching your neighbor's house, you have to have a bucket of water as well to extinguish that water. The pattern has formed in the Sahel, and it's just a matter of time before it gets down to the deep west. What the world Putin is trying to fight is trying to take over. And those military juntas that you see, they didn't just impose themselves. They are there for someone's mandate. And that's why they're having so much confidence. And Nigerians and the rest of the ECOWAS cannot wait. You just make mention of something which, to be honest, I'm not sure of if that was true, the agreement between Niger and Nigeria to have a gas pipeline across from the country to...
I think that agreement has actually been in place since the 70s. to run that pipeline all the way through to the North African, I think it's Morocco or something. So the plan is not a new plan. It's an agreement that's been in situation for decades.
Okay, and yet you have a nation that is ready to exploit this continent. How? Because they know that if Nigeria is able to pass that pipeline, guess who is going to lose? Russia is going to lose. Right now they have sanctions. Even that sanctions even looks like water on the oil, because it's not really, because they are prospering, they are doing well. So for how long can we continue to impose sanctions? If we impose sanctions, other nations can also decide that, you know what, we are going to have a bilateral trade agreement with you. So that's why I said force with force. I support it. I want it because I want those junta. We are not waging war against Nigeria. It's the junta. It's the junta. It is the military personnel that's being used.
Can I come in now? Because I thought you said the same thing all over and all over and over again. It came and stepped on my tongue, and you gave me time to speak. Please let me finish my thought. Hello, can anybody hear me? Because I want to accept my own opinion. What Adewale is saying, well, if it's like that, I wish it's 1 + 1, then if it doesn't make sense. You keep saying, and you want to keep saying there's a barter agreement on ground since the 70s. There was barter agreement on ground between China and America. America. Trump came in, TTP program, he cancelled it. Why didn't they go to war and shoot gone? Any government, the present government, has the right to review any contract on ground. It's simple mathematics. I don't know why we try to start making options for where there's no option. If the military junta is on ground, hold on, my brother, please. If the military junta on ground, you can't fight 3 wars at the same time. There's a military junta on ground. Let's first of all see how to deal with military junta. Everybody have an interest. Russia have an interest. France has an interest. America have an interest. Are you going to say France's interest better than Russia's interest? Nigeria is like this. It's not by default. It's by design. On British and France interest, we fought them off, and we are shouting. How is the gas going to benefit us? How's our oil benefited us now? If Niger has a problem, let's sit down critically and settle the problem. There has been Boko Haram sponsored by France. Many times they are pointing to France NGOs sponsoring Boko Haram. What have we done about it? Now we are starting to just find ourselves and start screaming. This fire brigade approach Tinubu is using. I said it before, beginning of this year, like, you can win a battle from the back of the horse, but you cannot rule the country from the back of the horse. You went to Abeokuta, you shot a Miloko and work for you. You shot the only Sokoto election and work for you. And now design is work for you. Now you just saw you in rush as a youth, as a ECOWAS chairman. You run there. You are privy to information we don't know. And you shot there's no coups not going to take place in Africa again. You shot there and make big speech. Now it happened. You said 7 days. You never take into concern and take how you're going to take over that place. You never think about the Rico effect of the war. If you put boots on ground, then what next? Who's going to stay there? The rest people are going to pull out. Then Nigeria will alone be funding it. What happened in Iraq? America went with the war, they call it the coalition of the willy. When they got there, what happened? America was left there. The rest people pulled out. We should think about these things. I don't know why people trying to make Tinubu to establish authority, show of force. There's no weak government. There's no weak country. Only weak government. You should know this. If the government changes and the people are willing, they will go any length with you. You people should be careful. I don't know why you try to make Tinubu an alpha omega. It's a government, and sit down and talk about it. That's my action. Let me hear the floor.
All right, thank you.
I don't let the have the floor.
Yeah, back to back to Ajanle Koko. Back to Ajanle Koko.
Okay, so Republic of Benin, Nigeria have all that it takes to achieve peaceful resolution in this political problem in that country. And Nigerian foreign policy is very clear on this. Our foreign policy is not at any time take up war against any nation, but rather to keep peace and maintain good relationship with all countries around the world. Niger does not constitute threat or security threat to Nigeria by the change of government in that country. The military of Niger have not issued any statement that appears as a threat to Nigerian state. They have not amassed, they have not built up a troop along our borderline to say they want to fight Nigerian state. So they have not at any means constitute threat to Nigerian state. But rather, Nigerian state alongside the ECOWAS are threatening that country now. We have to get it right. The Wagner group, are you people insinuating, oh, they are going to stop Nigerian gas pipeline through Niger and to the Europe? I don't think so. You people are just saying all this as a way of beating beating that how do I describe it? Beating the
drum beat of war.
Drum beat of war. And there's no justification for this kind of insinuation at all. And we have not even seen the Wagner on the ground there. They have not brought their machinery. You just watch propaganda news on French TV and you want to start to carry this thing. Maybe they are showing Wagner military on the ground in Mali or Burkina Faso, and they are showing it to you, and you are Nigeria state. I've never issued any statement in that regard. I want to hear Nigerian state that this is what the Wagner group are building up along their country, and they don't want it. And Nigeria maintain a very good relationship with Russia. Nigerian state can consult they can invite the Russian ambassador to Abuja to consult with him, and then send a signal to Russia that look, we are not going to authorize this. We are not going to accept this. There's a way of doing things diplomatically. So look, Nigeria, whether we like it or not, we really want to if we really want to achieve this gas pipeline through Niger and along the Sahara region to Europe, we have to maintain a very good relationship with Niger. You are not going to have a good relationship with that country if you take up war to that country. What you are going to have at the end of the day is resistance against Nigerian state. And that resistance can come in so many fronts. Resistance, unending resistance. Nigeria is not gonna have a good relationship with them anymore, because you will see resistance and you will see attack inside Nigeria in those states that border those countries. Remember, your country is not, the border is not secure. It's a porous border. Any country that want to take war to another country must have a very strong military to do that. And strong military to do that, to achieve result and to maintain peace in that country. What is our plan on how to maintain peace in that country?
Ajan Lekoko, it goes back to what Two Niger was always talking about, that we should have a 1 million man army. So if we had a 1 million man army now, it will be.
But you don't have it. Your border border with that country is very, very porous. We have to be very sensible. Our leader, Tinubu, today must listen to the governors from those states that border those countries, political leaders. The Senate has spoken loud and clear. The position of Nigerian people, we don't want war. That is it. And those leaders, whatever they advise him to do, is what he should do. And I believe Tinubu will not go the line of war. He will listen to political leaders because he's a Democrat. But those of you guys are beating the drum of war, you'll be disappointed at the end of the day.
Ajanle Koko, even Femi Falana is even coming out to say even the ECOWAS sanctioning is still an illegality. So he says ECOWAS can't justify intervention in Niger without UN approval. He says he said, in addition to the above constitutional mandate, ECOWAS is required to seek and obtain the authorization of the United Nations Security Council to launch an attack on a sovereign nation pursuant to Article 53.1 of the United Nations Charter. So even the mandate of the ECOWAS, Falana is arguing, is not sufficient enough to blow up our Niger Republic.
So he's saying that it must be subjected to approval by the United Nations, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
So Tinubu must follow the legality.
Did the United Nations approve George Bush to invade Iraq?
So they approve it.
When?
They did.
And they are going to approve this one too.
And they take it there. Take it there first.
Yeah, we are taking it there.
Let it do it first. But I'm telling you, something means telling me that Tinubu is not going to war. He will listen to the voice of the people. Already, opinion poll in Nigeria shows that absolute majority of Nigeria are against the war.
Correct.
People are kicking against it bigly across the country, in the west, in the east, in the north, everywhere. Why must we do something that is...
If Tinubu goes into this war, he will lose 2027 election. Write it down. If Tinubu goes into this war, he will lose 2027 election. Go and write it down.
That is it.
What is it that we wish for him before God? Is it not the hatred about it? The AKK...
Sorry, I don't like carry on.
So he has to show that listening to the voices of wisdom that are telling him do better, pursue diplomatic means, and diplomatic means will achieve better results. Peace. We want to maintain our good relationship with Niger. We don't want this. Look at what do you call this guy? What's the name of this guy? This Bartholomew. He was telling us that he went on vacation to Nigeria recently, and where he went to change his dollar, the people that were trying to change that color are Nigerian because they were speaking Nigerian language. We are interwoven. We are people that we have gone deep into each other, and we must not destroy that historical relationship with us. Tinubu must not listen to this heavy doer that want to push brothers against each other. The France made a statement that it will support ECOWAS in whatever level, in whatever form they want to take to flush out this military junta. That is what France said. So France is an enemy of Africa. They held these people down for so long not to develop, and now they are talking as if they are friends to Nigeria. They are not friends to us. We are friends with Nigeria, and we want to maintain that friendship with Nigeria. And Tinubu have to come out very clear that he is pursuing diplomatic means. He should open that channel with those military junta and see what kind of assistance we can give them to transition into civilian administration, to return that country to civilian rule. Maybe it's going to take 24 months or whatever, how many months it's going to take. They should engage with them. They should reach agreement, open the border, and let poor people breathe in that country. We cannot strangulate poor people in that country. Those are the people that are suffering. Already suffering people must not suffer to death. This sanction against Niger is not against the junta. The junta will survive. They will eat whatever they want to eat. They will drink whatever they want to drink. But the ordinary Nigerian are the people that will go through the pains and hardship. I don't want to see my fellow African suffering in that manner by useless sanction by ECOWAS, including Nigeria. So that's my take on that, one man.
All right, thank you, Ajani Koko. So thank you, Ajani Koko. So let's bring Prince Daddy into the conversation. Let's see if Prince is Prince, are you there? Prince Daddy. All right, we don't appear to have Prince at the moment. And let me just say one thing. Unless you are interjecting or you are in play, keep yourself muted, because we hear a lot of background noise from people who are just unmuted. So let's take the conversation to Dewale then. I don't think Prince is quite at his system just yet. So Dewale, you're up next. Dewale, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You sound as though you are driving.
Oh, yeah, but I can hear you loud and clear. But if it's making too much noise, then you can call on that. But if it's not making too much noise, then
how far away from you, from where we can hear you clearly?
It's a little bit far.
We don't want to hear a one man kick him away.
No. People come here to hear from
Dewale. That is marginalization. I believe what I believe. You see, one man, I know people don't want to hear what I needed to say, but hear me out. Before you know it, even those who are saying, including the National Assembly, that are saying that we don't want war. This is not a war. This is not a war. We have targets. ECOWAS have a target, and the target are the coup plotters. Listen, this western part of the Africa is suffering. For those who think these military coup plotters have something to offer the Nigerians, they are kidding themselves. They are actually kidding themselves. They are there for one thing only, for their own greediness, because they are being imposed by the foreign government. And that's why they are able to sustain and survive up to this moment. Yes, we may say that Nigeria really doesn't have much, nothing to gain from intervening in what's happening in Nigeria. But the sheer proximity of that country to Nigeria, we have a lot to lose. Currently, we are fighting the Boko Haram and the likes. They are fighting that war together. Now, we have countries that have shown interest by saying they are going to support the military junta. When the military juntas came out, what did they say? They talked about the condition of Nigerians and all that. But people knew it was senseless because there's no other route other than a democratic means. What they did was to subvert the democratic system and impose themselves on the Nigerians. Now, what ECOWAS is saying is this. If you think it's not going to come to the Deep West, you are kidding yourself. You are lying to yourself. Because it won't take much longer time before the same interest countries or people that is currently backing military juntas now to extend that invitation to our military personnel in the Deep West. Believe me, consider human nature, they will take it. I will say it again. They will take that offer as long as they know that they're going to be backed up. Also consider the fact that all the successful coups that have been taking place in the West have been succeeded. They will take it. And guess where it's going to take the western part of Africa to? Primitive years. We may claim every law in the book by saying people doesn't have rights. You nip it in the bud. It is possible that the current, the overthrown administration was corrupt. Yes. Our own government corrupt. Yes. But democracy guarantees that people's rights, no matter how long you take, is still guaranteed. But when you have military juntas, no matter what they promise heaven and earth. Look at Mali. Look at Burkina Faso. Since they've taken over the administration of that country, has their life changed? Let's put it side by side. But you see, this fear, the fear of unknown, the fear of, oh well, I've seen people demonstrating on patriotic front on this show. And we're not on this show alone, but in other means. The fear of it's none of our business. Yes, it will come. Even if your own preferred candidate is in charge of the affair of the country, people are agitate and militaries will do whatever they're going to do. And when it comes to your doorstep, don't call other people. What the ECOWAS have said is, we are not going to sit and watch it and see these people subjecting this country that is trying to get themselves out of this. Yes, the French might be holding Nigerians by the jugular, but that's not the way to deal with the issue. You don't say because you are having a headache, you cut off the head. This country is one among the poorest in the entire world. This military junta, you think they are going to consider the voices of the people? No, they are thinking about their own pocket. Diplomatic means have failed because they knew that if they give any minute of their time to listen to diplomatic pleading, they would not be able to succeed. And by the foreign power that is backing them, they knew that the best option is to be adamant in their conviction and say, no, I shut that door. But what they fail to realize is that even if they succeed, by the fact that they are being sponsored, the tide may change tomorrow. These same people that they are shutting their doors against, even if the ECOWAS choose not to apply for, these same people that they are shutting their doors against, these the same people they will be trying to help them.
Diwali, may I ask you a question, please?
And I hope, before we get to the question part, and I hope whichever administration is going to be in charge when they come knocking, to look at what they've done now and use that against them, eye for eye. So personally, I hope that ECOWAS will be able to use force against these Jews and flush them out. Is it possible to do that while they transition to continue with the democratic system and not impose the head of president on them again? Yes, as a form of leverage or form of negotiation, yes. But the military junta has no place. They hold no mandate for the people of Nigeria. Yes, of course, people will be putting in sentiment about the affiliation, the relationship, the family relationship that exists between the two countries. Nobody is going to fight any war. You and I are not going to be called upon to fight the war. If they call me, I will respond anyway. But the military are there to defend our territory, to also ensuring that our neighboring countries are also protected. And that is the mission that is taking them to Niger. So if they can flush out, just like they did in Gambia, but fleshing that power, and the de facto head of state then decided to throw the line of peace. Yes, I want us to show that flesh that power, so that the Nigerians, right now they have no idea what is going on. They just believe that the government that they hated the most has been overthrown, so they are rejoicing.
All right, Dewale, you sound in bad shape anyway. You sound like you're carrying a heavy cough or something.
One man, please let me ask him a question.
Yeah, hold on.
Go ahead. I'm good. One man.
Hold on. Take a question from Baba and then round it off. And then I want to play a clip and then I'll bring Ogbeni in. So take a question from Baba, give a short answer to it, bring it home, and then I'll play a clip and then bring Ogbeni in. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Mr. Dewale, I don't know what you call an invasion. Invasion is war. I don't know how else to describe it. But the question is, there are 7 states that shares border with Niger. They are all Hausas, Fulani, Kanuri, and all the rest. And they have said emphatically that we don't want war. Let's dialogue with them. Why should our president go into a war where you don't have the backing of the people? Thank you.
Like I said earlier, thank you, Baba. What I said is the Nigerian army or Nigerians are not confronting the people of Nigeria by shooting them or maiming them or taking them out. Our target are the two plotters. So anywhere they hide, we're not taking collaterals. We're not. Our targets are mainly the coup plotters. No matter how the numbers of them.
Hold on, Dewale. When you are dropping that bomb, will you give the bomb instructions not to hit civilians?
Bomb the state house. Who cares about the civilians? We are not bombing their market. We are not bombing their schools. We are bombing their government infrastructure. We are bombing government houses. We are bombing where they could have their family houses as those coup plotters. That's what we're talking about.
Civilians don't work in government house.
Listen.
Even in Dunda barracks, civilians work in Dunda barracks.
See,
do you know that the former president is still in captivity in government house? So everything is on.
Listen. I use that not to take literally of the
Dewale, bring it home because the audio is very poor, but I'll bring it home, yeah.
Okay. What I mean by bombing those infrastructures is not because the post-president is there. By telling them the American Nigerian government should be able to know, the places of this group plotter where they come from. What you do is to go after them. Yes. Is it possible that some civilians will be casualties? There's a possibility for that. But we are not going to be going to a public places. I tell you what Trump did. When Obama said he was drawing a red line, if they cross red line, that he would act. He did it. But Trump went to Syria and take out some of their government infrastructure. Send a signal, a warning. That's why that Syria was also backed by America, but at the same time, he knew that you can't be doing this against your people. So he sent him a strong warning. Bomb the crap out of. So if we can have a backing of America, I know with Nigeria is not going to go in alone. What are we scared of? Take those main targets, not Nigerians. Take those military coup plotters. Simple as ABC. And we can do it.
All right, brilliant. Let me play this clip and then I didn't even. Yes, I've got it. Let me play this clip. So this clip gives us a feel of what the Nigerians and Nigerians think of the goings on. So let me play this clip and then we'll bring in Ogbeni.
This is Comrade Mohammed Ali Ranger. I want to say this very means to congratulate members of the Senate for denouncing the instruction needed by His Excellency Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, seeking for Nigerian Armed Forces to invade Niger Republic. Nigeria and Niger, we are together. You, Mr. President, Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, able to say you share borders with Niger, the Yorubas, no western part of Nigeria, Lagos, Ondo, Ekiti, Oyo, Oshun. If they share the borders with the Niger Republic, can you suggest for Nigeria to go into war with the Republic of Niger? So don't play with our intelligence. We have voted for you tremendously, and we supported APC 100%. But now you wanted to reward us with what? What concerns Nigeria with coup d'etat? How many coup d'etat took place in West Africa? It took place at Guinea-Conakry. It took place at Republic of Mali with capital at Bamako. It took place at Burkina Faso with capital at Ouagadougou. Why? Then the ECOWAS has not intended to embed Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. Now you wanted to incite war between Nigeria and the Niger Republic. As we at the extreme end of Nigeria, Jigawa, Kano, Katsina, and so on and so forth, Borno and so on and so forth, we have shared the border. Our parents, our forefathers were having intermarriage between Niger and Nigeria. I want to repeat it again, that even to say the Yorubas share a border with the Niger Republic, can you suggest war to be conducted between Nigeria and Niger? Nothing more than this.
So there it is, Ogbeni. So that was you know that was a border at the border sort of person giving us, because a lot of the conversation is really the interweaving of relationships between our northern brothers up north and the people in Niger Republic. So you heard it directly right there. So that echoes then the sentiment of the northern parliamentarians as well. And he also made ethnic undertones. That chap that just spoke, essentially what he was saying was that if you declare that war, is essentially a war against the North. Do you see where they're coming from, Ogbeni?
Yeah, one man. Good morning from Scotland. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning from Scotland. Is it wet and miserable? It's always wet and miserable in Scotland. Yeah.
I've been a bit busy. Sorry for not joining for like 2-3 days now. Yeah. Yes, one man. You see, it's a difficult, very difficult one to govern a space like Nigeria, where you have all sorts of people with different interests. Governing Nigeria, possibly, perhaps it may even be more difficult than governing some spaces like the United States. The reason is, I think people in Nigeria are largely ignorant of some underlying positions. Look at this man I just talking now. First, Tinubu is not declaring war against Nigerians or Niger Republic. Nigeria is not invading Niger. These are misconceptions that a lot of people, even educated people, even some people even on this our platform, misplaced. It's information they misplaced. What is Tinubu doing? Is the Nigerian trying to invade Niger? Is Nigeria trying to declare war against Niger? No. Niger is not Nigerian problem. Niger is a country. Nigerians are the people in Niger. The war, or whichever is the military operation Nigeria or ECOWAS is proposing, being led by Nigeria, is proposing a military operation against the military junta. These guys are not even up to 50. These guys are not up to 50. When you see them, lining up to take pictures, are they even up to 20? These are the military juntas ECOWAS is fighting. But you know, there is this way we just like first listening to ourselves first, then we all like doing this. Somebody will peddle one information and we all follow it and we all go rounds and everybody now take it as the truth. That's not what ECOWAS is saying. Niger has been there for ages. Who is fighting Niger? Nobody. Nigeria has always been a benefactor to Niger. This is one of the points people should understand. During Buhari time, we give them a lot of grants, a lot of things we give Niger. Niger is one of the poorest countries in the world. So who wants to fight Niger? Nobody wants to fight Niger. As at 2021, Niger had only 5,000 soldiers. Is that the country in Nigeria that has almost 200,000, if not more, soldiers wants to fight? A brigadier general told me yesterday, a retired brigadier general told me yesterday that in Nigeria we recruit 3,000 or so soldiers on every 3 or 4 months. And as at now, I think we have about 200,000, almost 200,000. You now want to fight 5,000 soldiers. How many aircrafts do they even really have in Niger that you want to fight?
I don't think they have any. I don't think.
I'm not even sure they have any because I checked that thing that shows strength of military strength of countries in the world, and they lease their aircraft, they leave their. So Nigeria is not going to fight. The military junta guys understand. Let me tell you one of the strategies I see them that they just did recently. They ease off the curfew that they declared in the country. Do you know what that means? That simply means using civilians as a shield.
Yeah, human shields. Yeah,
there is no
human
curfew.
shields.
You unleash civilians in the streets. So whatever military operation you want to carry out in that space, there is no way there will be casualties. And the moment there is casualty, you invite international media to the space. And you start overblowing it. It has happened in Sierra Leone before. It has happened in Liberia. We understand this thing, except probably for people that are not that informed, or like I always put them, the emergency political analysts. People have not been in that space over time. They just find themselves there and they're analyzing. So what's my point? My point is Nigeria is not fighting in Niger. We should understand that. That man is actually a tribal bigot, you should know. Talking that if it's Yoruba border, then would Tinubu fight?
Yeah, but does it reflect the sentiment of that space, though? Does it reflect the sentiment of that space, whether it's a religious bigot or not, or a tribal bigot?
Tribal, tribal,
yeah, not religious, yes, because Tinubu is a Muslim too. But does it reflect the popular sentiment of that space?
It may be. I'm telling you, it may. In fact, there is a very strong indication that may be the sentiment in that space, or that may be the information they peddle in that space presently.
Sorry, Benny, it's not the indication. That is what is happening. They are not in support.
They are not there now. Why do you say that's what's happening? The best we can do.
It's all over the news channel, Arise, AIT. People are coming to give interviews.
See, those are mainstream media. It's just like when you come to Nigeria, you pick channels, AIT, and you pick some elites, and you think they are speaking for Nigerians. As an academic and as a researcher, I won't pick. You pick and choose some few people to come and talk on mainstream media, and I'll take that as to represent what the majority is saying. No, I won't do that.
Ogbeni, you've been saying Nigeria is not taking up war against Niger, but Nigeria is partaking to take up war in conjunction with ECOWAS. So how do you want to define that Nigeria is not taking up war when Nigeria is already building up their troops in Sokoto along the borderline, and yet you are saying Nigeria is not taking up war against them?
So, Babadaliko, you should understand first the fact that in Africa they've carried out this kind of operation before without war. We remember Gbagbo. We all remember Gbagbo. We all remember Central African Republic. Was there any war in Nigeria?
Who carried out the war about Gbagbo?
Gbagbo was the French now.
Okay,
let me have this discussion that you guys are.
Was the French? They removed Gbagbo.
So why can't the French go in there by themselves and do this?
Go into where?
Niger.
Do you really know African map very well? Let's start with that.
It's not about no African map. French put on ground. You watch it. They took over the government. They took over Gbagbo.
I'm going to. You just dismiss the question I ask you.
Okay, sorry. Before your question, let me ask you this question. You're a very intelligent man. Hold on. Mike, please hold on. Mike, hold on. Mike, hold on. Please hold
There
on.
we go
Ogbeni
again.
came here, insulting everybody. As a son, I respect him. I want to ask you this question, Ogbeni. I said you came here insulting everybody. I said you came in
No,
here
I didn't
insulting
insult
everybody. I
anybody.
respect it.
Don't feel
Hold on. Let me
offended.
ask you this question. No,
But
hold on. Let me ask you this
no,
question.
let's correct this first, please. There are people watching.
How did he insult
I
anybody?
didn't insult
He
anybody.
said he used a phrase that these people that is new to use a phrase that means that people that just becoming suddenly analyzing politics.
I'm not
It
talking
means
to the panelists here.
It's not talking to the. It's talking to the
How do
conversation
people
that's going on
conceive
in Nigeria.
things? I don't understand.
okay. Then let me ask. It last to this question, and what you said made me to ask you this question. Afghanistan war and Iraq war, was it America that declared the war on them, or was it UN that declared the war on them?
UN approved that war now. UN, but later Kofi Annan.
Okay, hold on.
Wait. Now you ask question. Let me land.
God.
Won't you get closer to your question before you move to the next question? That's the you always have. Let's converse.
Okay.
That's the question. UN approved that. In one of their resolution, I can't remember the resolution now. They approved that, and but later Kofi Annan called it illegal. So if you go online, you will be seeing Kofi Annan calling illegal, but in the proper sense, UN approved it. So that's the answer to that.
Okay, thank you. And it was tagged. One of them, I forgot one. One of them was called tag coalition of the willing, and the other one was called coalition of the world agreed to go to war, but yet everybody points out at America that America invaded Iraq. Hold on now. Let me land.
So
what I'm trying to say is this. Hold on. What I'm heading to. When the whole, let me land that so you know what I'm heading to. Stop interjecting me. When the world tanked and when the America blows the economy up, everybody points out at America and Bush that Bush went to war in America. See, today, say America invaded Iraq and Afghanistan, but nobody knew that the UN approved that war. Do anybody talk about UN today? No, but we all accuse America.
Knew? I just told you now that
everybody knew, but is anybody accusing UN for that on their part today? No, but everybody accuses America. Same thing with ECOWAS. If ECOWAS go there, nobody will accuse ECOWAS by tomorrow. We'll be accusing Nigeria. It's a simple fact.
If you go online, why will you say people don't accuse United Nations?
Let me answer this conversation real quick, man. You guys are
so when you hold, just hold what we said in abeyance. Let Mike come in and then go back to your monologue. Yeah, Mike. He lost connection. Back to your Benny.
Okay, so what we are saying there, right? Okay. What PC, maintain your peace. When I make some description, I'm not talking to panelists. If I want to talk to panelists, I have the boldness to mention name. I'm not the type that will just I'll tell you, Baba Jaleko, you are wrong. I'll tell you with due respect. I'll mention people's name. So don't think I just brush everybody over. No. And I've been using that my how do you put it now? Nomenclature, what do you call it? Over time. That so many Nigerians that do analyze political issue now, they are just emergency analysts. If you ask them history of just 3 years ago or 5 years, some don't even know it. So, but they want to analyze today, but they don't know past. Is it not past? You first observe before you know what is today. So now, when you talk about ties that we have I talk about Niger. I said we don't declare war against Niger. ECOWAS doesn't declare war against Niger. ECOWAS problem is the military junta. We should understand this. This is the foundation. We've been relating with Niger over time. Did we declare any war? Did we declare any issue? But the military junta over a democratically elected government.
Let him land the thought. Let him land the thought. Carry on, Ogbeni.
So it's just 1 minute. It's just 1 minute. But Ogbeni, you cannot separate the leader that are managing the state now from the state. They are the one in charge of the state. And you want to kick them out. And you are giving excuses that, you are not waging war. They're going to have their people to fight against the invaders. They're going to have their army. They're going to have their people. And we have seen people on the street demonstrating against ECOWAS' barbaric decision now. And yet you are saying that, we are not waging war against Niger, but the government of Niger They are the one in charge of Niger now. So there's no way you can separate them, the leadership and the country.
So, Baba Daniko, you made this point severally. There's no need to re-emphasize it again. And my pushback is this: we may not agree on it, and that's the essence of this platform. You express your opinion, I express mine. We learn lesson from it. Everybody go home. Whatever we say here may not even affect government policy, and it may also affect it. They may be listening to us. So you push it before, yes, but this is my pushback on it, and you don't need to accept it. My pushback on it is this: if you are declaring war, I don't have a ready example now that I can talk about when you are declaring war. For instance, when Bakassi Peninsula issue came, it wasn't about who is governing. It's about country to country. That is what they call war. Assuming Nigeria declare war on Cameroon in terms of Bakassi Peninsula, that's what they call war. That will escalate to a full-fledged war because we are fighting on EU of border. Congo and what's this country called? Mali, Mauritania war. Those are real war because they were fighting on a border. Somalia and Eritrea, those are war. They were fighting on the border. Rwanda and Malawi, those are war. They were fighting. Not that some ragtag soldiers just took over and you are saying these few guys, you must leave this place because it's a democratic place. I was talking about Congo. It's Congo and Zambia. And we have a lot of examples I can give you. Bakassi Peninsula didn't escalate to that extent. But if you have escalated to that extent, it's not about you are removing someone. It's about you are fighting. Ukraine and Russia that are fighting present. It's not about Zelensky and Putin. Putin is not saying, Zelensky, you are illegitimate. Leave the space. Putin is fighting the state. Putin is fighting but what ECOWAS is saying is this: there's a space we're going to the government we're going to recognize in that space because we have come to an age where we've all agreed in Africa and particularly in West Africa there must be a democratic government. So if any minority, what's the population of Niger? Niger is about 25,000 or almost 30,000, between 25 and 30 million.
Million. I think the last estimate was 25 million, the population.
Between 25 and 30 million population. And you have 20, and you have, of population. And you have 20 people hijacking the government. And they are saying, this is a democratic space. These 20 guys that are here, you need to leave. You are not declaring war against that state. And then secondly, you talk about people in the street, supporting the government. Is expected. If you understand the history, the last election, the history surrounding the last election in that space, it was keenly contested. It's just like Tinubu. In fact, maybe Tinubu and Obiho was even better. It was bloody and keenly contested. That thing escalated into a runoff. If you go back and check the history very well, it escalated into a runoff. They didn't believe that man would win, and he won. They even believed they rigged for him, Buhari did manipulation, but the man won and got to the office. Those opposition are still they are still embittered today. So finding someone to kick the guy out of office, it's expected. Except one is not that really informed. You will know some people must come to the street and support. When every military junta that happened in Nigeria, that's why the fact that they all killed the system, they all destroyed Nigeria, although some of us still believe that they did well and they still support them to today. People still jump to the street and they're happy. So in every space you find people like that. But does it mean the 30 million Nigerians are happy? You can't say that. The answer is a big no. You can't say 30 million Nigerians are happy. The ones that are shown on the TV, are they even up to 1 million out of 30 million? So how do you now extrapolate it and now say, the whole this thing is the whole Nigerians are happy about it. They should just leave them. They just allow them to be. So that's my point. Now,
then why are the democratic forces in Niger not rising up against the junta?
You say?
Like we do. Well, like we did previously when we had the same experience with Abacha.
So, so who told you that we started fighting Abacha from 98? when he took over, for 94 when he took over. We didn't start fighting Abacha. Don't forget that at a point in time, we even did what they call 1 million march for Abacha. We were praying for Abacha to become a president. I hope you know. Go on, let that.
No, that was late. That was later years when he decided to wear Agbada.
When
he decided
Abacha
to wear Agbada.
Yes, but when Abacha started involving in all those schools, they kicked Buhari out. They were hailing him. It was when Abacha took over the government and is refusing to hand over. Even when Abacha took over from Shonekon, the pro-Abiola group thought that Abacha would hand over power to them. They were happy. People like this Tinubu were happy for Abacha. And
don't go there, please. Don't go there.
I'm coming. History also added that the Tinubu and other even wrote the, what do you call it now, the speech for Dia to hand over to Abacha. So they almost practically even sponsored Abacha to an extent to take over that government, believing that he will hand over to them. So it was later when things started playing out and they realized that this man will not leave office because we have never seen any military. Let me tell you, people supporting junta today and believe, oh, he's anti-France, he's for Russia, he's good for the nation, he's good. Learn from history. I've never seen any military, particularly in Africa, took over government and he's just handing over just like that. They will not get that. They are so tired. It's that they kill them out of office, they will kill them or something just happen. And these have been the experience. So people, the other 25 million plus now, not coming out now to kick against them. Don't forget that the military is in power. Those ones don't carry gun. They don't have gun to kick them out. You don't know what is happening within the military. Don't be surprised tomorrow if another coup happen and they kick those guys out from the place. So
that is the point. Why can't we invest our time, energy, and money into arranging some other military guys to take over from them, and we can control and make them have a timetable to return governance back to civilians?
Okay, so look at it from this angle. That happened in Libya, right? So what's the experience we had from Libya?
Everywhere
what happened in Libya? We got a rebel against Gaddafi, and we started pestering Gaddafi's life. And at the end of the day, they killed Gaddafi. America never put their boots on the soil of Libya. The Gaddafi was exterminated. But then what happened?
Can you hear me now?
Mike, wait. So what happened?
I just want to make sure you hear me. That's right. Okay.
So, yeah. So my point is this: we should be learning from history. We should be learning from this. And then, secondly, who told you they are not even planning that? The Sokoto one that everybody is talking about now is because of these guys.
No, that's saber rattling. I don't think that's a war. That's saber rattling.
What do you say?
I say saber rattling. That's Sokoto exercise that's going on.
That Sokoto exercise is just because David Duden, or what do you call that Irati guy? Because that guy just brought out their this thing. Normal drilling, you go towards your border, you protect your border, and you get ready in case there's war. And don't forget, people still keep making this mistake again. The Nigerian National Assembly doesn't say we won't go against the military junta. The Nigerian National Assembly said there's a condition precedent to it. Go and read what they said. They are not saying we won't go against. They said start negotiating first. That's what they've been doing. Is that not
you are twisting it, oh. You are twisting what we read here. You are
okay. So what did they say?
Read it yesterday. They are not in support of war, and that is all what the newspaper carry today. So why are you trying to change? Why are you trying to twist it to suit your own narrative?
I'm not twisting it, Babadaiko. You like being too simplistic about things. They read it here 2 days ago, not yesterday. And 2 days ago, what they said is
so all the newspaper that carried it, Nigerian Senate, rejected Tinubu's.
That's headline. You are reading headline. You are reading headline.
We read the body of it too.
Okay, what does the body say?
Very clear.
What does the body say?
The body clearly stated that they are not in support of any effort to go to war. with that country.
So
That
what's the
Nigerians
alternative they suggested?
explore all diplomatic means to achieve peaceful resolution to this thing. That is what they said.
What have I just said now?
It was debated in the Senate. We listened.
You just echoed what I said. You see the issue now. You see
No. Oh, no. That's not what you said. You said,
okay, what did I say?
That we should not go to war. But their statement is very categorical. That
they gave us
not go to war, but exploit.
Can you let me speak? Then listen to me. Can you let me speak and listen to me? Then you cannot interject now. The National Assembly is not saying don't go to war. The National Assembly is saying for now, what should be paramount for now is for us to negotiate. And the question I ask people is this: so if negotiation fails, what happens? You return to the same National Assembly. You've directed us to go for negotiation. It has failed. Then kickstart Section 5 for us again. Section 5 so 4B. Then they have to debate it again and say, okay, this is what we will do. But they are not saying outrightly.
But that's another chapter. They are going into another chapter. But for now, what they have said in response to Tinubu request for their approval is that no, we are not backing you on effort, on war effort, but rather.
And there are 19 states in the north. All their senators rejected war.
So what are we talking about? They have rejected it for now. So if they have to come back, after long time diplomatic effort, and they didn't have to, that is another chapter.
You see, you go on and on and on, and you are saying the same thing that I've just said.
We are not saying the same thing. No, we are not saying the same thing.
It's the same thing, except that
we are not saying
fit into your narrative the way you want.
No, we are not saying the same thing. We are saying different things. You are saying that they did not oppose them.
They did not say there can't be.
Oh, you are twisting. You are a lawyer. You are trying to twist it.
Oh, I'm a lawyer. Is that a crime to be a lawyer now?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni lawyer ti máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ máa yípo.
Because it's not
láti dá àwọn èèyàn lórí rú. Ìkan tó fẹ́ because ẹ̀yin lọ́ọ̀yà bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ṣe nìyẹn.
Iṣẹ́ wọn nìyẹn.
Iṣẹ́ wọn nìyẹn. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni tó fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ yẹn wá síbí kó jí wa lórí papọ̀ kó forí wa gbára wa.
The resolution they read yesterday did not condemn the military action fully. They didn't talk about it that they have erased the military action. They just said the ECOWAS should continue with their diplomacy. That they support the effort of ECOWAS with diplomacy. Yes. But they have not said we are ruling out. We are not giving option for war. I mean for intervention. So that's it.
Exactly, you are correct. 100% you are correct. And
they said start with negotiation. That's what we will approve for now.
Yeah, guys, let me have my view now. I mean, let me have the view real quick. It's the point I was trying to have earlier before I lost connection. You see, you said what I was trying to say earlier. From history, the problem with our people is we don't look at what happened in the past to try to take lesson from it. Okay, before Iraq, during Saddam era, during that disaster war in the early 90s, before Saddam invaded Kuwait, America was an ally of Iraq, Saddam, right? And in fact, America sponsored Saddam in invading Iran, right? They were friends of Saddam. Now, not invading, but attacking Iran, even with chemical weapon, everything. So when something was going on in Kuwait, political issue, whatever, Saddam had a political reason, whatever, I wanted to invade Kuwait. He was preparing to do it. He was talking. Guess what? America didn't say anything. In fact, America was giving him body language, to kind of okay, we don't care if you're going. The same way they are giving Nigeria body language, okay, we don't care if you're going, right? The moment Saddam committed and started going in, attacking, invading Kuwait, guess what? America turned around and started calling Iraq, the devil, this and that and that. It was too late for Iraq to even turn around before America started attacking Iran, Iraq. So there's a book I have here called Kissinger, the Negotiator. If you guys read that book, Henry Kissinger, written by Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger was one of U.S., I think he was the Secretary of State at that time. He was the guy during the 70s, during the Cold War. The guy wrote in that book how he used to learn Africa, like the way he was playing African countries like chess, African leaders, and all these Middle Eastern. The guy described how he played the game, how he played the cards. We have hidden hands. He would meet one country, trying to trick them to believe certain things or make deal. But the position trying to put that country is because he already had a plan against the country next door. You know, the guy, the way they play their game, these Western countries, we have to be very smart. You understand? We have to be extremely smart. Somebody was saying something earlier about, oh, Nigeria has interest to build pipeline from Nigeria to Europe. So now Nigeria has reason to stop Russia from coming to Niger. It could be that that's what the West are whispering in the ears of Nigeria, like, this and that, want to build pipelines from your country. So at the end, they don't plan to build any pipeline, though. They just want to push Nigeria to invade Niger, and they have their end game, the plan, what they have at the, what they're trying to do, only they know. We don't know. We can only speculate. But what I would advise is Nigeria should not fall into this, should not commit themselves into something they don't know what the outcome will be, especially anything that in the picture you have the West and you have this Russia, all these superpowers involved. Just get your hand out of it, because what they will do is they will set you up. They will put you in a position. Maybe when that whole invasion will start, next thing we start hearing is, oh, Nigerian army kill innocent civilians. Now ICC is going looking for Tinubu. They will flip the whole thing on you. I'm telling you, the way they deal with Saddam, they kept quiet when Saddam wanted to invade Kuwait, and they waited till Saddam committed himself. Next thing they flipped on Saddam. They flipped the whole thing. So we have to be smart. We need to understand this world we are dealing with. So I'm not saying whether Tinubu should go or not, though, but if I were advising, I would say the guy should not commit himself. Somebody mentioned earlier, one piece was asking somebody a question. I was trying to tell one piece that was a good question. He asked, I said, why is the French having a base there, America having a base in Niger? If they're against the military junta, why can't they themselves overthrow the guy? Why does it have to be Nigeria that they have to push to go and do it? So we have to be smart.
Mike, did French or America, did they go to Sierra Leone and Liberia to fight? Did they go?
Forget that one. Listen, their interest in that one. Listen, bros.
Why do you
Liberia, Sierra Leone? At the end of the day, they start their interest. They
in
use Nigeria to do their bidding. They use Nigeria to. Let me tell you. I hope they use Nigeria to do their foot fighting there, because they didn't want to send their own troops going through the
Sierra Leone and Liberia, right?
Yes, they use Nigeria.
They use Abacha, their sworn enemy, to fight.
No. When that happened was before Abacha flipped on them. It was before Abacha flipped on them. They were already using us before, even before Abacha became president. They were already using Nigeria and ECOMOG.
No. I'm talking of Abacha government. So what you're saying is they use Abacha government to fight.
No, bro. They already making deal with the Nigerian states. You understand? The deal was already ongoing before Abacha came in.
So
even Abacha coming in, it's not like, bro. Listen. Let me tell you. If you read that book I just mentioned about Kissinger,
which of the book?
Even countries that didn't like America. Yeah.
Which of the books?
It's called Kissinger, the Negotiator, now, by Henry Kissinger. You know where Henry Kissinger is?
Okay.
He broke down how he was
who Henry Kissinger is.
Yeah.
No, I said he knows who Henry. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, Henry Kissinger was breaking down how he was making deals within African countries to make American interests secure. Where before, for example, during the apartheid time, there were times where he would meet with maybe meet with Nigeria and say, okay, hey, I want to make a deal with you. I want to have this deal, or maybe they may send France to or one of those countries to say, okay, we want to build this manufacturing plant in your country, but in return, we want this. Also, we want situation where if this country needs you, this other African country needs this thing from you, we want you to not put your hand in it. There's a way they manipulate deals, you understand? So what I'm saying is, even with their enemy, they'll still make deals with them. Even during that Abacha, Nigeria at that time, they may say, okay, I don't know what deal they made with Nigeria during that Sierra Leone, Liberia time, but they definitely made deals to push Nigeria to go in. And a lot of time, they're just using Nigeria to do their bidding, that's all, to do their fighting, to make sure, okay, this side doesn't completely collapse, or this side, the fight continue, or they just play their game. They play chess. Why we play checkers? So we have to be a strict. If you go and read this book, CIA Covert Operation. Even the books, they tell you how they operate. They tell you how they operate. I'm telling you.
Mike, I think you're just subsumed by that book. I'm not sure that it's as you know these people they write all of these books to big themselves off beyond what they have to offer, but
No, they just tell you how they do deals. Every Kissinger just, the guy's considered one of the greatest diplomats, American diplomat ever. So the guy wrote a book where he won't give you all the secret, but he just kind of break it down in the surface, like, oh, before I made this deal with South Africa, I had to make with Nigeria to lawyer to side with me on this, and this is the deal I made with Nigeria, and I made with Namibia. He's just breaking down. He was making deal one country before he approached another country. So that way, because you know that if I approach this country, if he say no, there's one interest he has with another African country. But now he already met with that other African country first to push him to push him to. So they just.
How does that apply to what Ogbeni was talking about?
What I'm saying is what we have at hand. I'm not here to contrast anyone without blaming anybody. I'm just trying to put a perspective exactly of what we have to be careful about in this whole thing, because this Western world, they play their games. Everything is not on the surface. We are judging things based on what we have in hand, like what we see in news or what is in the surface, like the news we get and the information on what is being said, but we don't know the true eating ends and the true motives of everyone. They won't bring out.
Shall I say something, Mike? You see, often instances, I take what you're saying about the Kissinger and all of that, but often instances, all these African countries, even the dumbest ones, even somebody like Idi Amin, they know when they are being played. It's just they determine how they are going to be played. Because often instances, they don't have the power not to be played. So they just determine how they are going to be played. They all know they are being played. Even Nigeria knows it's being played. Tinubu knows he's being played. He's also trying to play. Everybody is playing each other. They
may not know the end motive of the others. You understand?
No,
I just give one scenario. I just give one scenario, for example. Maybe
there's one singular end motive when the West comes calling. Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you this now.
It's resources. That's just what it ultimately always to that. They have no interest in you other than resources.
Exactly. What if they do this? What if they do this? They lure Tinubu to go in, right? Now Tinubu goes in. The same America say go in. Now Nigerian soldier now kill some civilians. Oh, they now put all over the internet. Oh, Tinubu has broken the international law, criminal law, ICC. They will push. It's not America that will do it. They will use maybe another European country to put warrants for Tinubu's arrest for breaking in the ICC. You say, wait. Now I'm just printing a scenario to you. The same way they do with Putin, right? And then the same America will now approach Tinubu in the back and say, okay, Tinubu, we can tell the ICC to drop this case, but we want to make one deal with you. That's how they will get you. I'm telling
you. That's conspiracy theory going
on. I'm just giving you how this people play games. I'm telling you.
Let's get back to Ogbeni. Let's get back to Ogbeni. Yes.
Ogbeni, have you considered the economic implication for Nigeria being the funder of ECOWAS up to 70%? Can we sustain it if we go to war on behalf of ECOWAS? Have you considered?
Are you talking about ECOWAS budget generally that we have been sponsoring?
Exactly.
But we have been sponsoring it over years and nothing has happened. Is it this war you're talking about or ECOWAS budget generally? They are two different things. So if you are talking of ECOWAS
budget, the war funding, the equipment, everything. We've had instances in Gambia. We have experience in Liberia, which is not about military junta, but the cost is always on Nigeria. You understand?
So our experience in Liberia, how does it affect our economy adversely?
We had money then, the different era, but at this material point in time, that's what I'm talking right now.
So this is my answer to that. First and foremost, it's not 70% we are funding, 60. ECOWAS budget, that's one. Two.
60, 70. Go ahead, please.
Okay. At least we put it to the public now. They understand the correct statistic. Now, Secondly, this particular war is this particular military operation. It's an area of interest. The interest in this operation is about national interest of Nigeria. One. And when you look at the national interest of Nigeria, you look at the bigger picture. You don't look at, oh, I don't have the money. It's just like they said, they want to deprive you of your father's house. And you say, I don't have money to go to court. You don't think of the value of that property you're going to get. You only think about the money you want to pay the lawyer. How reasonable is that? To me, it would be very unreasonable for me not to fight for a property that worth 1 billion because I don't have 1 million to fight it. That's my first answer to it. Now, my second answer to that is this. It's not only Nigeria or ECOWAS that is going to finance this war. I'm so sure about it. If that military thing if they have to pull in and the way the money and resources and everything they have to put into this. Now now everybody has been saying, oh, why would America? They are playing us, they are this and that. Don't forget that in all these play thing we're talking about, they will dedicate their money into it. They are not just playing up their mouth. They will bring in their money into that space. They bring their resources into that space. They bring in a lot of agreements into that space. A lot of things.
So in the realm of speculation right now.
They try to make 1 or 2 compromises on it. Now, this is where I'm even going. You see, we like saying, oh, they are playing us. They are playing us. We should be very careful. I agree on what Mike said, that we should be extremely careful. And I think that's what the National Assembly said, that be careful, don't go to war. And they gave many reasons why they said don't go to war now. What we need to do now is continue negotiating with those guys and see a way to restore a democratic system in that place. And they gave reasons. One of their major value reasons which they gave was that they said Niger, one of the senators said Niger is the highest arms market in Africa. So if you go on any military operation and you are not too surgical enough or precise enough, and it escalates into serious issue in that space, you're going to have a lot of arms flowing into your own system. And one of them said, we are battling with a lot of issues in Nigerian space. So you don't want to have issue with a country that bordered about 6 or 7 states in your state, and your border is porous. Another one give example that we are ill-equipped. I don't believe in that. But another one said, we are not preparing for, which is true. We are not really prepared for war. We don't even expect it to happen. So when you put all these things together, national interest is what matters first for me. You see, all nations that have been played in the world, they understand.
And what is this national interest?
So our national interest is one, the Trans-Sahara gas pipeline. I've mentioned it. Secondly, the pro-Russian coup. There is the wind of pro-Russian coup along that axis. You go back to America, you go back to African map.
Wait, how does this coup affect your pipeline? Did this junta say they are stopping your pipeline?
Oh,
did they announce that they are stopping your pipeline?
Come on, let me explain to you in a very simple language. That pipeline you see there that is crossing to Europe.
Ogboni, sorry, before you explain, my battery is 10%. Sorry, please, it's 10%. Just take this question, add it to what you explained to my problem will be on, battery will be off then. Please, you came in and said that Nigeria is not going to, that we do not know, that we have, people don't understand what's going on, that Nigeria is not invading Nigerians or invading Niger, it's invading the military junta. Then secondly, you came again and explained the Senate letter. You explained it, but you have not explained the letter Tinubu wrote to the Senate that was rejected. Was it the skip Tinubu said he's going to share in Niger that was rejected, or was it diplomat type was sent to the Senate that was rejected, or military intervention that was rejected? Please answer me. I might not be here to hear it, but answer the public and let me know.
Okay, I will answer. So, Mike.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, man.
You're asking me a question, right?
Yeah, I answer, yeah.
Okay, now.
I ask you, know the question, right?
Oh, okay. Let me answer what piece then.
No, answer my question. Answer my question. And you do what piece.
What's your question? Sorry.
I said, you said the interest is the pipe, our national interest is the pipeline. That's why we are going against this juntas. And I'm telling you, as the junta has come out to tell you that, hey, we are going against, we are stopping Nigerians' interest. We are going against Nigerians' interest. We are stopping pipeline. Have they announced that before you want to fight them?
My brother, the answer is very simple. The junta have already made their made a clear statement. They are not pro-West. They are not pro-French. They are pro-Russia. Now, the gas pipeline projects, the country that project threatens most in this world as of today is Russia. Why? Russia has a grip over the energy sector and energy industry in Europe. Now, Ukraine and Russia war, Russia threatens, the reason why that war will not end for now is because
I think I get your point. It threatens Russia's gas interest, markets,
economy interest,
their
yes.
markets, their markets.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so now how will Russia now stop our pipeline from going through Niger? Will they now tell the junta, don't let Nigeria let their pipeline go through Niger?
It's simple now. It is simple. They have allies now. So from Mali to Burkina Faso, if you look at that map very well, from Mali to Burkina Faso to Niger Republic, it's like a cup over Nigeria. It's like you have a cup over Nigeria, Togo, Ghana, You have a cup around them from the Sahel down to Sahel down to the Savannah to the coastal region. So there is no way you have your pipe piercing through that side, which you have pro-Russia government in place. It's common sense. So there's no way.
Wait. What do you mean there's no way? If you are pro-Russia, so you're telling me they will tell us no, Nigeria can't let your pipe go through. Is that what you're saying?
So it's simple.
You know that.
Wait. You also know that. Wait, guys, let me say something. You also know that Niger and Nigeria also have economic ties, economic part. Where one example is we supply the electricity. We have economic ties, we're in the same economic zone. So we are both ECOWAS members. So why would an ECOWAS member be telling another ECOWAS member, you can't let your pipe go through my country because Russia told me not to let you do it?
My brother, that was Niger under democratic system. That was Niger under Bazoum, not Niger under the military junta.
They are no longer ECOWAS member because they are the military junta.
The military junta, what happened in Burkina Faso? Is Burkina Faso really relating with others? They are no longer relating. The guy went to visit Putin recently, and he's telling
you are not going to my question. Like,
your question is going to your question. He's addressed your question now. Maybe you did like that.
Address your question.
That's around it now.
He addressed your question now that they cannot have any good relationship because they are not Democrat. They're not Democrats anymore.
Because they're not Democrat. What do you mean?
Yeah.
He's Togo a democracy.
They're not democracy anymore. They are not democracy anymore.
He's Togo. Wait, he's Togo democracy.
Hold on. Leave Togo. We're talking about Niger Republic. We're talking about the pipeline for gas from Nigeria cutting through Niger Republic and countries in the Sahel all the way through Morocco and into Europe. And what Ogbeni is saying is that that gas pipeline, once it's in place, it then directly competes with the lifeblood of the Russians, which is the gas that they supply to Europe. That's the mainstay of their economy. And what he is saying is that if the Russians seize hold of Niger Republic and have no equivocation, if they form that alliance, they will guarantee this junta in power and they will control them to stop that gas pipeline. So that's the narrative.
So that's why I ask you the same question. Does Niger also have interest in Nigeria? I mean, we have economic part. Niger also around Nigeria on so many things. So it will be very difficult for Russia to just tell Niger, cut Nigeria or sabotage Nigeria.
Under the democracy.
Cool down. I keep talking democracy. This that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Country's interest. Democracy has nothing to do with why a country carry an interest. Whether it's democracy or it's dictatorship, doesn't matter. They have to govern based on the interest of their country. No, it's not. You have not to do whether you are democracy or anything. Stop saying them. That's why I ask you, is Togo democracy? Is Togo not doing deals with Nigeria? What I'm telling you is Niger. Interest of Niger heavily around Nigeria on so many economic ways. So what I'm saying is they can't just suddenly cut Nigeria off because Russia is telling them to. They can't just do that.
All right.
My brother, I've explained to you my understanding of what is playing out. And I've used the example of Burkina Faso. Let's go back to the Burkina Faso experiment and look at it. The military government got there. Do you know how many contracts that military government has rescinded to date? They keep rescinding more contracts to date, more treaty to date. Bilateral treaty with neighboring countries. Everything pro-Russia, everything pro-socialist Eastern democracy. They are, for them, they believe that, you see, there is this ideological fight. We need to understand first. The ideological divide between the West and the East, that's the Russia now, this time around, is what is playing out here. So all those space now on the Sahara, where you have the pro-Russia government, what they're pushing and what they've started pushing from Mali to Burkina Faso down now to Niger, what they're presently pushing now is anything pro-Russia, ideological thing and economic style. So whatever is going to empower the West the more, they will not go for it. And don't forget, this particular project will empower the West. They will gain their freedom from Russia. You're not going to have it. The other thing you should understand in the war is the world order is changing. Everybody is extending his empires. Everybody is extending his territories. You see Russia having interest in Africa. Do you think it's genuine? I don't think
that's always been the case, man. What are you talking about?
But Benny, you are not telling us
the world order has been stable for a while.
Benny, you are not telling us the factor that push those countries to.
What are the factors that push them?
Okay, hold on now. You are not telling us what are responsible for those countries to now shift away from pro-France, what they used to be for a long time, now to pro-Russia. You are not mentioning that. You are just saying, they are going with Russia. They are going with Russia. No.
I see France and the West have been good to them.
I see if they've been good to them I see if they've been good to them for decades.
So you know how I will answer that question.
Yeah, answer it. You
this is how I will answer that question. You see, most time when you see all these military things playing out, the military guys' personal interest matters a lot, but they will come out and then peddle some narratives that will suit some people's interest, and they escalate it as if, this is the reason why we have come to governance. And I said it because if you study every military coup in Africa, they always come with this narrative of, the country has been controlling, the government were overthrown.
Do you know that most of the military coup in Africa were orchestrated by Western countries? Do you know that?
I'm coming. Let me land on this one.
France and Western countries.
Let him land. Let him land. Let him land. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Last time on this platform, I gave you an instance of Izeogu. I even read part of his speech when he got to the government. Did he solve any of it? No. Nrozi came in with his speech. Did he solve anything? No. I went to Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo. I gave an example of Mobutu Sese Seko. 35 years he spent there. He uprooted somebody there. I read his speech and I asked you the question, did he solve any of it? No. I went to Kabila, went to Uganda, went to all of them, even Gbagbo, every coup we've been having in Nigeria, in Africa. But they will first come and tell you, this is the reason why I've taken over. So for me, it's the personal interest of those military guys that have taken over, and not really because, the West have not been really favorable to them. And I'll give you an example why I think personal interest of military guys do.
Well, that's not our argument, sir. I don't even know why.
I'm coming. Personal interest of these guys do involve above the narrative. Murtala Mohammed, our home Murtala Mohammed Ramat that was killed in Nigeria, when he goes to government, he brought his own ideology into his government. Not because Nigeria supported the ideology of leaving the West to go pro-USSR. We all know that was what led to his death. That, at least from what they told us in history and on record.
So you are contradicting yourself then. Now you are saying the Niger too, they didn't do it because they are going pro-Russia. Is that what you're telling us?
Now, let your interjection be tidy now.
But you are not speaking to, you are not praising the
Let me
argument.
now.
No. You have to, let me just say this. When somebody is talking, we have to let them land on a point and then interject.
But there is not landing on any point, one man. Huh? It's like different points. I mean, different.
It's building up to a crescendo now. So let him. Yeah, go on, Ogweni.
No. So that's my point. My point is that they all come with their own personal interest. And I want to use an example of Murtala Mohammed. When he took over government, he tried to move us from the West, trying to go pro-Russia, because he was penning this narrative of, oh, West is not doing us good, West is not da. And what did he achieve with that eventually? When Abacha started getting sanctions, he started moving also pro-Russia, da. What did we get from that? When when they started sanctioning Jonathan, they didn't allow him to bring a weapon. He started moving towards Russia again. Okay, let's go and buy weapons, blah, blah, blah. What did we get from that? So my point is this. When you see coup happening, and you think the reason why that coup happened is because the democratic elected government has not been too good for their people, because they don't provide this, because they are poverty in the land, those things don't concern all these military officers. They just have their own personal interest that they want to lord over everybody, but they understand the fact that before you can have that, you must hold on to some things that people will run with, and they will peddle it out, and people like us will pick it and will start saying, "No, if they had done it bad, they wouldn't have intervened." Says who? So that's my answer to that.
But do you think if there has been good governance, if the civilian administration had delivered good governance, do you think there would have been any excuse for military to come in?
No, the military will always find an excuse. There's no perfect government.
No,
always manufacture excuse. It's about personal interest.
No,
you're contradicting yourself, though. You told us it was a Russian. It was a Russian thing. You say it's personal. I mean, we don't get it, man. Which one is it?
That's my answer. Do you know there was an aborted coup in Germany in was it 2 years ago? Very recently.
Yeah, about a year and a half ago.
About 1.5 years ago. Would you now tell me the reason for that planned coup was because there was no good living in Germany? Germany is not doing fine. Germany doesn't have good economy. Leave all those things. They see
Please, can I ask a question?
Hold on, everybody. Let Joe come in.
Okay, Ogbeni, I want to. Somebody was saying about the coup in Niger, and he's saying the coup has never helped Africa. I want to ask you, do you know that if the French has sponsored this coup now that happened, do you think they will call on Nigeria to come and push those people out? Because the French has been doing this coup all this while. They removed Patrice Lumumba, and nobody came. And this guy stayed for 30-something years. Do you think the military just came like that? It was his French sponsoring all this coup. But now that this coup is not their coup. Their coup now they want to use Nigeria to push these people out. You see, we should understand this coup. This coup is not about democracy. This coup is about French stronghold on Francophone countries. How do you see this? Francophone countries have 65% of their wealth in French central bank. That is slavery, man. So we should be looking at all these things from the African prism, from the African whatever, so that we could see, so that we will not go and push ourselves into fighting wars everywhere in Africa. These people want our resources, and that is why there is all this shout about Niger coup. Niger coup is not different from every other things you've seen in Africa. So let's look at it from the African prism, that this is the liberation of, even if Nigeria has a lot to gain. Look at our eco currency. Do you know that if we had this eco currency, I would trade with somebody in Ghana with eco currency. We don't need to change to dollar and then change to CD and all those stuff. So do you know how much the amount of money West Africa will be making? And the money will stay put in Africa. It will help in development. So we should see all these things. The French is the reason why we don't have eco currency. They have a strong, even see, the French is more powerful than even the British in Africa. Look at, there's this woman, Arikana. I don't know if you know this woman. They call her Mama Africa. She was AU envoy of like diaspora and whatever. She's from Zimbabwe. She said something. That was why they kicked her out of AU.
We played that clip yesterday. That means you don't follow every day. That means
maybe.
Have you been missing sessions?
Yeah, sometimes anyway.
How dare you?
Sorry.
Carry on. Yeah.
She said the French makes $400 billion a year from their colonies in Africa. 400. Do you know that? I don't think any African country.
No, it's 500. It's 500. She mentioned 500 billion.
Okay, 500 billion. Do you know that? Do you know
and when
how
they
much
invest it in their economy?
Exactly.
They get like trillions in return. They make like trillions in return, and out of that, they will now bring some millions of dollars to as aid package to African countries that
and we'll be praising them. They are giving us
and
aid.
then you'll be praising them. You know. So
okay, this is my question. This is my question, Speaker.
Hold on.
No, very important question.
No. I know it's important, but let Joe land. Let's so let's have some structures to it. I've been saying it all the way through. Let Joe land. Let Ogbeni address. You come in, and then it's sequenced.
No, the question is relevant to the speaker.
Yeah, but let Joe land, please.
Okay,
yeah,
so you see now when they want to even take their money, they want to say, okay, French, we want this our money for this project. The French will collect interest from them for keeping the money for them. See, they are treating Africans as if we cannot even solve our own problem. We are incapable of doing anything for ourselves. That's how they treat us. They treat us as children. That is why you can see the French government who calls Africans will just go. They pack them in buses and they go for summit and they talk bullshit and come back. The thing is that
let me quickly answer that question. You see, I agree with you that we need emancipation in Africa. We need to be free in Africa, but we need to be very surgical with our analysis of what is going on in these spaces where they have been cool. Now, are they saying they are leaving West and then they want to remain African without having another slave master? My answer is no. Look at what they are doing. You are leaving West, you are leaving France, but you are embracing a new slave master, which is Russia. And I begin to ask my question. So must we still have a slave master? So if you are leaving West and you are going to another slave master, it's simple. You are just moving from one slave master to another slave master. You are not even free. And you are coming to say it's freedom. And so what you are proposing is not what is happening in that space. Secondly,
do you know why they are doing that? Do you know why they are doing that?
Let me land. Secondly, has Russia ever favored or support any country in Africa to the advantage of any country? My answer is no. And I ask questions.
Yes. South Africa, apartheid. They have South Africa to end apartheid. They have Zimbabwe to kick out their colonial masters.
Let me give you an example of that Zimbabwe. They helped Zimbabwe to kick out their colonial master.
They helped Nigeria too during the Civil War. They helped Nigeria during the Civil War.
And they became allies to Zimbabwe. Where is Zimbabwe today in terms of economy in Africa?
That's not the point. You say have they helped Africa?
That's not the
You're moving the goalpost, man. Stop it. Your question is have they helped any African country? I will say yes.
Mugabe remained Russia allies throughout his lifetime. And all his policy was anti-West and pro-Russia. And eventually, what happened to Mugabe? Do you know today, Zimbabwe has dropped its own currency. They don't use it any longer.
That's because the rest of African countries they are puppet of the West now. Everybody that's surrounding them.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is this.
You can't blame Russia for that. You blame the other Africans. We sell each other out too much.
Oh, so how did you say? The man left West and now went to Russia and then...
Can I answer that question?
West. He needed to free himself from his apartheid.
Let's go to Mozambique. Let's go to Mozambique.
Let me answer the question, please.
Oh, which question?
Let me answer. You see, let me just answer. Just a minute.
Is it not you that has the question? Wait.
No, you asked why are they turning to Russia now? You said why are they
No,
turning to
no, no,
Russia?
no.
Let me tell you, because
I'm just answering your question. Wait, so that we don't prolong things. You asked a question that you said is a matter of emancipation and they are free. They are totally free from the West. And I'm saying they are simply moving from one slave master to another slave master. And I've given you
Why is
examples.
Russia a slave master?
And Russia is practically a slave master. What
They
Russia
are dealing as equal partner.
No, which equal partner?
What do you mean equal? What are you
Russia is
talking
equal
about?
partner.
Are they dictating to anybody? Okay, I have a question.
Hold on. You know, the hand of the giver is always at the top. You know that? Equal partner, Bo.
When I say equal, to me, if you don't put gun on my head to do anything, we are equal. If you give me the right to do my own negotiating, we are equal.
It's very
That's what you may have the advantage, meaning as far as financial or other ways, but the fact that you're not putting gun on my head or threatening me, then we are equal in negotiation. The difference between the Chinese, Russian dealing with the Africans is that they don't put gun on your head. If you say no, they don't force you. Let me land, bros. Chill. If you say no to whatever deals, they leave you alone. Even when Gaddafi decided he didn't want to do Russia anymore, Russia left him and he ended up being killed. They left him, they stopped protecting him. Now, with the Western country, when you say no, they will orchestrate your assassination. We've seen it. Is it with Thomas Sankara? Is it with Lumumba? Is it with Nkrumah? Is it in Nigeria or Murtala? They will orchestrate your assassination or they will do regime change. They will plan to against
sanctions are part of it.
Sanctions, all that stuff. So that's the difference between them and the Chinese and the Russians. That's the difference. So what are you guys talking about? Do you even know your history? I mean, when Ogbeni is talking, I'm like, does this guy know his history at all? Do you know history of Africa? Do you know post-colonial history?
Don't go personal. You should be intellectual. Intellectuals don't go personal. You see, I'm not
going personal about. I mean, I'm just asking questions.
No,
do you know all these
correct that part of you. No,
the way you're just being so progressed, I'm like, does this guy know the history of?
That will really help your intellectuals if you do that. Try to
Can I awake our curiosity for a moment, please?
Don't turn into Pansat is what he's saying to you.
No. I just want to. I want to arouse our curiosity.
It's Mike. Yeah, don't turn into
Pansat. I can't give you my certificate. You can't give me.
Ogbeni, take it easy. Take it easy, please. Listen.
No, you know me now.
Look at.
I don't throw brat them.
Ogbeni and the other speaker, there are 10 ECOWAS Francophone countries. 4 of them have closed shop against France. And I'm curious, why did France just quit without a fight? In Conakry, in Guinea-Conakry, Burkina Faso, Mali, and now Niger. I'm a little bit uncomfortable the way they left. I don't know what you think about that. Because these are like their cash cow. They make money from these countries. And all of a sudden, they are revolting. Not even the country as a populace, but some military elements against them. And they are just quitting. Have we asked why?
They are working behind the scene. They are working behind the scene.
Exactly. Something is in the offing. This is my own take. I would like to hear from Mike, Ogbeni, and the speaker.
I don't know why Ogbeni doesn't want to see anything wrong in France or the Western nation, how they held all this country down.
But a lot of Nigerians don't know the Cold War era history. They don't know those things. They don't have knowledge of it. That's why.
All right. Let Ajane Koko come in. Ajane Koko come in, and then Ogbeni pick it up.
Yeah, I don't know why Ogbeni doesn't want to see anything wrong in France that have held these people down for so long and turned them to their slave. So when you see them one after the other, coming after the other, rather, to take out those elements as civilians that have been, that have turned their country to slave for so long that, colluded with France to continue to loot their resources. Then when you see the military coming out to kick them out and kick France out, I think we should see it as, fighting for the freedom of their country. The real enemy
that is France that have held them down for a long time have been kicked out. Those guys are freedom fighters. What we should do as West African state is to negotiate, is to cooperate and see how they can return that country to civilian rule, and not to see them as enemy of democracy. They are not enemy of democracy, but they're enemy of colonial master. And they have justification to save their country. Their country is going down the drain to be wiped out by colonial master. So they came up to save their country. We should welcome them. We should negotiate with them. We should support them and let them return their country to democratic rule. That is what we should do instead of imposing sanctions. And Ogbeni was saying that, sanction, I mean, what they are trying to do is not against Niger, but against the military junta. So the sanction now Nigerians have imposed against that country now, did they mention the leader? Is it not Niger? The border that they closed, is it not against Niger? The light that they cut off, is it not against Nigerian people? Who are the people suffering?
And Angelico, we can actually, this is the best time to introduce that eco currency in West Africa. This is the best time. Now we have allies that can, yes, support that move, and we'll introduce it. Nigeria is going to gain a lot from it.
Yes, because Nigeria is the biggest market. All of them,
yes,
they look up to Nigeria for everything. Do you know how many? Look, that Niger that you see as nothing, when this insecurity ravaged all the entire north, a lot of northern businessmen does not sleep in Nigeria again, because Nigeria is that our Nigerian side are not safe. Niger is very safe for them. So what they do during the daytime, they cross into Nigeria, come and carry out their business. In the evening time, they go to Niger. They buy houses in Niger. They sleep in Niger overnight. Come to do business. They are Nigerians. So just because of the fear of being kidnapped and being killed by terrorists in Nigeria, they now took Niger as their place of residence, only to come to Nigeria every day to come and trade, to come and carry out, to come and run their business and go to Niger. So we have this family tie and this, long-term relationship with them, and it is not the best for us to carry out war against them. Our people will even suffer more than their people. We have a lot of Nigeria that reside in that country and trade between Nigeria and that country. So that's my take, woman.
Baba Jale Koko, the example you just give now, okay, let us put it and turn it around. If there is an insecurity now in Niger now, what will happen to Nigeria?
What do you mean by insecurity in Niger?
Yeah, because okay, now you want the military to continue ruling them now, right?
Yeah.
I believe before 2 to 3 years, many conflicts will come up. There's no way. There's not gonna be conflict in Niger if it is going this way. Because France will not sit back.
Who will challenge the military? France. Okay, well, France will crush them. It's not that there will be a big all
that's what I'm saying. Yes. Then
so it's not going to be a problem for Nigeria.
Okay, no. When the insecurity started in Nigeria, now what will happen to Nigeria? Nigeria to not get.
But what will create the insecurity is the question.
It doesn't have to be war with France, Kumi. You see, the people that have taken charge, they have seized over the other country at the moment. They are the presidential guards, which is just to say, it's just a subsect battalion. When they took over, the main military was against it, but somehow they've persuaded them. So now, if this coup holds, there's going to be a counter, there's going to be a power tussle, because some people will feel that amongst their military structures in that country,
yes.
So somebody will try to take over from that person, and then another person will try to take over. It's going to be a mess.
Anyway. Thank you, woman. Thank you, woman. Thank you. God bless you, woman.
Give me a second. Is this the first time it happened in Niger?
No.
This is
I don't know.
I think the fifth or the sixth
I don't know
coup.
their history.
Yeah,
Well, that,
this is their.
so,
Let me look. I think it's our sixth coup they've had in Niger. This is, in fact, most of their governors have been.
No, this is their eighth
But,
republic.
sorry,
but
we're hearing,
no one
hold
gives
on,
any
everybody.
attention like this.
We're
Now.
hearing a lot of background noise. Where's the background noise coming from?
Someone that just came in, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, carry on.
Mike, this is their eighth republic. They had more coup in that country than Nigeria.
Exactly. They had about 6 to 8 coups or something. They have more coups than even democratic elected leaders. So if this is not their first coup, this is not the first time it's happening in our country. So why are we making it like everyone has fallen, as if it's something that's normal in their country? They've always had. In fact, they just had a coup like 5 years ago, I think.
They are mostly attempted coup. Don't miss it all, please.
Attempted? They took over. What are you talking about?
No, they have more attempted coup than Nigeria. They didn't have more full-fledged coup than
I'm
Nigeria.
not the one that said that. I was Ajani that said that. I don't know who had more coups. But it's not the country. They've had more. They've always had coups. So why are we making this one the exception? I mean, come on. Why do you want
they should leave them alone because there's space for coup.
All right. All right. You still have the floor, Benny, but let's hear from Charles. Charles, have you come to cause trouble again? Charles. You look at that. He's still afraid to talk. Yeah, back to you. Are you there, Charles? Charles Annex. All right. All right. Let me use this window to bail out and hand over to Mike. But before I hand over, Mike, I've sent you the talking points on your DM. But before I hand over to Mike, please, let's have some sort of structured order. Because a lot of the feedbacks that I've been getting from our audience is that the sessions get often too rowdy. That's the number one criticism and they send it to me every day with several voices over each other. So let's try and take that on board. And then the second thing that people contact me over often is that somebody is talking, they don't let him land, and then the space is consumed by too many interjections. So let's try and manage that as well. I don't want to lose the organic flow of the session, but I rely on the panelists, to help that flow set against the background from our audience. So Mike, are you ready?
Yeah, okay. So I'm looking at. Okay, cool. Thanks. I'm looking at.
Apologies, Mike. Before I go, let me acknowledge the super chats. Ayo, Prince Daddy, Kulata, and I think Warp. So thank you to all of them. That super chat space is not closed yet. Make sure the likes go up a lot more. We get reasonable numbers, but it doesn't reflect in the likes. So if you've not clicked on like already, please do that. And please be nice to Mike, because if you are not nice to Mike, you know what will happen. Mike, be nice to them as well. To you, Mike.
Okay, I'm looking at Nigeria's post-colonial history. So anybody else can look it up. It's on Wikipedia. You can just look at that history. So post-colonial history, 1960, they got their independence. They had their first, I guess, it was a civilian government. It ruled from 1960 to 1974. So now, 1974, their first military regime, that was their first coup. First military regime ruled from 1974 to 1991. That's like how many years? Almost 20 years. And then after that, they had National Congress, Third Republic, which was, I don't know if it was a military, but okay, that wasn't military, that was civilian rule. That one ruled from 1991 to 1996. And then now they had a second military. This one they call it second and third military regime. I guess there was coup after coup and counter coup. That was from 1996 to 1999. And then they had a fifth republic from 1999 to 2009. And then they had their fourth military regime from 2009 to 2010. And then they had a seventh republic from 2010 to 2023. So this whole civilian democracy was just from 2010 to now. So they've always had military coup. So this is not something new in Niger. I don't know why now Nigeria also want to kill ourselves over it. I mean, these people haven't evolved to that level where they won't be having military coup. So I don't get why Nigeria just wants to put our head in this, create disaster for ourselves. Anyway, Sha, whoever wants to take it from there.
So, Mike, so what you are telling us by this, what you just read out, is that a military coup in that country is not something new.
Yeah.
And they have a way of resolving it, of going through it, and then return their country to democratic government. So the question is why? And all along that this has been happening,
they've never had a war.
Yeah, they never. Nigeria always parley with them
exactly
to get back to democratic rule and support them. Why don't
and
we?
We'll be friends with all the regimes. We'll be friends with all the regimes,
with all
the military and the civilian.
So
we've been allied.
So why don't we want to toe the same way, continue the relationship the way we have been doing in the past? Why don't we want to engage with them and support them to go through this and then return to the democratic government? What is it that the people in government in Nigeria, or President Tinubu particularly, what is it that he has seen that we doesn't see? What is it that is hiding from us as to why he wants to take up war against this country? That is the question we should be asking ourselves. In the past, they go through it, they return the country to democratic government, and Nigeria will play along, support them to achieve it. Why don't we want to do this? That is the question, big question that we should ask ourselves and ask our government. I hope we can put this government to them, this question to them, to answer this question for us. What is it that is behind the scene that we don't know, that they are hiding from Nigerian people? So,
can I come in? Can I come in, Mike?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I feel Tinubu wants to be in the good book of the West. That's what I just see there. Because I don't think where there is even this junta that has taken, I don't think they pose any danger to us, even to our democracy.
Exactly, and that's what I was saying earlier. They didn't announce any danger.
And if you look at it, it's just Niger is just part of Nigeria. Because if you see the narrative of the people that live there, they intermarry. Nigerians are there, right? You see, so I don't see, because if we go into that mission now, the people, I know, somebody will say not everybody in Niger supports this military coup, but majority of them supports it. They will now see us as enemy. They will see us as continuing the work of the West. So we should just tread with caution. This is not what we need. What we need is, now that we have a divided ECOWAS, maybe this is the right time to push for eco currency. Let's push for it. You understand? Because now a lot of countries want to pull themselves from France, and this is the best time to put that stuff up there and we liberate ourselves.
Yeah, so many people say that they've been having coup many times, but what are they achieved with all the coups?
Okay, I want to answer.
What is your point? So are we going there to help them achieve something now?
Okay. That means we don't. Okay, why are you supporting the coup if they don't want to achieve something?
I'm neither supporting you, bros. What I'm saying is, it's not our business we're going in there. That's what I'm saying. It's not that I'm supporting coup.
The one Baba Ajale Koko narrating is like the coup is the best for them. That's my point here.
I don't think anyone said anything is best. It's not.
That's not what I said now, Kumi. That's not what I said. I didn't say coup is nice for them. What I'm saying is that in the past, they have had several coups. Nigerians work with them to transition from military to civilian administration. This is what we've been doing in the past. Why can't we do the same thing now? Why do you want to take up war against them? So is there something that our president and his team are seeing, or they know, that they are hiding from us and they don't want us to know? That is the big question that we should ask them.
Abadale Kuku, there are many intelligent information the government will not share with you. Whether we are here, we spend 10 days here, 1 year here. Intelligence information that has to do with the national interest and the security, national security of your country will never be discussed with you. Except you contest and become the president. You know the kind of intelligence they share on a daily basis with the president.
Well, until we see it, until they can present a good reason and make any sense and help.
They presented good reason now. The letter Tinubu sent to the National Assembly, which was said I should address. That letter actually wanted to evoke section 5 subsection 4 to B. And what that section is saying is that he said, except with the prior approval of the Senate, so no member of our armed forces, that's our army in Nigeria, should be deployed to combat duty to go for a combat duty outside Nigeria. They must have. So it's not. That's the letter he sent, and what he sent that letter to achieve is that regional peace is being threatened. Borders will be threatened. Yeah, it's regional peace now. It's ECOWAS region now.
By military coup.
International law. And that is one of the reasons why ECOWAS is established, is to maintain peace, economic ties, and a lot of things are along that region. So if
how is this coup a threat to regional peace?
So this is the way it affects regional peace. There's a democratic government in a place. We all agree, they've all agreed that Africa will move to democracy. Military is a no-no. That has been the agreement of AU and ECOWAS over years, right? Some few guys within the military in one of the member states hijacked and kicked out a democratically elected government in that state. That destabilized that particular region. Because before you know, it's a wind that is moving, right? And it will get to your doorstep if you don't take action.
No, you said destability. Where is the destabilization there?
Why don't we ask for the reason why the coup occurred in the first place? What was the reason for that?
Mike.
Simba, give me a second. He mentioned destability, right? Where's the stability right now? Because one guy took over another government. Where is the violence? Where's the war? When you say destabilization, we're talking about like.
Do you think peace? I don't understand your understanding of peace under international law. Do you think peace simply means absence of war? That's not peace under international law now. When there's a democratically elected government and you truncate that government, you're already threatening peace in that place. The peace doesn't mean, there's no war. You are threatening peace in that place.
Ogbeni, can I ask you a question?
Last time I checked, the military actually restored peace in the country.
Yes, military do restore peace, of course, if they are validly deployed, but not when nobody sends.
Wait, let me ask you a question: is coup a crime under international law?
Coup?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the.
No, you can't say it depends. It's a law is a law, man.
Your senior colleague, Falano.
Yes.
I've said that he said it's illegal for ECOWAS to take up war against that country.
Forget about Falano. Falano is losing trust.
Let me speak. And you're not there. And you're not there. And you never support the Tinubu. So Falano have said it that is against international law. It's unlawful for ECOWAS country to carry out war against Niger without United Nations approval, without taking it to United Nations.
So let's look at it from this angle. Yeah. I respect Falano's opinion. He's a very senior colleague, and I understand the law very well. I respect his position, but I don't take his position. Now, let's analyze it from this angle. He said ECOWAS should not take action, but they must go and involve United Nations. So, and the question I first asked about it. Which one piece ask here? Did United Nations support Iraq to invade? Yes. Now, where did the United Nations get its own authority? That ECOWAS doesn't have that authority. You see the way we subject ourselves to all this same slavery you are kicking against. Same slavery you said the West should be.
No,
it's the same.
The United Nations is every country. Listen,
who told you? Did the United Nations support Russia invasion of Ukraine? What are they doing about it?
Wait, bro. Okay, bros.
Did they support Russia, Ukraine? And what are they doing about it? All these things, all these United Nations are just the Western country finding. I don't know
that. United Nations is a talk show.
You can say ECOWAS.
We went there. Russia separately. They will go and condemn, and one of them will veto it, and nothing will happen. They talk, and they go. And that's the country. Do you think United Nations really have interest in the integration of West Africa?
Wait, Joe, hold on. Joe, give me a second. Hold on. Okay. There was a coup in Ukraine, right? And Russia didn't like that coup. So Russia invaded Ukraine. Now Russia is in a mess. The whole world, America, how dare you invade a country? Russia is saying the coup in Ukraine, but they overthrew a democratically elected leader, Victor, I think I forgot his name, Victor something. So Russia is where Russia is now. So the same thing is happening in Niger. They overthrew a democratically elected leader. Nigeria wants to be the next Russia to go in. Now, what are you saying here? Now, Nigeria is a member of the United Nations. Nigeria is a member of the United Nations. Nigeria can present a case in the United Nations that, hey, our country is being invaded. The same way Ukraine is presenting this case in the United Nations that, hey, my country is being invaded. So when Nigeria give the same excuse Russia is giving that, they overthrow a democratic elected leader, so we have to go in to remove them impose our...
Sorry, I have to take my leave.
Okay, you can't come back on that one I just gave you.
No. I've exceeded my time.
No, respond to what I just said and then you leave.
Okay. Let me get. Can you summarize? Sorry.
Okay, let me give you one. Let me summarize it once again. Ukraine. There was a coup that happened in Ukraine where they toppled a democratically elected leader, and that was one of the grounds Russia is using to invade that country because the leader they overthrew was pro-Russia. So Ukraine went to the United Nations and said Russia is invading our country because we overthrew the leader we don't like. Now, Niger, people overthrew their own leaders too, just like Ukraine did. Now you're telling Nigeria to do what Russia did and invade in Niger. Now Niger will go to, Niger is also a member of the United Nations. Nigeria is a member of the United Nations. Now Niger will go to the United Nations and say, come, Nigeria is invading our country. Present the same case Ukraine was presenting in the United Nations floor, that this country is invading us. They claim it because we overthrew our leader. So are you trying to put Nigeria in the position of Russia now?
No, the answer is simple now. Yeah. The answer is simple now. See, look at it from this angle. First and foremost, Niger cannot even go to United Nations because they won't recognize them.
They're a member now.
It's an illegitimate government. They are member, but not this government. It's an illegitimate government.
They don't deal with government, they deal with country.
See, they can't have any representative in United Nations now. Go and write it down.
Well, Ukraine was able to.
No, yeah, Ukraine has a legitimate government now.
They overthrew the democratically elected leader now.
The Zelensky guys.
No, they are for their leader. They fought the coup in Ukraine. They overthrew democratically elected leader Victor Yanukovych. I think that's his name.
You are traveling too far.
I'm not traveling far. We are in the same world. I'm not going to Mars or another planet. We are in this world.
I'm coming out. You are traveling too far. Let me draw you back a bit. And let me explain let me give a summary of my answer. Sorry, I'm about to step out now. That's why I'm rushing. So the summary of my answer to all this thing is this. See, United Nations is there. United Nations, everybody will come and tell their story and go. United Nations, the way the United Nations is structured, United Nations is not going to gain much from whatever happened in West Africa. For you to have your regional integration and peace intact, what are they gaining? What is their interest?
What do you mean, what is their interest? Are the African countries not members? Are they not members?
You ask questions now. Which members?
They are members.
How many of you are members of Security Council in United Nations?
No, they are members of the United Nations. What I'm saying.
Is it General Assembly that made decision United Nations?
That's not what we're arguing about. A member of the UN can go on the UN floor and present their case.
So when you present your case, then what happens after? That's what I'm saying. That's why I said it's just a talk show. United Nations is a talk show. We all know it. So, but ECOWAS, see, this thing, what's happening in Niger affects ECOWAS more. That's my point. It affects ECOWAS more. It's their region. Whatever.
Did you listen to Joe Biden's speech in the UN last year? That
on Russia.
Yes, against war, Russia, the invasion of Ukraine. Say in this era, say it will never be tolerated for a country to be invading another country. This is Joe Biden saying it. The last UN assembly last year.
Mike.
At the same part now.
Hold on. Hold on, Ogbeni. Mike, let him answer you because he's about to leave. So let him just say whatever it is he wants to say, and because I think he has things to do. Yeah.
because
Ogbeni is a lecturer. He has exams to mark, lectures to prepare.
We all do now. I mean,
no. So yeah, if he's saying he wants to leave, then he would have left. It's just out of politeness to you that he stayed back here.
Okay, thank you, Wamba. So, Mike, sorry, I was actually stepping out and I have someone around, but just get my point straight. I'm not saying the Nigerians should go to war. Tinubu is not saying, oh, go to war. Tinubu is following the Constitution, Section 5, which says that before you go, get approval. But it doesn't say before you mobilize. Tinubu is mobilizing. And if you understand the strategy of war very well, for you to have a good bargaining strength on the table, even if you're going to negotiate with the military junta, you have to show your strength, you have to get to the border, you have to get prepared. So in case everything fails eventually, and you get approval of your National Assembly, you move. You don't just start mobilizing at that point. That's what Tinubu is trying to do. So that's my own take about it. And okay, should we be cautious? Yes, I agree. Some of the senators have said they have the highest this thing of harm deal in Niger. We all understand what Wagner's group are doing there. We understand that Niger is full of fundamentalists. They have a lot of fundamentalists who even know if the Boko Haram EU in Nigeria, the sources are actually from Niger. You see, all these issues are the things that will play out, and these are the things they will consider. But let me tell you, between me and you, we don't have the kind of intelligence reports Tinubu has. We may be here and be condemning Tinubu on some decisions, but we don't have the kind of intelligence report. Then, lastly, when we talk about somebody is playing somebody, somebody is playing somebody, one thing I want you to understand is every country plays one another.
Hey, Benny, quickly, if you don't mind, you have to go. But
I have to leave now. So I greet everyone, and I wish you a very good and sound deliberation. Thank you.
All right. Quickly, in regards to intelligence report, we all know, I think Mike has a military background. We all know the intelligence report that came before the invasion of Iraq. That was all false, which they have admitted right now that it was all based on a lie. So Tinubu is not gathering information himself. People give him the information, and most likely the Americans that are providing information. So that too, I would be careful about that. But in regards to Ukraine, well, we can say yes. Victor, what's his name was the former president before Yanukovych. Yes, before Vladimir Zelensky came about. The U.S. didn't like his stance because it was not anti-U.S. per se, it was more pro-Russia, and they wanted him out, and they did. But it was not a military coup; it was still civilian business. So that's the distinction there, I would say.
Yeah, it was still a coup. It was overthrown. Yeah,
but it was not a military coup. That's my point. It was not a military coup. These were civilians.
No. There's no way civilians. No, the military were involved. It was overthrown.
Oh, I agree with you.
Overthrow an individual is the military.
Well, okay, yes, they have the military. I know they have what they call the Azov battalion, that they call the neo-Nazi group. It's all mixed up. But
Bro, the
my
country has
point
a
is that
military.
at the end of the day,
There's no country
hold
that,
on,
that can be overthrown without the approval of the military. Come on now. So the military
okay,
was sitting back.
the
Okay, but they
distinction
sat back.
here,
Then it was like cool. Then.
the distinction here, Mike, when they remove Yanukovych, it was not a military leader that came about. It was
Was
another civilian.
elected? Was he a Democratic elected president?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. So it was a coup. It was overthrown.
but the distinction
Whether
here
it was
again is
military or
that,
not, it was overthrown. It's a coup. When you
okay,
overthrow,
you know what? Okay, see, your narrative, 100% agree with. I know all about that. It was absolutely cool. But the point here is that the military did not take over. They installed another civilian. Okay, pretty much in Zelensky. Am I mistaken here? Because I don't remember the military ruling Ukraine when Yanukovych left.
well, your argument is irrelevant, though, man. I never said whether it was a military ruling Ukraine or not. It's irrelevant. A group of people took over. That's what it matters.
A group of people illegally removed a sitting president.
Exactly, illegally remove
and it's
somebody.
wrong.
So
President.
Yeah.
Yeah, that the military intelligence that you claim that United States had before they invaded Iraq, can we say it's the military intelligence, or it was all lies they fabricated for them to be able to just invade Iraq? Can we call that one the military intelligence?
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you.
If 1 second, let me respond to Sinbad. If you see what I said, I was actually cautioning Ogbeni, right? That yes, it was the most dubious military intelligence. We watched it live, how the Colin Powell and all the military people came to the Senate and made a presentation that, oh, this is what Saddam is doing, this is the weapon of mass destruction, all these other stories. These were all based on lies and fabrication. That's the point. But guess what? That was the sole military intelligence that they used to justify going to war with Iraq. So I was just trying to caution Ogbeni also, is that, hey, who's providing the military intelligence to Tinubu? Is it the US? Is it the French? Is it true?
Well, my own question is, why have military interventions occurred in Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso? Why hasn't ECOWAS or ECOMOG sent troops to those countries? Why is Niger more what that draws their attention?
The simple, quick answer to that is that, look, you can't fight all wars. You have to be strategic and also pick a battle, especially a country like Nigeria, but not like the US, or that has all the money in the world that can print the money. So Niger is what you call NIMBY, or rather Burkina Faso and Mali, you can say it's not in my backyard kind of a thing. But Niger, somehow, some way, we seem to have more connection in terms of it may be our political class or people with Niger. We have more closeness relationship with Niger, it seems. And I don't know, economically and other reasons, it's more like in your backyard. It's more like at home, so to speak. So that, they can't fight all wars, but this is more justified according to Tinubu, and based on his own estimation, it may be so. So you can't go around fighting all wars in Africa. I think that's what
I kind of disagree. Excuse me. I kind of disagree with that. They are fighting. See, the war. The why Tinubu is intervening in Niger is for the interest of France. Just get it, because if Niger didn't have anything, like Niger was like, they don't have all this uranium and gold and whatever, and France doesn't have interest there, Nigeria is not going. Nigeria will not go anywhere. Nigeria will take it as every other coup.
I see a point.
French interest. You should just get it. It's the French interest.
Well, see, sometimes your interest and the interest of your enemies may align, believe it or not.
What's Nigeria's interest in this? Because I'm trying to understand something. You wage a war with a country. The upsets of war is refugees coming into your own country. What is Nigeria going to do?
But why are we calling it a war? Why are we calling it a war?
No war yet. There's no war yet.
It's an intervention.
Declaration of war.
It's
not yet. No war yet.
Declaration of war. If you invade another country, a sovereign country.
No one has invaded it.
It's just like calling, giving a dog a bad name just to hang it. That's what we are doing by calling it a war.
I'm talking about the United Nations law. The United Nations, they have law. That's what you guys need to understand. United Nations has law. Nigeria is a member of the UN. Yeah, Niger is a member of the UN. They have law. A country that invades another country is a declaration of war according to the UN. Now,
Mike, anger law.
Beyond. Wait, listen. Even everybody declared what Russia did in Ukraine as a law, as a breach of as breaking the law.
Not China, not Iran. Okay, so you see, not China, not Iran.
Exactly. No, the only thing is no one can do anything to Russia because Russia is a member of the Security Council and it's a powerful country. So no one can do anything to them. The same thing with United States. When United States invaded Iraq, everybody clearly in the UN, hey, you broke the law. But no one can do anything to them.
What was the punishment?
Wait. What we are saying is those superpowers can break law. Nobody can hold them accountable. Now, if they break that law, another country can leverage that, can use that as a reason, a legitimate reason to now invade Nigeria. And no one can say you don't have right to. And
that's why Nigeria is not doing unilaterally. That's why they're seeking.
Let me land. Chill out. That's what America used to invade Iraq in a desert storm. Because they pushed Iraq to invade Kuwait. And the moment Iraq thought America was in their support, and when they invaded Kuwait, they didn't know that America really wanted to invade them. That's why they pushed them to break that law. Because Iraq is a member of the UN, Kuwait is a member of the UN. Now Iraq made a stupid mistake to go and invade Kuwait, breaking the law of the United Nations. Now America used that as a leverage to invade Iraq. Like, okay, you broke the United Nations law. Now we're going to invade you. And America went full force and invaded Iraq. So you guys are putting Nigeria in that position where we will invade another country. Now, a superpower or someone else like, okay, now that gives us leverage to come and invade you.
The UN will come in now and come into the war.
So the people are not thinking. I don't know what Nigeria
Mike.
Yeah.
Somebody asked a question: why is ECOWAS taking action now? See, the same thing happened in Burkina Faso and Mali, and they did nothing. But if you look at the trend of what is happening, if something happened for the first time, you might not actually know the full reason why it is happening. So it happens in Guinea, it happens in Burkina Faso, it happens in Mali. But we should also recollect what happened in Sudan. Because they wanted their president to leave, they installed a military regime. A military regime came in. And you can see what has become of Sudan today. And if you now look at that axis, look at Sudan. It's bordered by Chad. Chad is bordered by Niger. Niger is bordered by both Burkina Faso and Mali. And that is, so that means the whole northern bloc is already been taken over by the so-called Russia. Because what is happening in Sudan, you can't exonerate Russia from it, because it's Russia that's actually backing the rebel in Sudan against the military ruler in Sudan. So if we now look at those reasons, don't you think we have to watch our back and look at the whole scenario and see what is the trend that is happening, that if we don't take care of this one now, it might actually affect our own country also. Don't let us put this, excuse me, let me finish, Mike. I think what we should look at this thing objectively. We should not look at it from our own partisan view, that maybe because you don't like the person at the helm of affair, and we just have to criticize. Let us look at it objectively. Then from what Ogbeni said also, from economic point of view.
This one first now.
Okay.
Fisima, what you need to understand is this. There was a Cold War in Africa between the Soviets and the Western countries. That war never ends. They are already in control. There's no country in Africa, that other country you're talking about, where they are not aligned with either the Russian, which is former Soviet, or the West. They are already in control. These big countries, superpower, are already in control of these countries. Trust me. France have been there, America have been, they are already there. Nigeria does not have power to even control. They are already there. Whether Russia not take over from France, or France kick Russia out, or France and Russia take over from America, NATO, they are already there. There's nothing Nigeria can do to control this situation. What Nigeria can do is create internal security to make sure even Nigeria gone, we were taken over by our government in the past were all puppet of, they were fully much in control of the West, the NATO. We just recently, like, we started kind of being, we started strategically being almost independent in a lot of ways. But still, these weaker countries, trust me, they're already there, man. They have to either be in line with NATO or with the Soviets. It's always been there. During that Cold War, when the Cold War ended, the country that still remained in a line with Russia is Zimbabwe. It was Zimbabwe, Libya, I think Eritrea, a few other countries in Africa, but majority of them are still aligned with, are still in control by aligned with West, with NATO. But now what's going on is some of those countries are now trying to switch the alliance. You understand? Move away from NATO and go with the Russians. So this situation is not something Nigeria can control. We can't say we are going in to take this country away from both the Russians and the West. It's not possible. They have to be in hand of one of them. So it's going to be a battle between the Russians and the NATO and the Western countries. It's a war between them. So it's not something Nigeria have any control over. The only thing they will end up using us do is they will use, one of them will use us for their benefits. It's either the West will use us to go in to help them fight the Russians, or Russia use us as a way to as a tool to help them fight the West. That's what they're going to do. They're just going to use us. But at the end of the day, we're not going to be the one on top. That's just the fact. That's the big picture, my brother.
Mike,
okay, Mike. Okay. I agree with what you are saying. Okay, either of them, whether Russia or the NATO or the Western, whatever, we also need to look at our own interest also. Which ones pays us better? Looking at the what Ogbeni just said about the pipeline, I mean the gas pipeline that we are at least we are linked to Europe. So if Russia is going to actually undermine the investments that we have already put in that one, don't you think it's in our also in our own best interest to follow the Western world and not to follow the Russian?
Now that you mentioned that pipeline, now I see what's going on. You understand? When this Russia-Ukraine war, you know, the West have been trying to cut off Russian supplies, okay? And from all indications, it seems as if Russia in itself is also trying to sabotage that pipeline operations, which will feed Europe with energy supply, replacing Russian gas and replacing Russian energy. So in this case, to be honest, if that is the angle I'll look at it, Nigeria has every right to actually go into Niger in terms of national interest.
Okay,
That's
can I come in? Can I come in?
Yeah.
Can I come in, Mike, please? You see, when you talk about the gas pipeline, you must check. Let me tell you, Russia doesn't. You see, Russia, even if the West does not buy oil from the gas from Russia, Russia can still sell. Russia can sell to China. Russia can sell to India. These are people.
They already even cut Russian supply. They already cut them.
Exactly. And Russia
No, that is not true. Mike, that is not true. That's not true.
Okay, they are still buying from Russia. Let me continue, please.
They are still buying. Yes, Europe is still buying gas from Russia. Even during the war, they didn't stop it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me conclude. You see, when it comes to this market, everybody will want to buy a cheap gas, even if they draw the pipeline to Europe. If Russia reduces their gas, the money they sell, like their gas, because it is cheaper. It is cheaper now for the EU to buy from Russia, because the pipeline is short. They are within the European space. But now, if you have to transport the gas from Nigeria to Europe, you have to check the cost of transporting that gas to the pipeline.
We are not transporting it through a vessel. We are transporting through a pipe, not a vessel.
Okay.
So what is the cost?
Excuse me. Let's say to a pipe. Let me tell you, the Russians. Okay, let's say the Nigerian pipeline takes the whole of Europe market. China is there to buy from Russia. India is there to buy from Russia. It is now, everything will be on the space of how cheap is your gas. If Russian gas is cheap, they will sell more. If African gas is cheap, they'll sell more.
To me, that is not an argument, because it's just like you are talking about crude. Everybody, they are selling their own. So for Nigeria to get that one, don't just rule it out that Nigeria, it will not sell. That we will not be able to compete in terms of price. It's just an assumption. That's what you are saying now.
Okay, one voice.
I'm just saying.
One voice, man. Give me a second.
Okay, let me, Mike, let me explain.
Let me
explain
give me a
what I
second.
meant.
I allow you, man. You keep going up. Okay, Lam, go ahead.
Please, you see, my brother here, I'm not saying Nigeria will not sell their gas. What I'm trying to say is that if it comes to that, it's going to be a competitive market. There will not be monopoly again. That's what I'm saying. And you see, Russians still has ally they can sell to. They can sell to China, which is a big market. They can sell to India, which is a big market. They can sell to any, they have allies, so they can sell to them. So the thing is not about, the thing, we shouldn't see it as the pipeline. The pipeline is
So
not
are you not saying because they have an ally they can sell to, they cannot undermine our own?
Okay, give me a second.
If they undermine our own, is it not going to pay them better? The way they are holding, the way they are holding, the way they are holding.
Okay, can I interject now?
Give me a second. Give me a
Would
second.
they be able to do
Let me
that?
say something very quick. Simba, first of all, are we even sure that these guys are really building any pipeline? For one.
No, they are building it.
They are starting to build it. From where have they started now?
I don't know where they have gotten to, but it's already laid up to the north, up to the northern part of Nigeria.
They go through Enugu from Delta.
You remember, it's even based on that gas pipeline. Excuse me. You remember there was the time we discussed these Boa cement, green cement in Sokoto. It's also based on that gas pipeline because it's going to be using gas. That's why they call it green cement. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Now, two.
So it's already been laid and it's already there.
Wait. Two. Has Russia even presented? Nigeria side with Russia and say, "Are you against this?" Or has Russia even presented any?
Do you need to wait to know all this, Mike? Do you need to wait to know all this?
Bros.
Everybody is competing.
I'll mention. I'll mention. Give me a second, Simba. I mentioned a book earlier about Henry Kissinger, how he used to lure the African leaders who just do things in our interest. They'll come up to you and say, this thing is against your interest too, because we want to do this thing with you, but these Soviet people here, they will undermine you. This is not something new. They will tell these Africans like, we want to do this thing, we want this project with you, but this Soviet, because they are here, they will prevent us. So now those African countries are now aligned with the West against the Soviets. That was how they won a Cold War all over the world. They were just tricking governments to be anti-Soviet, anti-Russian. At the end of the day, those things they will tell them, they didn't do it. You understand? Then now, what I'm suspecting, they're telling Nigeria like, hey, we need to build pipeline from your country to us so you can supply us gas. But these Russians, because they're going to be here, they'll be in your way. So now Nigeria, yeah, that's true. But as Nigeria start with Russia and say, come, you look like you're going to be against my interest. Or as they even start with the Niger junta, like, okay, is these Russians, are they going to be against my interest? You haven't done that, but just want to go straight to war because somebody is telling you that this is what will happen to you. It's a game. We have to be smart. We can't just conclude that, hey, this is the scenario that's going to play out because it looks like that. How do we know if Russia won't even care, say, whether we have pipeline from Nigeria to Europe? You don't know, man. Let's not.
Okay. Mike, can I talk now without muting my mic?
We think because we are suspecting. I mean, come on. Go ahead, Prince Johnny, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. The Russians, the point here is that, look, there's a lot of games being played, just like you guys know. The true information, nobody knows. And so far with this coup and what is going on, I mean, quite reticent that, hey, nobody knows the full story. Nobody knows how the interests are aligned. When it comes to selling gas, Europe, they need gas, they need energy, right? They say a lot of things publicly that they don't really, adhere to. Now we know that Russia is selling a lot of gas to India, and in so doing, India is turning around and selling the gas to where? Europe. Okay, so this is how these people play this game, and nobody knows what is going on. But in today's world, Russia of the time of Mugabe is not the same as Russia today. And Russia is much stronger now economically.
May God bless you. Even the oil that they are selling to India and even Saudi Arabia, they are buying the oil from Russia and at a cheaper rate because of sanctions from Europe and Western world, and they are reselling their oil to other countries.
Right, exactly. So there's a lot of, you can call it arbitrage, you can call it whatever economic term you want to use. A lot of this shenanigan is going on. A lot of this stuff is going on. So at the end of the day, we in what we call the multipolar world, meaning the alignment of these different superpowers. We know China, Russia, and India is one leg in, one leg out. You know what happened? Do you think the deal that led to the Apple and these other companies in the US transfer their manufacturing base to India is not just, see, it just didn't happen overnight or just happen. It wasn't an happenstance, meaning that there's always deals going on. Okay, so India is still trying to straddle between the West, the US, and really India, in China, and the Russians. So these people are all making deals, and we know the Europe needs energy, so they can fool the world as much as they can. But at the end of the day, they need to power the economy. They need to power the economy. And to the question that somebody asked, this pipeline that we're talking about in Africa and Nigeria to Europe, what is the timeline of this pipeline? I mean, and by the way, where we have like lax security in Africa, this pipelines can be bunkered or destroyed. I mean, look at what happened to the Nord Stream pipeline with the Russians. It got bumped, it got destroyed. So we have at the end of the day, we don't want to go to see. To me, at this point in time, war or invasion of that's kind of strange to call invasion of Niger by Nigeria is kind of too late now. To what woman was saying, like surgical precision attack, I think that should have been done like right away in the second day or third day of the coup. But at this point in time, it's kind of too late. We don't want to get into a mess trying to go to war in Niger. We can try to protect our borders and kind of stay right there. But to mount our soldiers at the border and try to go inside Niger, not good, because we know Niger does not have the army, they don't have the resources, meaning they're going to get all their power and help from the Russians or from China through Russia. So it's a really delicate game. Tinubu needs to think and think hard. Don't get too aggressive in any way, and seek the best solution to resolve the issue. And again, with Niger, see, Niger, and if Russia had invaded perhaps another country other than Ukraine, the US may care less about it. But Ukraine is strategic to the US, if you know what that means. The US politicians and businesses, they do. Ukraine is that kind of one of their playground for corruption and exchange of money. So they want to protect that interest. And also, not to mention that Ukraine is next door to Russia, and they're trying to get NATO closer to Russia and suffocate Russia as much as possible. So the invasion of Ukraine has a lot of legs, a lot of things attached to it. US naturally don't. Yes, US naturally would not care if it's all about interest. So now Nigeria and Tinubu, well, Tinubu has an interest in Niger. Okay, maybe not so much in Mali and Burkina Faso, but there's interest in Niger. So we can't say go after everyone in 54 countries, 52 countries. I mean, we can't go after every country that orchestrate a coup. It's not going to happen. You just pick your interest.
The second thing we should also look at, the truth about it is that we are not actually fighting against Niger as far as I'm concerned. We're actually fighting against Russia under the cover up of Niger. And we really, really have to be careful in terms of whatever decision we make. Because once we are in, I don't see ourselves coming out of that conflict in the long term. Do you understand? So I think Tinubu really has to take his time and really analyze the situation of things. I understand that our interest is at hand because of that natural gas pipeline, which the US and the West, EU, are trying to remove their economic power from Russia. It will be for our own benefit, but at the same time, we have a lot to lose. The EU and these people pushing us can easily substitute that gas from us if shit hits the fan. So we really have to be careful in terms of where we really stand in terms of our alliances. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I agree with that point. Yeah, we have to be careful. We have to be really careful. I was talking to somebody earlier today. Say it's not an issue of if Niger is invaded, we all know what the story is going to be at the end of the day. It will not be Russian invasion. It will not be U.S. or the French invasion. It's going to be Nigeria invaded another country. That'll be the storyline, and the propaganda will begin, where the minds of the Nigerians will be polluted, and we're going to have an enemy right there on the border. Who knows what was next? The fermenting of radicals, terrorists. This thing can go really bad, really, really bad. We don't want to get into it.
Let me come in a little. You see, what we are not looking at, we're not looking at the bigger picture. Like the terrorists are there, all these bandits and all this stuff. You don't know who they are aligned to. If we go in there, we're not only fighting the juntas. We are going to be fighting the rape, all those ragtag. We're going to be fighting them as well.
All these countries, we don't benefit anything from them. See, all these things we are talking here. See, let me tell you, if our country today, military takeover, I will stop sending my money to that country. Let us realize a lot of stuff. Now, see, a lot of things surround all these things we are defending here.
You mean if military
Nigeria today, yes. I will not, yes. I will.
You will not send money to your people again.
Yes, I'm sending you. I'm telling you.
You will not send money to your people again in Nigeria.
I will not.
That's what you are saying to me.
Yes. I'm telling
Your
you.
money is not going to
Ajale Koko, let me ask him a question. You see, even even the civil rule, this civilian regime government will have in Africa, in West Africa. Ask me, what benefit have the people benefited from this civil rule?
What benefit?
The people are poorer. The people are poorer. Look at Nigeria. Let me tell you. Let me conclude. I'm gonna leave you.
This Niger citizen will suffer for all these things.
You see, what I'm trying to say is this: when you look at Nigeria should be a case study. Most of the infrastructures that we have in Nigeria today, or that we can boast of today, were built by the military. I'm not saying military government is good, but they were built by the military. We've had 24 years uninterrupted civil rule. But what have they showed for it? Even these people have treated us like animals more than the way the military treated us. You understand? So,
but you should stop this thing that you are saying now. Every day you say this. Stop it now.
Stop it as how? How? Tell me, give me reasons why you think
that is not an argument. That's not an argument. So are you now promoting military regime? Is that what you are saying?
Excuse me. What I'm not promoting military regime. I'm saying the way we talk
about
this.
No, you've been saying it for days. You've been saying it for days. Okay, what is the importance of what you just said now?
Wait, Joe, were you around during the Nigerian military rule? No, yes, I was around. Let me tell you, excuse me, Mike. I just was. I'm not saying. Which you live under? I saw Buhari, I saw Babangida, I saw Abacha. So let me see, my brother. Look at where I'm coming. Look at where I'm coming from. We are kind of putting this military civilian as if civilian regime is an El Dorado. I now ask the question, my brother. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm not trying to do. I'm trying to tell you. We've had 24 years of civilian government. Tell me a basic infrastructure they've put in place in Nigeria. Like, what have they really done in Nigeria? That
we have the decisions of military rule. Tell us what it did.
Tell me. Huh?
We have the decisions of military rule. Tell us what it did to those federal roads.
Excuse me. Do you know that Abuja was built by the military government?
We are talking about the federal roads, the whole country.
Most of the federal roads you see in Nigeria today were built by the military.
No.
Go and check.
They were built during the colonial time, and they were abandoned by the
colonial time.
Kill on some Mike.
What are you talking? Mike, what are you talking? Colonial time.
Federal road here.
The Ibadan Expressway, Lagos Ibadan.
Were built by the military.
Built by military.
Built by
Which
Lord
regime? The Solo Expressway, do you know it was built by military?
Which regime?
The Third Mainland Bridge, do you know it was built by military?
I know the Third Mainland Bridge.
The Qatar Bridge, do you know it was built by military? And what are you talking about?
You're talking about Lagos was the capital.
All the
Lagos was the
express
capital.
across the country, do you know they were built by military?
Across the which federal roads across the country was built by military? Name them.
Go and do your research.
Go and do your research, right?
Go and do your research.
The roads na rehabilitation, your civilian roads.
So Ajale Koko, those roads, all the federal roads that dilapidated around the country, you're telling me they were
no, not only so when we are talking the original, when they were built, it was the military that built them.
Those roads,
the international airport,
we had no road back then. We have just only single lane road from Lagos to this thing.
Wait, all the road network in Nigeria built by who?
All the expressway you see in Nigeria were built by military. Majority of them were built under the military. Express highway you see in Nigeria.
That's not true, Ajale Koko, man.
Okay,
you can't, Ajale Koko, you can't tell me all these dilapidated roads, they are only 30 years old or 20. Come on now. These roads are so dilapidated. That means they are very old.
Lagos Ibadan Express Road, who built it?
It was just built by are you talking about they were dilapidated? It was just built by
Lagos originally. Who built it? So forget about when they were dilapidated. Originally, who built it?
The road were dead by the time civilians took over.
You are not answering the question. Who built Lagos?
You tell me who built it. Now that's what I'm asking, which regime?
Okay.
If you're talking, which regime built it?
I'm asking you. Most of these things go on.
Don't return your answer.
I can give something to go on, but I can give something to go on. But after go on, I don't think any of those guys beside the capital things they built.
Okay, who built Tinkan Island? Who built Tinkan Island? The Tinkan Island. That
I keep telling you, it was capital city inside the capital.
Tinkan Island, the port.
Tinkan Island. Lagos? Lagos was the capital at that time now.
No, forget about whether Lagos was the capital.
I'm telling you, beside what they are doing around the capital cities, they were not building the rest of the country. That's what I'm telling you.
Look, can you look?
The military were not building the country.
The refineries were built by the military.
The refineries. Who built the refineries?
Is that infrastructure? We're talking about building the country. You're talking about
it's part of the building of the country.
Mike, listen. You people should listen. You listen. You are talking about military being built this thing from our independence till when we have democracy.
Good evening, Simba.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to contribute to this. Good evening, everybody.
Number one. You can go ahead. Just come. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I've been listening all the way. I've been there from the beginning.
Is that Bishop?
We have, yes.
All right.
We have 14. We have over 150 people at some point. I have just only 14 likes. So please, if you have not liked, please kindly do so. Now, I want to go straight to this argument of the military. I don't care what the military did. They did not do it with their money. And they were not accountable to anybody. And that's what makes a difference now. The fact that we have had this discussion several times over and over again, and people seems to be living in nostalgia of what the military regime were. It was an aberration. We knew it was an aberration then. They were not accountable. If military does something for one kobo and tell you they do it for 1 million, who are you? You cannot ask questions. And human rights, most importantly, was...
Excuse me, can I come in?
Let me finish. I just for 2 minutes now.
Can I interject?
But let him laugh first. He hasn't even said anything. You interject, but let him say something first. He hasn't even learned any point.
So when we're having this debate and this discussion, please, under no circumstances do I think we should be giving glory as if we are yearning, as if we are... As if we are missing military regime, as if we are speaking, we are giving them credit. They built something, they built roads, they did not build it with their money, and they were not accountable. Whatever they used, we know under the military regime, our resources were most mismanaged because you cannot ask question. So why are we just always making this reference as if
Bishop? These people, these civilians mismanage the resources of that country 10 times or 100 times worse than the military.
That's your view, and it is very subjective. So
I want to be fair. You just want to interject first. If I don't let him, I'll let you. Then you look like I'm being
go
biased.
ahead.
So,
Let Joe go ahead.
that's why,
Okay, you see, what you said about accountability. The civilians are not even accountable. They do not account to anything.
But there's a process. But there's a process that they got to question.
Excuse me,
What process do you question military with?
Okay,
let me come. You see,
Bishop,
when we talk
let
of
me interject real quick and then you respond. And then I go quick. I'll come after him. You know. Okay, Joe, go ahead now.
You see, when you talk about the military not being accountable to what they've spent, or you cannot ask questions, no, it's not true. Just you see, let's compare. The military stayed in power how many years? Maybe 30-something years in power. The civilians have stayed 24 years in power. You tell me what they have done in Nigeria. What infrastructure have they built in Nigeria that is at least that will help the economy, to revive the economy? What have they done?
Okay,
Excuse me again. How much have they spent? Only Buhari alone spent money that has not been spent in Nigeria before. Just Buhari alone.
That's not true.
What did
That's
they
not
do with the money?
true. That's not true. That people keep recycling this falsehood does not make it true. But let's stick to facts. Let me answer you very straightforward. The first thing the military does when they come into power is to suspend the constitution, and the first thing that goes down with it is the parliament. The National Assembly goes down. So there is no formulation of law. Military comes up with decree. We can say there's a decree number 4 of 1984, decree number 2 and number 4. I remember those decrees very well as if it were yesterday. So if you say we prefer to be ruled by decrees rather than people sit down to bring our constituents sit down to formulate, it's not going to be perfect overnight. It's not. It doesn't. No system in the world. America had 200 and something, about 250. They still have amendment to their constitution every day. Every time amendment. I'm coming. Let me answer you. You just said something. You said you are not accountable. I'm giving you the background of my own view. So the fact that they suspend the constitution means that your rights had been suspended. That's number one. Number two, the fact that they suspend the parliamentary means they have silenced the voice of the people. Number three, you are saying, you see, we live in different times. We know, let's not talk about 1960. Let's talk from 1970, after the Civil War, the oil boom, the Udoji Awards, and when they awarded all those roads and the rest, there were no accountability. The man, the federal commissioner for work that time, what's this man name? This Lagos man, Ajaleko can remind me, Femi Okono in his days, when he spoke, he said some of those things, how contracts were awarded, and the beginning of 10% kickback was under the military. So when
has it stopped now?
I'm coming now. Let me. You ask the question. You ask the question now. Let me answer. Let me finish. When I finish, I will tell you. I yield the floor. Now, so we move to under the military to under from Muritala. Muritala gave Udoji Award because there was an oil boom. We know how the price of oil jumped then, and the issue became the money is not our problem. It is how to spend it. Sadly, had we had the first slight of discomfort in 1983, 1982, really, when the glut happened, we began austerity measure. It was the austerity measure that brought the military back. In 1983, oh, they have mismanaged. They have the government that have not lasted 4 years. They have not even allowed them to do trial and error. From 1979 to 1983, the military were back. Between 1983 and 1985, another military took over. 1985, we all remember, at least those ones are very recent, Babangida era. Now, the kind amount of money that came in, maybe we can ask questions. Now, people were talking about 12.2 billion oil windfall under the 1988 and 1988 oil windfall. Who can ask? Who are you asking? People were just murmuring about it. They were just complaining about it. That 12.something billion disappeared under Babangida. Nobody is asking questions. I am saying, under the democratic rule, that you can ask questions. It might not be perfect immediately, but the fact that we are now looking back as if we prefer a military regime is an aberration. We are. It's an intellectual discussion. And when we're having this intellectual discussion, we should not encourage people that are out there thinking that this is our position. That our position is that we prefer military regime. That's my point.
Okay, to add that quickly before Angelica goes in, if Mike don't mind, you see, every time the military intervene with the democracy in Nigeria, they set us back. We have to start from scratch.
Exactly.
Okay, before when we had the regional a better form of governance in the regional government, there were a lot of development going on in different parts of the country. Okay, but the military was the one that actually destroyed democracy. And keep in mind that they rule, just like you said, maybe what, 36 years to what, 24 years of civilian rule. They never give the civilian the continuity necessary to actually do something great. And now we come with the civilian rule. Also, we have this original selection of who to rule. Is it north, south? See, all these things. Democracy is not like, command and control like the military. It takes time. And 24 years of civilian rule, quite frankly, this is not to excuse the corruption in civilian administration, not at all, not at all. But 24 years in civilian rule is not that long for real meaningful development to really occur. But we also have to mention that the Buhari administration, they did stuff. They did a lot of things with a tight budget. With the windfall, I remember back in time of what is it, Buhari? No, not Buhari, but Abacha time, I think, and Babangida. Yeah, we had a lot of money, but let's not pretend that the military is not corrupt. Also, they too are the foundation of corruption. Of course, that corruption is concentrated and is more widespread when it comes to civilian. But at the end of the day, if we all can vote on this platform, I do not desire military rule. I don't think there's a place for it, and I reject it in any form that it comes.
Well, my argument is not that military rule is better than democracy. But my argument here is that Nigerian people fared better under the military than the democracy. Nigerian people live better.
What?
Can you just listen to me?
Even the Israelites thought they were better off with cucumber and onions in Egypt.
Just listen to me. Nigerian people live in a secured country under the military than under the civilian administration today. Nigerian people can go to farm under the military than safely and come back home safely under the military than today.
Mike, don't mute me, please. If I want to tell, let me interject. I'm not a nuisance. Don't mute me. Okay? Go ahead, Adana.
Nigerian people can move around the country without the fear of being kidnapped, without the fear of being killed.
Hey, Bishop, was somebody muting you? You say don't mute you.
Why are you muting me? You muting? Why are you muting me? I'm not talking. You are muting me.
I'm not the one muting. I think it's one man. One man is also here, so he's also doing stuff.
So Nigerian people can travel around their country and live peacefully among themselves under the military are today. Nigerian people had better electricity supply under the military than we are.
Sorry, apologies, Ajale Koko. Sorry, yes, Bishop, I was the one muting. If somebody is not talking, then stay muted, because otherwise your background noise, it cuts into the stream. So that's why I'm muting you. So if you're not talking, anybody that is not talking, stay muted. Yeah.
So Nigerian people can enjoy electricity supply in Nigeria back then than we are today. Nigerian educational infrastructure work better than we have today. Hospital, healthcare services function better.
Are you done? Hello.
Oh, please, I'm
Hold on,
next. If I
are you
just
there?
done, I'm
Hold on,
next.
hold on.
Under
Are you still there? Hold
how
on.
many
I think
how
it,
many population? Under
I
how
think
many
it's done.
population?
I
Okay,
think it's
okay, no,
done.
no, I'm not done.
Let me
I'm
quickly
here.
respond.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, and then are you done or you see you haven't
I'm
landed?
not done. I'm still
Okay,
speaking.
go ahead, finish. Okay, go ahead.
Nigerian educational infrastructure work better under the military than what we have today. Healthcare function well better. And as a matter of fact, we have under Babangida created, what do you call it? Healthcare center across the country with Dr. Beck or Rasom Kuti. No, not Beck or Ulukoye Lakonsitu, helping him to build healthcare sector to the grassroots in Nigeria better than what we have today. So Nigerian currency.
Ajan Lukoko, please. I want to interject you, please. I beg you. I want to interject you.
We
Please,
didn't
I want to interject you.
when you were talking yours.
I want to, no, you interjected. People interjected me now. I want to interject you too. We shouldn't be saying this. Leave for children.
Hold on, Bishop. Let Ajanle Koko land, and then before you come in, I want to hear from Shaw Soul because it's a new voice. So let him land because we're now trying to streamline the interjections. I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but we were saying now that people should be able to land their thoughts, and then
I've listened all the through from the beginning. People were interjecting.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you. Hello?
I'm saying
yes.
No. Hold on, Shaw. Let Ajanle Koko land, and then
Okay.
you introduce yourself to the platform because this seems to be your first time. But listen first attentively to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, carry on.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, when I started speaking, I said Nigerians fared better under the military than the civilian administration that we have today. And I'm making all these points to justify my point. Our currency was better. The value of our currency far better than what we have today. Our purchasing power far better than what we have today. Poverty rate was very, very low compared to what we have today under civilian administration. So, what is the essence of having democracy? Is it not to give better life for the people and make people live in happiness? Nigerians are more divided that we ever seen in the history of that country today than what we had under the military. I mean, democracy that we expected, what we expected democracy to give to the people. In fact, democracy has failed us more than the military failed us.
I think you get the point I'm making, Sean.
Let me learn now.
Well, you're taking too long.
Stop
Ajan Lukoko, land quickly. You are taking forever to land. You are taking forever.
He's just whipping out sentiment.
You are just saying the
now.
same
That's what
thing. You are
he's
saying
doing.
the same thing over and over. Land. Let's move forward.
It might not chime with you people.
No, we get the point already, but it's like you're dragging. We already know the point you're landing. So
You don't know my point,
but you're just
don't
dragging
cut people short. This is not the way you moderate.
I have to moderate now. Like everybody got to talk. So
just let people speak. Every time you want to.
Okay, how long do you need?
Don't interrupt people. Let them speak. You want to talk more than the panelists.
Okay, let me ask the question now. So if somebody come here now, is speaking for 10 minutes. Should I know?
You are a panelist. I mean, you are a moderator. Leave panelists alone to talk. Don't interrupt.
Mike, can you just allow Ajale Koko to organize?
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
It won't take you more than 2 minutes.
What kind of nonsense is this?
And the
way you conduct your own section, anytime you are handed over to conduct, you just want to rubbish people.
No one is rubbishing people.
I'm just advising you. This is not the way to act when you are directing. Just
everybody do things differently now. That's why I do my own.
Continue the conversation.
What's his name? Tunajada. That's the way he does his own.
I mean, we listen to Bishop. He landed. Then we continue.
Well, it didn't take like 20 minutes.
Don't interrupt me.
Chill.
So what I'm trying to say here, gentlemen, is that look, yes, between the two, military or civilian, I want democracy. But this democracy has not delivered to us what we expected. They have set us backward. Economically, security-wise, financial-wise, in everything. They've set that country. They have disappointed the people of the country. So when you see reason why people are not having confidence in military, this civilian rule or this politician, is because they have not governed us well, they have not delivered the dividend of democracy, and they are not transparent in the way that they have conducted the service of the country, of the government. They are not transparent to us. You have government, they will use a lot of they are criminals to pursue you. They don't want voices of opposition. This is not the way democracy should run. We should be able to speak in our country. We should be able to have good governance. We should be able to live safely. They are not doing the best for us. We should be better.
We get it now.
That's my point.
Can I get some? Okay, all right. So who's the short guy? One man wanted to talk. Short, whatever. Are you there?
I am calling in or joining in from joining this program from the United States in Washington D.C. and I am a Sierra Leonean. Okay. So let me give my perspective from a Sierra Leonean. I want to get away from this military talk because it's nonsense. It's crazy to believe that a military government is better than a civilian government. That is crazy to me. But let me go back. Let's go back to Niger. The reason people like us in Sierra Leone believe that Nigeria, the powerhouse in West Africa, one would argue in Africa, should step in Niger is because if Niger failed, it will affect Nigeria.
We can't see you, sure. We can't see you. Where are you?
I would prefer not to show my face if you don't mind.
Then use an avatar. Use an avatar.
Or okay. You can just mute your camera or something.
Mute your camera.
There's no point on what you are doing is just making it creepy.
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second.
But carry on anyway. Carry on.
Okay. A point that I'm trying to make is this. If Niger is not secure,
still see your face though.
We are seeing your face now.
Okay.
No, just carry on. Yeah.
If Niger is not secure, then I don't see how Nigeria will be secure. You share a 1,500-kilometer border, my understanding, with Niger. We have Mali today that is a failed state. We have Burkina Faso that is a failed state. All this, we have Chad on the other side, almost a failed state. We have Sudan on top of it, a failed state. So the buffer zone is Niger. If Niger becomes a failed state, Who do you think is going to affect, the first effect? It's Nigeria. And if it affects Nigeria, it affects the rest of us, all the way down to Sierra Leone. You got to remember that there has been a precedent where Nigeria have stepped in. Nigeria stepped in Sierra Leone as ECOWAS to help us. And it's because of Nigeria that saved my life to be able to get out of Kono district, Koidu town, where the diamonds were. It's because of Nigerian military that saved me and my family lives. We have a precedent there. We have a precedent with Gambia. You see Senegal jumped in and take care of Gambia when the nonsense started in Gambia. If you are the power, that's your sphere of influence. You cannot let chaos just go wild, because it affects all of us. It will affect all of us, my brothers and sisters. The West Africa is too small. We see the problem in Sierra Leone. When Sierra Leone was affected, like it started with Liberia, it affected Sierra Leone. It destabilized Ivory Coast. We see 3 states went into civil war. So we cannot allow Niger to be a failed state. And from my understanding, from what I've been listening to some of you guys here, it sounds more of a personal thing. You guys don't like your government. That's fine. But when it comes to national security, I would think that all of you guys will be patriotic about that. And comparing civilian government to military government, that's nonsense. I live in the United States. It's 250 years and still not perfect. 250 years, we're not safe. If we go down the street, we'll get shot at. So if you want to go that compare, supposedly the best democracy in the world have serious issues. All kind of issues. More issues than Nigeria will ever dream of. Yeah, so for me, Nigeria must step up to the plate with ECOWAS. They must step up to the plate with ECOWAS. If not, if Niger fails, it's a problem for all of us. And the gentleman that was talking about military this, military that, during the military time, you cannot come onto this thing and talk like this and have the freedom of speech to speak like this.
God bless you, brother.
You cannot come and criticize the military government and think that you're going to go home and sleep. To hell with that. You know that.
You cannot talk like this in Nigeria either. We
yes,
are
you
not
can.
free to talk like this in Nigeria. To
Go ahead, Mr. Show. Go ahead.
Let him land now. Let him land. Let him finish.
Those people, this man, the guy is making sense. Those
I'm
people, the
trying to
man.
let him know he's from
No, but you are not correct. What you are saying is not correct. What you are saying is not correct.
But let me finish.
Wrong word. Let Shaw finish his submission.
Let me just finish. So I am at the Beguna. I don't know if I think my Pidgin Creole, maybe you guys know our Pidgin Creole too. We will beg you guys, this is not about we want war. It's not about that. We're looking at security issue for all of us, not just for you guys there in Nigeria. Small states like us in Sierra Leone, Guinea, Liberia, states that are not have serious problem up to today, since after the war, are very fragile. We are scared of what's going on in Niger. And we have seen military coups in Sierra Leone did not help anyone, my brother. We live under one-party state forever. We see military coups. We see what happened in our land. Up to today, we see the effect of that. We see our election that just happened with big-time problems, with transparency and all kind of issue. We are having that problem right now in our land, which is very, very fragile for we. So let we all be careful what we are saying here. You have a lot of people that are listening to you. You have thousands of people, not just today, but later on in the next month, that will go up to 1 million people that will be listening to this, what you are saying right now. And it's crazy for to argue anywhere in the world. for a military government over a civilian government. With all the problems with civilian government, we all know all our civilian government in Africa are corrupt. We all understand that, but at least we have some basic rights under them than under a military government. I will pause for there and allow you guys to go on for a little bit.
Quick question, Dan. Mike, before 1 second.
No, it's my turn. Can I say something? It's my turn.
No,
No, it's not your turn. It's my turn. I was going
Okay, let's ask question. Let's ask question to Shaw.
Wait, guys, hold on. It's Bishop turn to submit, but if you guys have question for Shaw, let's ask him question.
Yeah, I have question. Question, please.
Question, and then Bishop will do his submission.
Okay, so Shaw, one, I guess, do you have a clear understanding or comprehension of what is going on in Niger? And number two, are you advocating for Nigeria or ECOWAS to go in with a military intervention?
I 100% comprehend the whole thing that's going on in the Sahel region. I study international relations. I work in the international relations body here in the United States. I understand what's going on in the whole Sahel region and the effect of it from Mali all the way to Nigeria. So yes, I understand that. And the second part of your question was, if I'm advocating for Nigeria to go in. I'm advocating for to try to settle this peacefully. But if that does not work, yes, ECOWAS should go in, not just Nigeria. Nigeria, of course, have more stake here more than anyone else, but we all have stake. So we all have to support Nigeria and go in and take care of this. And we should not have just done this with Niger. We should have done this way back with Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso, and even Chad, and even Sudan.
Mike, can I ask a question? Please.
Any more question for sure?
Okay, yeah, for sure. Sure, don't you think the problem is this? Don't you think the civilians are to be blamed too? Let's take example of Cameroon. Cameroon, Paul Biya has been there for close to 40 years. Don't you think he's the one also instigating all this uprising? Like when a civilian president comes in, he changes the constitution to stay longer. That's what most African leaders do. Don't you think those are the things that irritates the people, and those are the things that kind of allow the military to come into power? These are
yes, my brother, my problem is not just the civilian rule I blame so much, I blame all Africans. For example, I will give you an example. In Sierra Leone, we have a two-party system. We have a whole bunch of other small parties, but APC and SLPP are the biggest party in Sierra Leone. For 60 years, they have ruled the land. We don't even have electricity, full electricity in our land. But we continue, we Sierra Leoneans continue to elect this criminal entity called parties, the APC and SLPP. So my biggest problem there, I blame every citizens in Africa because we allow this. We have allowed this to continue to happen. We elect some of the worst among us. We don't elect the best people. We elect the worst among us to represent us, and we expect change. It's not going to happen, my brother. It will never happen until we have good people take over those institutions. It's not going to happen, my brother. So we, the people, have to look at ourselves. I'm just giving an example in Sierra Leone. We just had an election. We elected a president, re-elect a president that did absolutely nothing for us in 5 years. In fact, people are suffering in Sierra Leone today more than they ever suffer in their life, more than you will compare it during the rebel war time. That's the only exception you will make. But people are suffering. But people still went out, over several million people went out and elect the same government, but they're crying and saying all kind of BS, but they elect this government. And that's the same with you guys in Nigeria. That's the same all over Africa.
Are you saying they elected or they manipulated the election processes to their own advantage at the detriment of the people? Is that what you want to say? Because because I follow your country election too.
Yeah,
I mean, the government in power manipulated the process.
It did
to declare themselves the winner, and that is what we are talking about. That these criminals you have in civilian government are worse than even the military.
But Mr. Aja,
we have the constitution. They don't respect the constitution. They control all the what do you call it? All the institution of government. They use the institution of government to their own advantage, not to the advantage of the people.
But Mr. Aja, let me say this, right? I'm going back to Sierra Leone because that's the best example I can give. That's where I came from, right? We have this two-party system. We have other people that we can elect, that we can choose, that no matter how much you manipulate the system, if 70% of Sierra Leone decide not to choose this two-party system and try somebody else, it would have been better for us, but we don't. We follow this two-party blindly. We vote for them all the time, even though there are other options that we can look at, but we don't even give them a chance. And I'm sure that is the same in Nigeria. Do you guys give chance to smaller parties, to someone with a vision and policy? No, we don't.
Because why? They make it impossible for the smaller party to be competitive.
No, my brother.
Hold on, my brother.
That's right.
All the look. Let me tell you. Yeah, let me tell you this. Let me tell you how they corrupt the system. Look, my own candidate in Nigeria is a small party, and the constitution says every presidential candidate must be given security personnel to follow them to wherever they want to go. Do you know they didn't provide for my own candidate?
Yes.
They acted against the constitution. And you want me to support those kind of criminals?
Yeah,
you want
Mike, let me talk.
Manipulated the system
Mike, let me
to their
talk.
own
Let me respond to
advantage to say that they are running the state well. That is the way they manipulate the system at the detriment of the smaller party.
Mike.
They don't give the smaller party to grow.
We never land.
They intimidate them. They will go after them. My own candidate at one time was put in jail.
More than enough. Let me respond
just
to you.
Because he's standing up against them and for Nigerian people. So let me leave it there.
Let me respond to Adanle Gogo. Thank you, Mr. Social or whatever. Adanle Gogo, it's sometimes it could be very painful listening that we are very nostalgic about military. You are eulogizing Abacha, Babangida, and saying things were better then. That's shocking. I mean, we were here. I mean, I just remember. I'm answering you. I'm not going after you. I'm answering you. I'm responding to what you said, and I have the right to respond to what you said.
Go ahead, Bishop. Go ahead.
Now, you know, it's okay because I mean, we read in the Bible, even the Israelites at some point they were nostalgic about going back to Egypt. They say, oh, they had cucumber and onions and the rest. My fear is that we have a lot of younger persons that were born in the 90s, 80s and 90s that are listening to you, and because of their attachment to you, they feel that what you are saying is the gospel truth. Unfortunately, it's completely very misleading. It is not founded on fact. It is not based in fact. We were here in this country in the 1980s. At least I was not a baby in 1980, and I knew how bad things were. That people were crying and people were dying of hunger. That they even said, one man said that people are not hungry because people have not been eating out of the dustbin yet. I remember a very popular musician. I don't know, one of these highlight musicians that sang "Ilu Leko Sowolu De." People were dying in the early 80s. People were dropping out of school. You know, a lot of things were happening and there were complaints and riots. When SAP, what is SAP? What is SAP? I remember one particular interview that Babangida granted when he arrived from one thing that one journalist, if I can remember, just said, what is SAP? He said, SAP is an acronym. It could mean anything.
It could mean stomach adjustment program. Of course, we all know it's structural adjustment program. So if we were so buoyant, things were so wonderful, as you are trying to paint an El Dorado, why did we come up with SAP? We've been talking of devaluation of our currency since 1984, 85, 86. And you are painting this kind of picture for children that they were hospital, they were education, they were this. And we have children that were born in the 80s and in the 90s that are listening to you. There is nothing can be further from the truth of what you have said. We know every year, people are always, because we have very short memory, we always say, oh, last year was better, last year was better. But if we go down the memory link, bit by bit by bit, we have our own challenges. The contribution we contributed because our population exploded beyond measure. Our infrastructure did not grow, our economy did not develop, and you are saying Babangida built health institutions? Really? Oh, yeah. Olikoye Ransom Kuti with expanded program of immunization. He did a little bit in that area. Which universities, which teaching hospitals, which hospitals did they build under Babangida? That you are making reference that they built hospitals everywhere. Where? Is it under EPI, a standard project of immunization, that this woman eventually came to, I forgot her name again. Is that what you are referencing to? Even Baba Abacha did better for health with Buhari's PTF in health area. Because you go to some hospitals today, you still see some PTF, Petroleum Trust Fund, bed, ambulance, building they built, bed sheets in some instances, and the rest. Even Abacha did way better than Babangida, and you are eulogizing. Now, my point is this. Democracy, and I've always said this, democracy comes with its own challenges. If we remember, if Nigeria were to be America in 1972, the Watergate affair, which you all know, somebody was talking about Kissinger the other time. I read a lot of Kissinger. Go and read what he read about the American senseless wars. I read, he was an erudite essayist, and one time American Secretary of State. So go and read what happened in 1972, Richard Nixon Watergate affair. If it had been Africa, that would have been enough scandal to encourage a coup. We have in 21st century that we are in, the last election in America, some people are still contesting it that it was stolen, that it was a corrupt election, it was a this, it was a that. The amount of scandalous things that happened during that election, manipulations, people that were denied. If it was to be in Nigeria, would have been calling for coup. Oh, the election was flawed, the election was stolen. Who told them that the election in America was stolen? Who condemned it that it was not acceptable? But there are people that are still complaining. 70 something million people voted against the incumbent. And they are still saying the election was stolen today. Does it mean that they want to put out their democracy? No. We learn to walk by falling and getting up again. Comparing military rule to democracy in Nigeria or elsewhere is an aberration. It's something that we should consider a primitive pastime. And I really shudder listening to you, because I know that I have my son listening to this program. He's in the UK. I have young persons that are listening. We are not perfect. If it takes America 250 years to still conduct an election as horrible as they did in 2020, and they have not died, then let us learn by falling and learning to walk again. So for the benefit and for the sake of younger generations, people that are listening, that we market this something to, there are something that we should draw, there are some instances we need to draw a line. We might be angry with the present situation. I'm not happy with the present situation, but I'm always giving to you that, look, we need to develop. Gradually, we will walk, we will stumble, we will fall, we will rise again, we will walk again until we perfect it. America has not perfected it. As Britain, you not perfected their democracy. So for me, for the sake of those younger ones, and the fact, let's put the facts on the table. There have always been challenges in Nigeria. We knew when Awolowo in 1979, when Awolowo came up with free education, a lot of people in the school that I was, that they have finished standard 3 or standard 6 in many years ago, that have gone to learn work, they now came back to school because there was a chance of free education. Was it not under the military we were just coming around from after the Civil War in 1973, 1971, or 1970? So painting the military regime as if it's an Eldorado where you cannot even ask questions. And you just said something here that Nigeria is not even free, that people are not free to say what you are saying online here. But if there's any place in the world that people can say all manner of things, it is Nigeria. Go and listen to some spaces, to Twitter space that is so democratized. On air personalities, the kind of things they spew out, and you say Nigeria is not free. Come on, don't let us paint our home country, our motherland in such disrespect. It's such despicable and disrespectful manner. Please.
Indeed. And Mr. Bishop, just to for me to say the last thing, I just want to continue with that line that you are saying. I want all you brothers to realize that Nigeria is a great country. It's a powerhouse. It's a country that can be a force for good in Africa, and especially West Africa. Politics is politics, but let's please know that country first. Let's keep that going. That country first is much more important than any political party or any leader. And you guys are a great country. It's a country that have the potential to be a power, not just in Africa, but the world. Only if you guys can get your act together. I apologize for me to say that, but you all need to get your act together in Nigeria. And we are looking forward to it. And our security, especially in West Africa, is on your hands. You want it or not. You want the responsibility or not. You don't have a choice. I hope you understand that. You don't have a choice. It is your responsibility, not just for yourself, but for the rest of us. You're the only one that have a power can go into any country and stabilize or destabilize it. And you did that in Sierra Leone. You brought peace to us. You have shown us that you can do it. So please, my brother, with Niger, we don't want war, but we cannot allow Niger to be a failed state and surrounded, Nigeria surrounded by failed states. You will not have security. You will never have security, my brother. Nadande all Miguel for say. Una, thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and thank you for letting me in, and thank you for listening to my BS. But
sure, thank you, man. Sure, you can always come anytime, man. You really drop it, really, good, fantastic, submission, man. We need voices like you, to call in often, So you can always call in anytime, to have more contribution, I mean, whatever you want to contribute, if you want to tell us more about Sierra Leone, what's going on there, you can always come in to share with us, we definitely enjoy your submission, man. It was deep, so
absolutely, Mike. I will be more than happy to, and I appreciate you guys. This is the first time discovering you. I was making a lot of comments on the when I was listening to you guys. I was going against the panel, especially when you started comparing military rule to civilian rule. I think that's a bad topic to even talk about, because it's just completely not the same. The freedom that you get under civilian rule, including parliament, including everything, you will never get that under a military rule. And it does not matter that military rule if it's in Nigeria or Sierra Leone or Panama or Mexico or wherever the hell it is. You don't have a freedom under military rule. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who wants to go next?
Let me chime in. Who's that?
Go ahead.
This is Adewale President.
Adewale, actually, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a quote that I've been trying to look for. A friend of mine, or a former co-worker of mine, sent it, actually copied it from him, and I'm looking at his profile down on Facebook, and I'm trying to get that quote. That quote actually speaks to the submission of Babajan Lekoko. It's human nature to praise the past and look at the trouble of the present and hope for the future. But that's not how the author put it. But in my own understanding is, we remember the past with nostalgia, as if we've had the best of the years in the past. But when we look at it in retrospect, we make progress. The wheel of development is not always quick, it's always slow and grinding. Uh, but if we look past and we're being objectives in our assessment, we will realize that human beings generally make progress. We grow old every day, and sometimes you'll be marvelous at what you've achieved, but of course, human beings, we don't usually grateful to our creators for the fact that we're still alive. But one thing that I know for a fact is that Nigeria or the Africa generally, apart from the political issues that we do have, we've made progress. Even the last general election that was conducted in Nigeria, we made progress. I mean, we can all attest to what we used to have called, you know, the shamble or the sham uh, election. Apart from that, also we've made progress in terms of representations. We don't have a say on that military government. And I was trying to make reference to what somebody said, not about Jalekoko, about that under military government, you know, Nigeria recorded a lot of economic progress, and we've forgotten so soon that in that same country, we've used sawdust to cook, even in the urban city, sawdust to cook, and all came through the federal government economic policies. Why do we have instability in Nigeria today? This same military came to stabilize because that was their mantra, to stabilize. You've all forgotten when Buhari was putting politicians in over 200 years in jail, people being awarded and convicted for 150 years in prison. That was during the IBB, I mean, during Buhari's tenure, first time when he was the head of government. We all thought it was going to come and stabilize. Yes, it came and it shoved that discipline down the throat of every Nigerian. You see? But here we are today. We have civilian government. We may say, well, we don't like what is happening. But you know what? This is the only system of government that guarantee people's involvement in selecting who represent them. Public governance. And I was watching the Dr. Bosun Tijani's screening process on YouTube just as before I joined you guys. To be honest, I think I have a change of mind towards that guy. And the president himself to have been so magnanimous in giving him a chance to offer his expertise and to serve his nation. Yes, there were a lot of, you know, jest and, you know, shenanigans going on in the Senate. But the lesson I learned from it is that on a normal day, this young man wouldn't have gotten any chance. But even the Senate were so handicapped that they have no choice than to grant this guy or to, you know, give him a pass mark because he was, so I understand that it was a president candidate. So that's why the state could have 3 ministerial nominees. We're making progress. Who would have thought 2 years ago these individuals was tweeting profusely against the political party that is still in the government? And here he is being called upon to render his expertise to grow the Nigeria economy. We're making progress. We are truly making progress. But one thing I think also we also appreciate in the civilian government is the fact that under the civilian government we are able to have our grounds, our the inequalities in the system to come out in the full force to our face, and we are facing it. Under the military, we have no choice. They shove down whatever plan they have into your throat, and you must take
Adewale, let me also add one quick thing to it. Do you know that in this civilian time, if you go to all the capital cities within all the 36 states, you see like development going on there. Even some of those cities I visit these days, I'm like, like you guys are having things that you are enjoying things we're enjoying in Lagos or those places. Like you see them road, but during that military era, they don't even visit those areas. Like it was just all they do is just all they recognize was just like the capitals.
My own state is an example.
Lagos and Abuja, like all those cities like
should get to Oshogo today.
Osun has been transformed. I'm used to Osun State. Osun has really transformed.
Exactly, Oshogo has transformed. Exactly. But
transformed.
military time, is Abacha thinking about places like that or Babangida? They don't think, they just, they don't care. They abandon all those places. That's what I was saying. Like all the federal rules that the British
Adewale, I don't know if the quote I posted is what you were trying to remember.
Let me see.
Never be a prisoner of your past.
No, it's kind of similar to this, but that particular quote I so much loved. It just speaks to the way we remember the past as if we've had the best life in the past. However, what we are going through now is not compared to what we've had in the past. Even then, I used to make example of Wasiu Ayinde Marshal Kwamwon. You remember when he sang in the 80s that yes, in the 83, 84, when he said, that was when Buhari was the head of government. So life was good in 83 when there was no light. Our population wasn't this astronomical then, but then people were complaining. There was a time something like a pound of yam was being imported because people could not even afford to grow their own food, pounded yam or grow yams. I said people use sawdust to cook. There was a time in Lagos State that odd and even numbers were
you mean to cook or eat it?
To cook.
To cook. There were no kerosene.
Okay.
Sawdust. People using to cook. There was a time in Lagos State that they were alternating even and odd numbers.
Please, Adewale, please let me just chip in something, just very quickly. That period you were talking about in 1982, I was living in Ibadan. There was a train crash, that was carrying wheat, something like wheat to the north, to some of the breweries, and this cargo train. People don't know what was inside, but everybody went and rushed. They packed those things and stored them in their house, and people started devising means. People tried to cook it. It was not, but eventually they turned it into something like akamu, like ogi. They made it into something like semo. It became so popular that they were selling it in the market. If you see how people were living in those days, people that ordinarily before, family that were a little bit above average. I'm not boasting. We don't eat gari in my house. My dad always say that when you are eating gari cassava product, you are competing with goats, because when he was growing up, what they were using cassava to do was to feed goats. So my father does not eat gari and lafun. When things turned around, they started giving him. He will eat the soup and leave the gari. Out of, is it me that I'm eating gari? And that was when things started turning around. And that's anybody that lived in Ibadan around 1982, 82, 83, or 81, 82, when that crash happened. People don't know what it was, but people started eating it all the same. They were eating it because things were tough. And that was exactly the year this man I mentioned that sang that song.
Yeah, this man is really, what's his name? The one that sang the song.
Victor Laya.
Victor Laya, God bless
Bishop,
him.
I want to corroborate what you just said now. That is more than 100% true. We used sawdust. It was so terrible in that it was 84, from 83 to 84. That was the most terrible time in Nigeria. I remember that time too. It's still little, but we suffered a lot, especially in Ibadan, because I also grew up in Ibadan. So, okay, I just want to say that so that anybody that is talking, I should continue. Thank you.
So, for anyone that think that Nigeria hasn't made progress, we have. As a matter of fact, we now know more about each other than years in the past. When we're talking about not even just politics, not today, people have been discussing politics. Remember then when people gather at the bus stop reading dailies and arguing profusely about something they know nothing about? Then we relied on dailies to know what was going on in Abuja. But today, we have access to internet. Remember when government shut down Twitter? There was a lot of uproar, right? And then they opened the space. Do you think that would have been possible under the military government? They will shut it down, they will track you by your IP, and they will imprison you. It's as simple as that. And there's nothing, there's no court in the land that will exonerate you. None. Zero. Not that we don't have extrajudiciary activities going on, or extrajudiciary killings, or even arbitrary use of police, and we still do, and it's still going to be in any society. No society is perfect. But one thing I want us to understand, and for those who are actually clamoring for military taking over in Nigeria, and the man that spoke before now, Mr. Show, that's Sierra Leone, spoke my mind. It seems, well, I've been tagged as a warmonger, but I don't see myself that way. Because if your house is going to be on fire, and I'm your neighbor, and I don't join hands to extinguish that fire, one way or the other, he might get to my house, to my property. And guess what you will do? You will fold your arms and watch my property goes down in flame. And that is what is happening now in the West Africa. The East Africa having their own problem too. But what is it about the West Africa that is Western power, so much engrossed with our wealth, our resources, and yet we are being used, whether through the khaki or through the civilian government, we are being used against our own people. Somebody said that the Nigerians are happy, or even Nigeria, are not happy that Tinubu is going. Let me tell you something. Propaganda travel really fast, especially in this age of social media. What will it take to organize people and give them some money and put them outside on the street and tell them to, show some form of demonstrations? This same coup that happened in Niger, I've seen an interview where a Nigerian was saying that they were not happy about the coup. What is the percentage though? It's what we are being shown. But the funniest thing is this. If we allow this to slide, like that what gentleman said, if Nigeria allow this to slide, it's just a matter of time. Look, Ukraine is planning to join NATO, and Russia would not allow that, apart from other economic issues that they are considering. Because you are inviting enemy close to your own territory now, and now you are being left vulnerable. And there's no nation, any powerhouse nation, that will want that to happen at their territory. So one way or the other, they won't allow that. But Ukraine is all bent to join NATO because they wanted protection. Now, can you imagine when the military, in Niger, when the America wanted to have their base in Africa? Of course, Nigeria kicked against it, because anywhere America have their base, already automatically you become enemy.
When did Nigeria kick against America having base in Africa?
Was it not during the IBB era?
Base in Africa, Nigeria was starting
in Nigeria. They wanted a base in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, okay, that's a different story.
In Nigeria.
But you said in Africa, that's why.
No. Of course, Nigeria not in Africa. They wanted to have it situated because they believe Nigeria in a strategic location.
No. You said when America only have base in Africa and Nigeria kick against it. That's why I'm responding.
They have in Africa. They have several.
Nigeria. As a matter of fact, African was established not quite long ago.
Well, African is in Germany.
Yeah, not quite long ago. Can you imagine? They are overseeing Africa from Europe.
From Germany.
But the thing is this: they knew that the moment America have their base here, guess what they do? They see what is going on. They understood. They seen everything. They have their intelligence officer everywhere. But Africa must take their destiny into their own hand. We must join hands, and this is the only means that Africa can be self-governed. If you think, because right now.
Hey, Adewale, I'm sorry, it's too late now because Angelico's wish came through. We have a military takeover now, so.
Look, It happens. Okay, it happens.
No,
But
I'm just kidding, man. Thomas came in. That's what I'm saying.
we can still do something. ECOWAS and Nigeria can still do something. You see, we are not fighting a war. What we are doing is to ensure or make sure that that country return back to civilian rule. Those dictators, those military juntas that are there right now, they are there because of their greed. They are there because someone is backing them. And you know the gullible ones that are on the street that are now who is playing the video? Who is playing that?
I told you, military takeover. It
I
happens.
was still in the middle of my speech, and the military parade
That
is
is
coming on.
military rule for you, Adewale.
That is rude. That is rude. I am the one making speech, and you are playing music, military music, during my speech. That is rude.
It's takeover.
Adewale, that's what military does. They
No,
take over.
I vehemently oppose that. Not in my middle of my own speech. When I'm passionate about something, I don't want interruption.
Yeah, go on. Go on.
And this is exactly what is happening in Niger. We must not let that slide, because next time we happen to any member of you on this show.
Go on.
So anyway, I want us to be patriotic enough, because if tomorrow we wake up, both of us, nearly all of us lives in America or lives abroad now, and we enjoy the dividend of democracy because the country we live in allows us, guarantee our protection, guarantee that we can make speech, we can do what we are doing now. But if we make a mistake by going to sleep, and some unscrupulous element in the military in Nigeria decided, you know what, we can do this. Younger military officer decided we can do this and take over that country. I know the obedient will support it because their man is not in power. And even the northern, I won't use that derogatory word. The northern people that are a little bit biased simply because of their affiliation with these people up there. I don't know why somebody in their mind. You see, earlier, day before yesterday, and I said, you watch people that are against or that are truly welcome this military incursion. Number one is either they enjoy the military era in Nigeria. And who are those people that enjoy military time in Nigeria? The Northerners. Actually, you will see the Northerners protesting against military rule in Nigeria. And the Southeastern people, because they are more or less non-existent. But the people of Southwest and the South were in the forefront. As a matter of fact, they got a big stick, like a real whooping from military people. So when we're now making, all this submission now, because we know what these people are capable of. Of course, those who enjoy military period in Nigeria would not against them because they enjoyed it and they enjoyed it to the fullest. So if we go to sleep, and these people came because that trend is going and it's becoming more fashionable. If we let this Niger on continue, it's becoming trendy now. Of course, what happens in Burkina Faso? Did they do anything? What happens in Mali? Did they do anything? What happens in Chad? Did they do anything? Before you know it, becomes the norm again. And Africa will start, especially West Africa will start all over again. And at this time around, there's nothing you can do anymore because they will hold, because they have sophisticated intelligence gathering process now. They will remain in power and there's nothing anyone can do. Nothing. So we must kick against it, including use of force, if that is what it's going to take. And somebody said, we're going to send military there. Look, they sign up for the job. Nobody has ever been compelled in Nigeria to sign up to maybe during the civil war. But since that time, nobody has been drafted. You join voluntarily. And on day one, whether you're in a combat or whatever you are working at, you can be called upon to carry arms. And that When that time comes, you will, because that's what their job entails. And when the commander-in-chief, constitutional authority, call upon you, you can't say no, because if you desert, you go to prison. So you call upon to defend the integrity of this country by making sure that nothing of such come into this country. Guess what? They will obey that order. They're not killing the Nigerians. They are to ensure that those imposters are chased away. Is it possible for Bosom not to come to power? It's possible. It could be part of negotiation. Now we're beginning to go beyond, negotiation space now, because they are counting on their. Look, somebody said earlier that the Wagner people might be Arabian. Look, Wagner people are not the most sophisticated mercenaries in the world. Those who are the best mercenaries in the world, their names not even on the lips of anyone. And we've had mercenaries present in Nigeria before. Remember the last time they came to rescue somebody? I think a foreigner in Maiduguri, not quite long ago, I think 3 to 4 years ago. People just woke up and started seeing American soldiers' uniform in their midst. You all remember that photo that surfaced online? When they came to rescue a kidnapped victim. Anybody remember that? I think 3 4 years
Yeah,
ago.
we do remember. Yeah, but I thought it's not Nigeria. I think it's Lake Chad or something. Am I
No,
right?
it's in Nigeria. I think it's in Maiduguri or something like that. Those
I
are
think
not.
it's the border. It's the border, not really
No,
Nigeria.
it's in Nigeria. Niger. These are our Nigeria. I think it's in Borno, somewhere around Borno or so.
Yeah,
It
but
wasn't.
quickly,
It
Adewale.
wasn't. It
So
wasn't. It wasn't on the news there. Those people are mercenaries. They are not American soldiers.
they were not. But
No.
anyways, okay, I didn't know that. But see, the Wagner Group. I mean, I think they're probably more ruthless. One of the most ruthless mercenaries out there. But I don't know of any other one out there as ruthless. But you know, it's not a good thing to have them around, no matter what you think about them. Because their goal, they're not really strategic in a lot of ways. They're ruthless, and their goal is to destabilize places. Really,
Yeah, it's
Adewale, can I ask
because
you a question, please?
yes,
Can
sir.
I just ask you a question? I want to ask now that we have all this military guys coming into West Africa, back again into there. So what is the advice you should give the civilian government to prevent things like this? What advice are you going to give to the civilian government so that things like this will not occur in the country again?
Not that it will not occur. In my own understanding, something like this will occur, and why? It's just let's look at the basic sociology tactics. Among people, you find small group to control the larger people, right? So, in any society, you will find the uh, grown to sort of people that at a slight conviction, they are ready to turn against even their own family. It's always like that in any society, even some family. So, those people outside, the Westerners will be looking for people like that to poke, and they use them. Look, I won't be surprised if tomorrow you see massive protests in Niger in favor of this coup. Reason being is that you turn people against their own. So for any civilian, whether you do good or you don't do good, there will always be somebody who wanted your position, who wanted to
true,
be in charge.
true.
So at the end of what I would expect is this: when you form a coalition among your neighboring countries, and there's a common there's a free flow of economic activities in your neighboring country, and you're enjoying that, you're able to build that relationship, it will be hard to turn people like that against you, even within your country, within your domain.
Okay, if I can chime into that question, what you said, yeah, I agree with, but that's not sufficient, quite frankly, because if you look at the Arab Spring, what happened, and if any Western power, be it America or I don't know, the French, if they want to influence or want to change somewhere, it doesn't matter how the the country is structured, I think they can have their way. It's an issue of greed and selfishness on the parts of the people in charge of that country. But Nigeria, for example, I think has evolved in a lot of ways. It has morphed into something else. I don't. And the military rule in Nigeria at this point in time it will be frowned upon. Actually, I think I'm not going to say completely. I'm not going to say completely, but I would say we've kind of passed that stage because a lot of things. A lot of things are real. Well, my point. See, we all know this military when it comes, like what the trash they're saying in Mali. They came to push out the French or the colonial masters, all this stuff. Well, our military they had their own reasons also, but when they came in, corruption was still rampant. That means there's still a bunch of money. Isn't that a batch of loads? We're still trying to figure out where they are around the world on the banks. So, but now the military still has in Nigeria. They're still making their money. Is it all bunkering? Is it terrorism? I mean, they still, as long as they're making money, one way or another, I don't think they really care about taking over the government. But overall, military rule in Nigeria today would not be tolerated by the civilian. There's going to be a strong pushback. It's going to be a strong pushback. In fact, it's going to lead to a sudden collapse of the country. That will be the only thing that will collapse Nigeria, not civilian rule of, if you want South or East to rule, all these things. No. So military rule is almost a no in Nigeria, but I don't count it out. Again, anything can happen. If the Western powers want their way, they have a way to go about it.
Please, can I come in a little? See, what I see in this case is this. I feel the civilians should do more for the people, because if the civilians do more for the people, I don't think the military has any cause to come into power. The problem with West Africa, if you look through the West African states, you just see that there's poverty. There's poverty all over West African states, and these are states that has been under military, civilian government. The thing is that our politicians are not doing enough, or they're not even doing at all to help the people. You can't tell me that. Let's take the case study of Nigeria. Let's just take Nigeria as a case study. Look at power. We know how vital power is, and these politicians come out and say, "We will do this in power. We will do this in power. We will do this in power." Allegedly, Obasanjo spent $16 billion according to Tinubu, and nothing came out of it. And they will be they are pumping money into other things, and you don't see anything. You don't see. You understand? So that is why the people, when the people see military coming, they kind of, though it may not in the long run, it's going to be bad for them, but at least for that time, they feel it's just a liberator. A liberator has come into the space. So what I'm advising is, our politicians should do more for the people. It's all about the people. They said democracy is for the people, but I don't think democracy is for the people. It's for the elites. You understand? It's not for the people. They should do more for the people if they want to prevent this from occurring in Africa. You can't be telling people, "Oh, the military is bad. Military is bad." But if you're doing even the things you do shows your ability. Look at when they kill people at Lekki. It's under a civilian government.
Well, done by the military, right?
Can I contribute now?
Oh,
yeah, Remy, come in.
Remy, real quick before you say, Remy, just one second. Okay. Bishop, are you there? Yes, I found that quote. It says, sorry, let me quote it real quick. It says, "Paradox of quantification. We exaggerate how good yesterday was. We are exaggerating how bad today is. And tomorrow, we will exaggerate how good today was." That's the paradox of quantification.
It's in the Bible.
Is it in the Bible? Okay. We exaggerated how good yesterday was. We are exaggerating how bad today is. And tomorrow, we will exaggerate how good today was.
And that's the mentality of people with that progressive mind, So,
okay. So, good morning, everyone. It's an opportunity to be here once again. First, I condemn military rule in totality. I want you to look at the present freedom we're enjoying in Nigeria. Let's assume that we are being ruled by military. Who is NSAS protesters? Where would they be now? Who dare go out and protest like that? They are dead body already.
They'll be all in the grave with the celebrities that join them.
And nobody will say Jack. If you say Jack, you will be locked up.
excuse me. We had unrest. We still had protest during the military era.
They were gunning them down, man. Did you see what happened to Sarajevo?
Excuse me.
The country. What is Joe talking about, man? When you have protest during military era?
Let me finish, please. You can't have NSAF protests all over the country like that. That is one. Look at the freedom we have now online on Twitter and everybody calling anybody a goat or whatever is from this, is from that. Do you think you can call a military state anyhow you like?
What are you thinking American will be right now under a military regime?
Of course, he's already a dead guy. Since when? Since when?
Sarajevo didn't even do anything close to what he did.
During the first time of Buhari, are there not some drug dealers? Were they not killed? Or are they journalists or drug dealers? I forgot that time. And during the time of Abacha, did he not kill Sarajevo? What happened? He shot him, and nothing happened. So if you are canvassing for military rule, maybe those one living now.
Excuse me. When you're looking at it like this, during the time of Obasanjo, they killed Bola Ige. They killed Funshaw Williams. Is that not killing?
We're still technically under military rule now. We just gradually.
Let me finish, and then you can come in later. At least you have opportunity to have been talking. So what I'm trying to say is that the freedom we're enjoying now, we never enjoyed that kind of freedom during military rule. My generation, we were in the middle.
I think you guys are exaggerating this thing. We have seen so many governors. Hold on.
I want to ask you a good question.
Hold on, Remy, please hold on. Let Ajalekoko come in.
We have seen so many governors that destroy political.
Just interjecting. Can you please wait?
We have seen so many governors. El Rufai, for example, he went to bulldoze the house of political opponent. We have seen Wike did it. We have seen Obaseki molested and threatened to kill assembly member. He even went to remove the roof of the state assembly in the state. We have seen all sorts of atrocities that the civilian officials, elected officials, governors, chairmen, councillors have done across the country. But yet you want to say, oh, civilian administration is better than military. In what way?
Can you sue the people? Give me a second. Can you sue the governor if he violates, if he go against your...
How many governors that have immunity?
No. If the governor, like, wait. Like, let's say the governor come and... Wait now, let's say the governor come and bulldoze your house illegally. Can you sue the governor for that in Nigeria?
You cannot sue the governor. You still.
What do you mean? You can sue the government. You can sue the government.
That's right. You sue the government. But
can you sue the military regime back then?
There are many cases that were won against the military administration in Nigeria. Go and check your records.
Okay, now.
Yes, there are so many. During Babangida, all these Falana, they won several cases against the military. Fighting for Nigerian people.
Let me
and even the press. We have the vibrant press in Nigerian press. The press that not today.
I don't know where
not today that you see a very weak press. They killed the power of the press in Nigeria today. You can't see them speaking as the way they used to do during the military. I mean, don't let us balance this thing. Don't let us be one side.
I'm trying to balance, but you do not let me finish. Sorry, I don't know where you were, Baba Janleko, in the 80s. Maybe you're already in America. So you did not witness when Nigerians were cooking with sawdust. We are not in Ibadan or maybe Western state when people are eating this kind of, they call it like a rice. There is a water rice like this. They eat it for morning, for breakfast, and for dinner. In fact, some people only have 1 meal in a day in the 80s. They don't even have 3 meals in a day. I don't know where you are. Maybe you have traveled outside of Nigeria before that time. So for those who are forced,
Nigerians are eating 3 meals a day now. And Nigerians eating 3 meals a day now.
I don't know. I cannot categorically say. But what I'm trying to say is that it was so terrible that time. It was terrible.
It is more terrible now. Nigerians cannot eat the way they used to eat.
It is not as terrible as that period. Anybody that lived in the 80s in Nigeria will attest to what I'm trying to say. It was terrible. It was totally bad. And
that is not true. You guys have been perpetrating.
Okay, can I just finish
What?
and then you can come again?
Okay,
Because
go ahead.
give the opportunity to also speak.
What is so bad in the 80s?
Give us some chance to lay my own something, and then you can come again. Now, just apart to today we have freedom. People are more creative. People have opportunity to create wealth. We know the country is not good, but some young people are making good of what is going on in Nigeria. They are using the internet and a lot of apps to make money, and they are living fine. Although we all know that some people are not, there's no job like before. And if you look all around the world, there's no more white collar job like before. The one you tie your tie and you're fine suit. It's now about skill. If you acquire some skill, that's what will help you. And that's wherever you find yourself in Western Europe or America, sometimes they don't even care about your bachelor degree, or except some selected position. Sometimes you just want to, did you acquire the skill? Sometimes you go for some skill for 3 or 6 months and then you're in the labor market. So now let's talk about military. I see that a lot of people are looking at it emotionally, but you don't know what would before Nigeria. If you have a lot of countries surrounding you by military junta, a military junta is prone to another counter coup or a lot of crisis. And when this crisis will start, Nigeria will bear the bone of it. A lot of refugees from Niger, from Chad, from all this and Mali and the rest. Nobody can tell me military rule is better than civilian rule. Military always come with we have come to salvage you people, we have come to help you, and they will perpetuate themselves in power. Let's assume Baba Bangida also died. Do you know how much that guy
Remy, hold on, please. I'm very sorry for taking you guys back. How do we get to this topic? I've been at work. I've not been listening. So how do we get to this? I don't know. Well,
I think you're
what is
talking
the
about
topic?
the Niger military.
No, it was Babajale Koko that said military era was better than civilian.
Yes, it was him that said that.
Ajale Koko. Come on now.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
continue.
as I was saying, I think Nigeria as a country and a powerhouse in West Africa or even Africa, when you guys are talking, they should not follow the ECOWAS. We have done this thing before in Sierra Leone, in Gambia, in Liberia, in Guinea-Bissau. We are still there in Guinea-Bissau now. Nobody complained. But now they are at our doorstep.
Under which condition did we go? Under which condition did we go to?
Let me just finish.
Hold on. I'm interrogating you. Under which condition did we go to Sierra Leone and all these things? Did we go there to take away military rule, military government? Under which condition did we go there?
I think Liberia and Sierra Leone, because of what happened, they were in civil war. And
they were in civil war. I'm
not sure whether Gambia
was it because of military overthrown of civilian rule? Was it because of that we went there? Because when you people are making cases of this thing, that we are warning.
Remy, Ajale Koko, hold on. Remy, please. If somebody is trying to interject you, have conversation, let them learn. Let's have balance. No, don't talk over Ajale Koko. Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
Hold on, Thomas. When Baba Jaliko was talking, nobody interrupted him. They gave me a lot
of that is it.
And I
hold on, Remy, can you please hold on? I'm not fighting here.
Okay.
Hold on. If it's trying to put a position to you, let him put the position. Then you counter him. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you should not talk. You still have the floor. But if somebody else wants to put a position to you, let them finish. Have the conversation. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. But I will still bear Baba Jaliko to let me finish with my thought. Okay, I will round it off very soon. Okay, so now that what is happening in Niger is happening now, and if we have been surrounded by military rule, then we are also in deep problem. We have had uninterrupted power, uninterrupted democracy for the last 24 years, and we know each time the military came in fact, if there's a coup in Nigeria now, that will lead to a big crisis. And I bet it can also lead to civil war. Because if you come in And if it's the people from other tribe, the Yoruba people will not like it. If also from the northern part, a lot of people will not like it, and that would be a big crisis in Nigeria. Now, where would you? Yeah,
Remy, to me, I will assure you this: military will never come into that space of in the case of Nigeria. Military can never take over. I'm telling you, they can never. Because you see, the way Nigeria is now, military cannot do anything in Nigeria. They can't come in.
You can say what you can say is that military can come in, but they will not be successful. But big crisis will ensure. And when
they will never even think of it. They will not think of it.
I just want to finish about this Nigeria.
I would have wanted Remy to ask him, why does he think that military cannot come or succeed in Nigeria?
Adewale, everybody. Remy doesn't want everybody to interrupt him. Let him finish without interjection. Then we'll move on to another person. Yeah, thank you.
As we heard now, and if they have sent an emissary to Niger, and we can see the stake is already high in Niger, we can see international players there. We can see that Russia know what they are doing. They want to stiffen Nigeria because of the pipeline. Because if we can get that pipeline to Morocco and onward to Europe, that would be a big source of revenue for Nigeria. And that would be a more opportunity for us to create more employment and for further growth in Nigeria. Even without our corruption, at least we are still doing something. So we have to look at it in the long run. I also believe in my life that if you want to be strong, be strong. If you want to be a weakling, then be a weakling. I don't want a country should be strong and powerful. I don't want a country that is so weak that we chicken out every time. Why are we putting people in the army? Because they signed for it. I am not totally advocating for war, but if all diplomacy is turned down by this rebel, we don't have no choice. And it's not only Nigeria that is going there. It is ECOWAS. Even if ECOWAS say, fine, this is what we are going to do, is Nigeria going to chicken out and say, no, we are not going to do it because all the other countries say yes, because this is democracy. If other countries in West Africa say, yes, you should go ahead with it, if AU support it, are we going to say, no, we are not going to do it because they are our brother or something like that? You are bringing crisis to your neighborhood. And if care is not taken, it will engulf in Nigeria. It's easy to engulf Nigeria. And if we do not do the right thing at the right time, we continue to offer to use diplomacy. But in the long run, if it's not working, I support a total military intervention in Niger. Thank you.
Okay, let me say.
Thank you. Adale Koko, you are coming.
You see, when people come up with this argument, most of the time that we went to Liberia, we went to Cote d'Ivoire, we deal with Common. The reason why we went is to secure peace in that country because there was a civil war. We didn't go there to overthrow military government. What ECOWAS...
It's a peacekeeping mission, Adale Koko, isn't it?
And what did you say?
It's a peacekeeping mission. Yeah.
It was a peacekeeping mission to save those countries from total collapse and disintegration. We went there to keep the country together because they were fighting civil war. We didn't go there to overthrow the government or to wage war against a particular government in place. No. That is what these people are trying to do now, to wage war against a country, a member.
Mr. Aja, can I ask you a question?
What's the question?
This is Shaw. So you talked about Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast.
Yes.
The reason you went there. The reason you went there is not to keep peace.
It's to what? Why did you go?
You went there, yeah, part of it for peace, but part of it is because of stability, because it will get to you guys. It was getting closer to you.
Yeah, well, skipping now.
But it's to
so what is the difference for what he said and what you just say now, my brother? What is the difference? You are saying the same thing what Adale Koko is telling us.
is to
What is
keep stability.
if there is a peace in the country, won't be the stability.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing you are talking about.
So it's to keep peace. It's to ensure stability in that country.
Stability, yeah, that is it.
And it's to save life of innocent civilians that were being killed at both sides of the war. So,
but the same will happen in Niger.
No.
Why not?
There's no opposing side in Niger. We have one government in place. A democratic government has been overthrown by the military junta. As a matter of fact, by the presidential guard, they overthrew the country. Then the military declared support for that guy. They said
Mr. Aja, you do aware that terrorist groups around there fighting. You do aware that the Niger government is fighting terrorist groups in the country.
Terrorists has been there for a long time. They've been there for a long time.
And it's the military that's been fighting the terrorists.
Even during the time of civilian administration, terrorists have been around there.
Right, but it's the military. But the terrorists have been there, and the military has been fighting support by the Western government. Right? If the Western governments pull out, what do you think will happen to Niger?
What do you think that will happen to Niger? As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why those military juntas said they came in is because of the mismanagement of the economy and the terrorists in the Sahel that is affecting their country so bad.
But Mr. Aja, that is a false pretense, because number one, if we go to the economy of Niger under the democratic elected by this minority man that they deposed, the economy last year went up by 7%. If you look at under the civilian democratic leader that they just deposed, Niger was much more safer than before under his 2 years. In every level under that man that they just deposed, their country was better off in any level. In uranium, if you look at uranium, they went under his administration, they're able to produce up to 20%, which carry up to 40% of their GDP. So my point here again is, if you have this military took over, yes.
So what is your bone of contention here? I don't get it.
My bone of contention is, you are saying Nigeria went to Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Ivory Coast for peace and stability. There was a hot war going on. There were things going on. There were people dying. There was a security issue, not just for Liberia or Sierra Leone, but for the whole region.
Sorry, Mr. Joe, when I show it, was it your country that Valentine Stresser, that young 25-year-old, was it the country that over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just continue.
Yes, sir.
That was Valentine Stresser.
Valentine Stresser and Marabio, because it was Valentine Stresser first took over, deposed President Momo, and after deposed President Momo, then Marabio, the current president right now, deposed. He was also a military. He also deposed the President Stresser. That's during that time. It's later that time then the Nigerian shows up. At that point, we were still somewhat under military rule in our land.
Okay.
But my point beyond all that is, again, if Niger is not safe, my brother, you cannot have a country like that is your neighbor, because you already have a couple failed states around you. And Benin is waiting. Cameroon, almost there. If they see Niger went down, what do you think is going to happen to small Benin? What you think is going to happen to Togo? What you think is going to happen to surrounding you? You'll be surrounded, my brother. No powerful nation, no power country. Look at China right now, what China is doing for Taiwan. Look at what United States is doing in their sphere of influence. Any country in their sphere of influence, it is their responsibility, not just for their own security, but for the regional security.
But what we are saying is that, look, this coup, after coup, and after coup in Niger have been part of their history. And all along, Nigeria has handled the relationship well with them. So why now?
Now it's different.
Hold on. Why
now?
Hold on, my brother.
Okay.
Why now that we cannot manage the situation the way you used to manage it in the past? Is it because the West is pushing us? Is it because of the West, the test of government that is not formed by democratic means? Is that why we are dancing to the West?
What are we even scared of? I don't know it.
I don't know. I mean, this even opened the ground, because these guys are saying they don't want France anymore in their country. I think this has opened the ground more for Nigeria to have a stronger relationship and collaboration and cooperation with their country.
And they will have transition to democracy later. They can't be there forever.
Yes,
I think so.
So this is the time for us to have a very strong.
Nigeria should take action too.
No, Remy, you don't let Ajali Koko interject when you are talking. So let Ajali Koko finish. So use what you do to others. Yeah, let Ajali Koko finish.
This is the time for us to spread our influence through peaceful means and not by fighting war. War, look, Nigeria borderline. I'm glad that you mentioned it. We have about 1,000 miles borderline with that country. So taking war to them, they can come up with a system, and the resistance is going to be by guerrilla warfare. And already we are having problem in Nigeria. We are managing it, but we don't want it we don't want it to get out of hand.
Can I clarify something? Is Tinubu taking war to Niger? Because I've been off news for some days.
No.
So what is going on?
So that is why you should know what is really going on. We have the ECOWAS.
So I don't really. Yeah.
ECOWAS is the Economic Community of West African States, and they have a treaty or an agreement between them that they condemn military rule and so many other things like that.
Tinubu is the leader now.
Tinubu is the chairman. And of course, when this coup happened, they gave Tinubu, or the ECOWAS gave them 7 days to reinstate the president ousted, in which within the week, Tinubu has sent Abdul Salam and all of their emissary to them to reconsider, and they refused to even meet these guys. They refused to meet them, and at the end of the day, they are sticking to their gun. But what I'm trying to say, the stake is high.
But Remy, hold on. If Nigerians are fighting the France to let them, what? They are fighting a true cause.
I don't care whether they want the French to go away or something like that. But the stake is high now. If you kick out the French, another superpower is already behind you, which is the Russian and Chinese. So whatever you like it or not, it's not that these Niger coups are just alone in their thought. It's a big lie. So we all know that is the Russian behind them. And the Russian will do the same thing as the French does. At the end of the day, they will also take your uranium and also subject your people to more, more hardship at the end of the day. Is it the same old story at the end of the day?
Remy, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
You know that Niger is a member of the United Nations, and Nigeria is also a member of the United Nations.
Yes,
under international law, United Nations, it's illegal for one country to invade another country.
Yes.
So now, if Nigeria are going to invade Niger, and Niger goes to the UN and say, okay, Nigeria is invading us,
Nigeria
Do,
is not
do you know the
invading
pretext? Hold on now. Hold on. Do you know the pretext the America used to invade Iraq the first time, not the second time, or the first one, the Desert Storm in 1990? Because
1990,
yeah, because Iraq invaded Kuwait. The America now used that pretext.
So what about
The
Russia?
funny thing, wait, hold on. The funny thing was that when Iraq wanted to invade Kuwait, America kept quiet. Their body language was more like they're okay with Iraq invading Kuwait. Even Saddam said it. America supported him. America kept quiet. The same way they're keeping quiet, they're giving us body language and say they want us to invade Niger. Now, the moment, let me don't allow people. Now, the moment,
I'm not talking. What's wrong with you? Take it easy.
but the moment Iraq invaded Kuwait, that's why America now use that pretext to now invade Iraq. Because they say, okay, what Iraq did was illegal. So now they have a right to now invade Iraq. So if Nigeria invade Niger today, we'll be breaking that law. That will give any other superpower pretext to invade Nigeria. You know that?
No, Mike.
But Mike, what is that your assertion might not be totally true. You are the one that brought that conclusion. You want to tell me that if Iraq did not invade Iraq Kuwait, America will not be able to invade Iraq? It's not true.
Okay, remember the second time America invaded Iraq, they had to find something else. The second time, they had to lie that, there's a weapon of mass destruction. They had to find something. They have to find something just to invade another country because they know it's illegal. So that first time, they couldn't find anything. They had to wait, trick Iraq to invade Kuwait to not use that pretext because they have to find a pretext to invade you.
So we are in the world of competition, and the strong will overtake the weak. We are all here when Russia take part of Ukraine, Crimea away, and we are all here when Russia invaded Ukraine recently, bombing the city to stupor. Nobody talk here. We are all here when America invaded Iraq. What did you do? Because they are stronger than them, and nothing happened. Life continues. Now, what I'm trying to say now is that they might keep the French.
So Nigeria should do the same.
No, listen.
Nigeria to go
they might kick the French.
America.
Let us talk because you have your time too. They might kick the French out, but be rest assured that Russia and Chinese will take over also. It's the same thing. Go back the ball game again. Nigeria too. Nigeria as we have, you cannot tell me that Nigeria is not strong enough to face Niger. You cannot say that.
How do you know you are strong?
What do you mean? We cannot face. If we cannot face Niger, then we are as poor as weak as Niger also.
And Rami, and to add to that, I think one thing we all forgetting and one thing the media is missing. It's not all the military of Niger even support the school. Yeah. It was the presidential guards that overthrew the government. And if you look at it, when they did that the first 24 hours, the military actually wanted to go in and take care of these presidential guards. It's later on then they come to be part of the coup, but they were not originally part of the coup. A majority of the military is not part of the coup. A majority of the country does not agree with this because overwhelming majority of the country elected the deposed president less than 2 years ago.
Well, the military have issued a statement that they don't want division among the military. They don't want their country to go the same line like Sudan, and they have declared their backing and support the military junta. So they are intact. So we cannot say there is nothing to show that the military are not in support. They have declared their support.
Okay. But we don't know that.
Hold on, please. Please hold on, Remy. The truth of the matter is this: it's neither here nor there. Ajalegogo is sounding like you are in for the military takeover. Two things I'm going to say in submission. Number one, whatever decision that ECOWAS takes, whatever that's led by the president and commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is the right decision. Whatever decision it is that the Tinubu-led ECOWAS government take, and I can assure you, AU is in the know. United Nations is in. I don't think we have enough more information than the president has. Now that Ajanle Kuku believes that because they are arranging people they did 1 million or 2 million man march for Abacha too, that Abacha must continue. The Ajanle Kuku believe that some people are saying that and that's why it's acceptable and people are supporting them. Everybody is supporting the military, that the military they are back of the coup. That's I mean, sometimes I just keep wondering. Anybody can arrange a charade campaign. We've seen this happen several times over and over. People were campaigning for Abacha. Some people were doing campaign for Obasanjo to continue. Funny enough
Who does the cap fit? Remember?
Different cap. They were switching it. This guy, this bad guy from. What's the name of that guy? This guy from the southeast. Yeah. No, not Oton Zeribe. There was the guy. No, not Chukwumerige. There was a young guy. No. This guy that organized the Million March. Now, why a youth earnestly asked for Abacha? If you remember, remind me the name.
Okay, I've forgotten the name. I remember that.
Daniel Kanu. So, and are we going to say because they had so much money, they were doing jingles on almost all the TV stations across the country.
Why are we saying this? Are we Nigerian?
Let me land.
We are watching the news. The news is reporting, is showing them that they are declaring support. People are
because that thing that you saw at the stadium today was sponsored.
Why should you believe
that thing you saw in the stadium was sponsored? That thing you saw in the stadium today was sponsored by the military. The one they went to do military that they were doing rally. It was sponsored. And I'm trying to remind you that we were sponsoring such things in the days of Abacha too.
You are not on the ground there. You cannot.
Bishop, why should Ajanle Kuku think that something against the government will come out of that country?
Do I even need to be on the ground
you
to be
are
able
saying
to add work plus
because
one?
you wanted
too much voices.
There.
Too
That's
much
why
voices.
you are using
Too
all
much
that
voices.
We are hearing ourselves now. We are not fighting. Ajanle Kuku, I'm listening to you.
I said it's because you are for the war. That is
No,
why
I'm not
you
for
are
the war.
making all this narrative.
That's why you are making a mistake there. I'm not for the war. I want a democracy. Okay, let me say this very briefly. It's because I don't want repeating what other people have said. The stability of the West African sub-region, especially along that Sahel, a lot of politicking is going on there. And we had a massive destabilization. We could have done something under Jonathan when Libya fell and there was flowing of arms down, and there was security report that told Nigeria that we should seize the initiative around Agadez and what they call that place to move forward so that we can forestall. The budget was going to take about $1 billion to at least all those arms that were coming out and all those people. I have mentioned in this place that you need to go and look at one documentary on the orphans of the Sahara. I think that's the name. That you need to go and see that documentary. Watch it. The part 1, part 2, and part 3. You will see the genesis of the problem we are having. If we have been able to funnel that place back then, honestly, half of our problem of this insurrection and banditry would have been taken care of. It was because we went to sleep that time. Now we are going to go to sleep for the second time. And if that place falls, honestly speaking, what we have battled in the past 4 or 5 years with banditry will be a child's play. So it is in the best interest of Nigeria that we do something. All those people know the consequences. This our brother from Sierra Leone that just spoke now. He knew what he's talking about. A lot of other countries are very vulnerable. The most vulnerable ones are the Francophone countries. And I know I've said this here, coup will not succeed in Nigeria. But destabilization instability can affect us. Even though there will be no coup. Because a coup
Bishop, how many of the Francophone countries are even left now?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
4 or 5 are already fought.
So we are not going to war with Niger. Does not even have an active air force. That's one. They don't have one. So if we are going to take out those military leaders, and that is the worst case scenario, no soldier is going to go there on foot.
They will take them out neatly. It's going to be clear. So I'm not the warmonger. I'm not praying for war. But if those people are not willing to back out, then whatever it takes to take them out, it's not going to amount to war. You know, there's an adage in Ebola, I don't know how they used to say that, when a man, you beat your pikin or your wife finish, you can't go market, the flex more to death with him. That means you have lost control over your household. When you have to show muscle. If Nigeria deals with Niger, it is not something of pride. We have not found our equal. The comparison is not even there at all. It is zero comparison. So if you're going to take them out, we're going to take them out with just one or two brigades. I will not even talk about 2 brigades up there. We take them out neatly. So I'm not advocating for a war. And Nigeria is not going to war. It's just people that are doing this propaganda and making it look like Nigeria is going to war with it. We are not going to war with Niger. No. We are going to whip them into line. Show them some little bit of force. Flood them like primary school children.
Baby. They are
You
baby.
make you will flood them into line. I know what I'm talking about.
Papa want to beat Peking.
We will flood them with cane into line. When it happened and Obasanjo went there in was it Mali or where did Obasanjo go to that time? People were saying, Obasanjo said, what did they wrong with you? He addressed them. How many weeks did he take them to return power? When it happened in Satome, when President Satome was here, Obasanjo only issued a warning to them. There must be somebody that they should be in the sub-region that should have that voice. That look, my friend, you guys fall back in. What's wrong with you? Or you just summon them. Come. If a French president can call some African president and they will go there, or Russian president, what wrong from Nigerian president to summon those military guys and detain them in that room? What are we talking about here? So we are not going to war. Stop using that war something. We are not going to war with Niger. Nigeria will flog them into line if necessary. Thank you.
Wow, that's. Okay.
Thank you, Bishop. What I think is let's hear from Simba. Simba just joined us. We haven't heard from him. So
No,
do you have
I've been
Simba?
here since now. It's you that's new. I've been here since.
You've been here since. Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's all right. I thought you just came in. I
No,
thought you just
we
came in.
started this. We started this discussion.
Simba is the warmonger now. Let us hear you.
No, you know, my own stand is not about war. I think I made my own opinion.
Simba, do you know that 3-letter word always scare me to my bone? So
I
if you
told
are not, I don't want to
them
hear it at all.
I've already said it before that they just want to call a dog a bad name in order to hang it. That's why they are calling it a war. What is happening? I started example that we should look at what is happening. It started from Sudan to Chad to Niger to Burkina Faso to Mali to Guinea. The whole of that space of the Sahel is already covered, and if care is not taken, is a sign of insecurity to the whole of the ECOWAS and even Africa in extension. And then what we have been saying, we don't need another country and another person from another country to tell us what we are doing to ourselves. It took a Sierra Leonean to come on this platform to come and actually tell us what we are doing to ourselves as Nigerians, what we are doing to our country. If you don't like our president, that does not mean that whatever the person is doing, we should be condemning him or criticize. If you want to criticize, you criticize in a conflict way, objectively. But whatever the man is, because we don't like the man, whatever I want to do, we just criticize and we criticize blindly. And then we can't even segregate. We can't also separate the man from our country. And the guy was also telling us that we should not be projecting our country the way they are projecting our country. If a Sierra Leonean can appreciate Nigeria And we Nigerians ourselves, we are not appreciating our country. You know, it's a shame. Because the way some of us say things about our country is not actually good for us. Yesterday, in my place of work, when I came to work yesterday, the other people from Africa, not even Africa, one of my friends who's a Saudi, the first question he asked me yesterday is that why do we want to invade, cause war, to go and remove the president, the military junta in Niger? And I have to make him realize that it's actually for our own security and for our own country interest also. But they don't see that what the military have put out there is that they know what people will appeal to the sentiment of people by saying that they want to kick out France. And you can see that that's the same thing that the Guineans are saying, and the one that took over in Guinea, the Mali, and even Burkina Faso. So, and then we have to be careful because they are just speaking to the minds of the people. They know what people want to hear. And the other people that are also supporting this coup, that's what they say, hey, because they said they want to kick out France, and people know what France has done to all these countries. It will actually speak to their sentiment and people will buy their idea. But are they really sincere? That is the question. So to me, I doubt their sincerity. So we should be careful about what we are projecting.
Still, can we rule out the ends of the West in all this military junta, or maybe the West?
No.
If they are saying that they want to kick out France, and we know that the France is part of the West, that means we cannot say they are the one actually championing all this coup. That means the other bloc.
But they are going back to Russia.
The Eastern bloc. You can't call Russia the West. When we refer to Russia, I don't consider Russia as part of the West. The Russia, China, they are one bloc now that is against the West.
They are Euro-Asia. Part of them in Asia, part of them in...
So they are the one, I think, because look at what they have done in Sudan today. And by extension, they are already spreading it to the West Africa. And if care is not taken, we will all be consumed by this. So we should be very careful. We should criticize objectively. We should not be blindfolded by our political
Simba, let me bring you to that Sudan space. That Sudan situation. Are you saying the Russians are the one that had, responsible for that crisis between the two generals?
Exactly. They're there. Especially that the one backing the rebel.
No. Let me tell you what it is. So basically, the Sudan situation is like.
Let me tell you. You know why I will not. Because let me tell you, I have a lot of Sudanese here that we are working together, and they will know about their country better than what you hear. What you hear in the news.
No, it's not news. I'm not going by news. I'm not going by news. Sorry.
I have a lot of them who are caught in the war. In fact, some of them went on vacation and it took them weeks before they could return back to
Saudi Arabia. I understand that. I'm just trying to lay some. Okay, okay. Let me lay down some facts. Okay, you believe that one side is the army and the other side is the forces called the Rapid Response Forces, right? One side is the army, the other side is kind of like more like a special force. So they are both
Rapid Support Force. They call them RSF.
Yeah. So basically, when the former president was there, he created the Rapid Response Force, which is the other. It's kind of like the special force, but they are it's kind of like it's like a special force that was the actual army. So what happened was.
It's not a special force. He used them against.
Well, they called it Rapid Response Army. Yeah, they were the one they called it whatever.
It was the
Darfur. But they were under the government. They were still under
he created them for ethnic fighting. He used them for ethnic fighting, and the majority of them are not even Sudanese. They are not Sudanese.
But they were under they were created by the government. It was the government forces, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. At least we agree on that. So what happened was when the two generals of both sides agreed to overthrow the head of state, right? They did the first coup together. Actually, the main general, the army general, was the one that was heading the coup. But the other one agreed with him because he couldn't do without the other one.
Yes.
Because the president was giving order to both of them directly. So the general of the army kind of convinced the other one to support him. Actually, there was two coups. The first coup was when they deposed the head of states. But the agreement between two of them was that, okay, since the people are doing this uprising, we'll depose the head of state and have another person be the head of states, right? They put a new head of states, right? And another civilian head of state. So they agreed. Though the other guy, the European Response Force general, was reluctant because it was that forces was created by that head of state. So he was kind of reluctant. But he kind of learned to agree to the deal. So when the head of state left, they put a new president in. Now the army general now did another coup. Now overthrew that president and made himself the head of state. And where the problem now fell apart was how they were agree on ruling the countries together, because they agreed to share power. But then at one point, the army general was now saying he wants the Rapid Response Force to join the regular army. So that guy was like, no, we're not going to do it right away. So the other guy was like, okay, it's going to be a 10-year plan. We have to do it structurally, because that other guy was one in charge of that Rapid Response Force. So that's what created their crisis. So that disagreement of power between two of them, that's what created the crisis. So now the regular army are now at war with the Rapid Response Forces. You understand? Or Rapid Response Force, whatever they call them. So that's what the situation is between them. So it's not really like Russia came in and divided two tribes against each other, or two groups. They were all one under the same government. You know? So that's what happened in Sudan. So let's
and Mr. Mike, you have to realize that with the instability in Sudan, all that refugee, majority of it came to Niger. And so is the refugee from Mali.
Possible, yeah.
So is refugees from Mali. So is some refugee from Burkina Faso. So is some from Cameroon. So we cannot forget the humanitarian aspect of this also that is in Niger. That's why the Western government is giving tons of aids to Niger to assist with all this. So we cannot forget that aspect also. There are tons of refugees. Hence, if we have Niger destabilized, that's where all the refugees come into. It's going to be knocking at your border.
But my brother,
presently, more than half of Nigerians are already in Nigeria already now.
Yeah.
Even without
Hold on, let
war.
me say this to my brother from Sierra Leone.
Yes,
so
sir.
If Nigeria should take up war against that country, that will further make the situation worse there. That will create more humanitarian crisis. That will be very, very difficult for us to manage. Today, that situation is still manageable. If we should take up war, yeah.
How is this manageable?
It is manageable. There's no war going on there now.
It's still manageable there today.
It's the beginning that we are seeing now. Do you know the end?
Hold on, man. It's going to be worse off if we take up war, because the humanitarian crisis we are going to create by that war will not
if tomorrow you wake up and you hear that in Cote d'Ivoire a military coup has taken place in Cote d'Ivoire, how will you react to that?
It doesn't matter to me whether there is military destiny in Cote d'Ivoire.
So the military should take over everywhere.
But Nigeria doesn't have power to stop all this.
Every country have the right to do whatever they like. It doesn't matter to me.
No, they've been preaching that one. They've been preaching that now. They said the military there will fare better under military than civilians.
Talking about Nigeria have a lot of refugees there. A lot of Nigerians that were displaced in Nigeria live there.
It's not true. What you are saying is not true. What you are saying is not true.
Nigerians that were displaced,
Nigerians, they are not. It's not true. It's not true. Don't let us be peddling. How can Nigeria go and say it's not because we can't? Don't say things that are not said. true. You know what
My
we do
God.
here. It's not true. What you are saying is not true.
Samfara.
Mr. Aja, let me ask you a question, sir, really quick, sir.
Yes, go and check it. I'm telling you the truth. Say you don't know, Simba.
Mr. Aja, you keep
Yes.
saying Nigeria going to war, but this is ECOWAS supported not just by ECOWAS, but by African Union.
My brother, they wanted to use that one against the present government, the president in Nigeria. That's why they are making it to look like it's a Nigerian decision. That's what they are doing. You should understand their antics.
So Simba, what people have been arguing is that Nigeria should go. They say ECOWAS. If you are saying ECOWAS, there is a different argument for me. If we are saying ECOWAS union, like the union army bloc going together, making a decision together, then I'm not against that. I mean, that's a union. So
that is what is going to happen.
But that is what is happening.
But what people have been saying is Nigeria by
because they want to paint it like that.
That's what people have been saying here. They are saying Nigeria alone should not invade.
It's not Nigeria. It's not Nigeria.
Brother Shaw,
yes,
you know that Nigeria is going to lead the ECOWAS forces.
At least other West Africa will also contribute.
But they're the powerhouse.
Yeah, it's the powerhouse. So Nigeria will bear most of the expenses.
That's why I disagree with you, Mr. Aya, because you know why?
Hold on. Nigeria will donate more troops, and if the war does not go well, consequently, Nigerian soldiers will die. We will lose more army than every other ECOWAS country, because we know what happened in Liberia.
How many armies those countries even have compared to Nigeria?
We don't know.
Yeah.
The ECOWAS forces, Nigeria lost a lot of army.
Yeah, this is true.
Nigeria lost a lot of money as well. We spent, is it not more than $6 billion?
This is true, Aja. There is, I mean, for you to be the power, that it comes with responsibility, Aja. I'm not denying all that, but you have to realize that this is not a Nigeria war, and this is the way they have framed this, the way Nigerian media and especially oppositions in Nigeria against the current government.
The obedience.
The way they have framed this, they have framed it as if it's Nigeria going to war. No, number one is ECOWAS. Number two, supported by African Union. Number three, supported by the United Nations. The United Nations condemn the coup.
But United Nations have not made a decision and approval for ECOWAS to go to war. It's just a condemnation.
But they back ECOWAS. They have backed ECOWAS, whatever ECOWAS decide.
And the law, a constitutional lawyer in Nigeria is telling us today that
Are you talking about Femi Falana?
Nigeria.
Don't forget that man that speaks with both sides of his mouth. I don't give any respect to that man again.
Well, you might not. Let me land. A constitutional lawyer in Nigeria said today that ECOWAS have to take this issue to the United Nations for approval. And if we may wish to remember, NATO did this. They went to United Nations to seek for United Nations approval to go to war in Afghanistan and Iraq. They did it. Some people among us, because of their biases and their support for the present administration, whether he's doing good or bad, they just want to support him to destroy Nigeria. They will say, oh, they don't like that lawyer is talking nonsense. It is absolute truth. But also United Nations charter that require a regional forces or any group of forces to bring, if they want to go to war with against any nation, they have to seek for approval of United Nations.
But against any nation, nobody is going to war against any nation. We want to restore democracy in Niger, and that's what we want to do. We are not going to war with any country. It's an illegitimate government, and that's what we want to remove.
Simba, What is
Yes.
I'm asking this question? What is important about Niger? Because there has been a coup d'etat in some country which Nigerians are not so bothered about. Is it because this one is near to our
Yes,
doorstep?
yes,
That is why
that
we
is
are
one of the
bothered.
reasons. Yes, it's more of a threat to us.
Thomas,
Mali
if
is a
they
little
invade,
bit far
the
away
price of
from
Gary
us.
will go down Nigeria.
But
You said, Mike, what is it?
it's even more than that, because Niger, as I say again, Niger right now is the buffer in the Sahel for all this terrorist thing that is happening all over the Sahel.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
You're
if you
right.
see
Yeah.
the support in their stadium, you can see all the Nigeria waving Russian flag in conjunction with their Nigerian flag, and you guys are telling me there is no international support. You have the stake is high here. They want to kick out the French and support it. They should kick the French out. But the Russia came in. The Russia will come in and do the same thing to them. And who else would they go to? America in the next 10 years, or who? Or Nigeria?
They
And
want to save the day, Abi. Nigeria has to save the day from the superpowers, Abi.
no, we are not talking about. We are talking about ECOWAS community. Like
Please,
ECOWAS.
I have one question.
Oh yeah.
Is Nigeria going for war, or is ECOWAS going there?
ECOWAS have not made final claim. They are still on discussion. Maybe
So why is the conversation about Nigeria going for war?
It's because of Babajale Koko, who does not like Tinubu and APC. So he continues.
you guys should inform us properly,
Babajale Koko that was telling us that Nigerians were enjoying under the military. There was no famine, there was no hunger during military regime. That they are the best for us. And he has forgotten that whatever you say here today, it will be there for
everything was free under the military. It was free.
I don't even understand him.
But I must say,
guys, to be candid, if they tell Nigerian today to go back to the days of Abacha, would we like to go back to that time?
Babajale Koko will go now. Babajale Koko will go. He will go. And that was Babajale Koko left Nigeria during military regime, and he came here. He was preaching military, deceiving the younger ones, telling them lies. So if it was all good that time, why did you left Nigeria?
Àwọn ọlọ́tẹ̀ èèyàn Tinubu nìyẹn.
Wọ́n ti get yín.
And let me and gentlemen, let me say
let's hear
this.
from the new voice, Remy. Hold on, please. Let's hear from the new voice. Yeah. Who is that? Is that Sean?
Yes.
One guy came in now. He left. Oh, I want to hear from him. Yeah. Go on. Yeah. We have video in the house too. Yeah. Go on.
I just want to say that you got to remember again, you guys are the powerhouse in the region. We all look up to you guys. Your influence from media to different things is affecting the whole region. So you got to realize also with that comes, we also look up to you for security.
But Big Brother is dying now. We are dying today.
No, you cannot die. We're not going to allow you to die at all, my brother. We're not going to allow you. We're not going to allow you not to die at all. We need you guys, because if Nigeria stand up, the rest of the region will follow.
My brother, Remy told us some days ago that the big brothers are dying. We are tired now. So fight your salvation.
Let me ask you this question.
In the context of accepting
Remy,
refugees from Niger, we are
give me a chance.
not accept any refugee.
Let me ask you this question. You know why Nigeria don't take that statement seriously? That if you stand up, the rest will follow. Okay, when we stood up to do this eco currency for the region, so why did the francophone countries decide to allow France to hijack it, or they decided to follow France rather than Nigeria? So I mean, we can't be telling us that if we lead you, they will follow. No, they're not following. Maybe the English countries will follow, but ECOWAS is mostly Francophone countries. They are not following us. They follow France.
This is true. This is true. The francophone. I don't get that colonial.
So what makes you think if we start doing
mentality.
security man for everybody now, they won't abandon. They won't sabotage us on behalf of France.
Well,
So we have to be careful.
Well, I mean, forget France right now. I want us to forget France. This is about Africa. This is about us. Yeah, we have to, because
you can't forget your problem now.
No, my brother. The reason why is this is a problem that will affect you. It will not affect France. France can get its uranium from Uzbekistan. France can get its uranium from somewhere else.
No,
they don't need Niger.
Speak to what I just told you about the eco currency. Are you aware of the eco currency?
Well, well, you see, that is a problem. Some of us are not even aware of it.
Do you know about the eco currency that we're trying to implement in the region, where it will be one currency within ECOWAS? The currency we call ECO. Are you aware of it?
I was never aware of it, my brother.
Oh, okay. So basically, Nigeria decided to lead West Africa, called the ECOWAS countries. Like, okay, let's have one currency. So in the process of designing that currency, France came and intervened and then called those Francophone leaders to France to tell them to abandon it.
To back out, exactly.
So now, if that happened, now you're telling us today that if Nigeria leads, the rest will follow. So why did they follow us all the way through with that currency plan?
Well, my brother, the reason I cannot tell you why, but I will say this is Africa.
It's because of France now. I already told you.
Well, yeah, it's because of France. You know, I mean, I'm not going to defend the Francophone mentality. I do not. I mean, my parents are from Guinea. I don't want anything to do with Guinea because
they
of
are
their
part
mentality.
of ECOWAS now. You can't say they don't want anything to do with them.
They are
part of ECOWAS.
I understand that, my brother. I understand that completely. But if you go to Guinea today itself, you see the Nigerian influence is more than the French influence. From your music to your television to different things, it's more than the French influence. So you have an influence.
So why did they follow France over us?
Because that's how black people have done all the time. We follow the white people over our own brothers. This is all over the world. That's what we do for some sick mentality. I don't know why. That I cannot explain.
So maybe what you are trying to say, I can hear show is that Nigeria is not taking its rightful place in the leadership of West African country.
Thank you very much.
Let me tell you, in the 80s, when I traveled to Togo and Benin and this country, I was surprised with the first day that I would travel to Togo and Benin. It's Nigerian product you will see everywhere.
Yes.
Made in Nigeria.
Yes.
That was in the 80s. And that was when we have all our industry functioning at the highest level back then. It's Nigerian product. You see everywhere, that's saturated everywhere. All the market, Nigerian product.
So that is
where are we today?
Take our country back.
The industry have been wiped out.
But you need to build that back. Build it back.
We need to exert our influence too.
Yes, build it back.
Yeah,
build it back. Don't let an outsider can extract influence in West Africa. You can stop that. You can stop that. I mean, the way I have believed in you guys, the way we believe in you guys, you guys are not even believing you the way we believe in you. And that's a problem. If we believe in you guys so much and you guys don't believe in yourself, that's a problem for us. But we believe in you guys because there's a power. Nigeria have power. What? The biggest economy in Africa. Over what? 400 and almost $500 billion economy. Sierra Leone economy, what? our GDP, what, 5 billion? You see what I'm saying? My man, Nigeria must step up to their power to influence. They must do that. They cannot let an outsider, French, America, freaking Russia with their Wagner group, because it's not even Russia, it's Wagner group. It's the Wagner group in the Sahel today. You should see the mining that they're doing. There's a lot of things I cannot put out here based on my work. I cannot say, but my brother, that Sahel region, Nigeria with ECOWAS, by Nigeria leading, since they are the power, they must lead to stifle the craziness that's happening in the Sahel region. And Niger is the only buffer zone. That's the only one left today. If we pass Niger, then it's a serious problem. We are seeing down in West Africa now, including Guinea, we are seeing some of this nonsense that is beginning. So it's a big problem for our region. It's going to destabilize everything if we don't take care of the Sahel in Niger. And I don't want to go to war. I'm not advocating for war. Let's try all our diplomacy. But at the end of the day, if this junta don't agree with it, we need to step in.
Okay, let us look at even the problem of fundamentalist jihadists that we have in the Sahel that deteriorated after the killing of Gaddafi. Who are the people that caused this problem to degenerate to where it is today? It was because of this Western country that went to destabilize Libya.
Baba Jaleko, I have a question for you. Should I go ahead?
Yes.
Now, assuming these people that take over power in Niger, I've seen the man look like a DME, and I think he's power drunk. So my question is this: if he's truly, really love his people, he would have said that, okay, I'm here for the next 1 year or 16 months so that we can go back to constitutional government again. If he really have a plan that he want to go back to constitutional government, I think there is no big reason why he does not meet ECOWAS mediating team or all those people they are sending to him. He does not meet them. So, and now you said you kicked the French out, and then you brought in the Russian. So my question is that, in reality, do you really think that this guy really wants to just stay for a short period, or just want to rule like the so-called Eyadema and the rest for the rest of his life? That's my question. What's your thought about this?
Well, number one, there's no evidence that he has brought in the Russian. So I don't know where you guys are getting that.
I can click a video now.
Yeah, I'm not going to believe it when that.
So you can believe what they are anti-French
news. When French television is showing propaganda, I don't want to believe that. So
this is not propaganda.
Which TV are you watching, Rabajale Koko? The one you said before. Why did you believe that and you choose not to believe the others?
Look, if I want to believe any report now from that country, I will go to Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera have no interest in this thing. But if you listen to news from
Al Jazeera has two programming content. The one they show to their audience in the Qatar is different from the one they are showing to the Africa, and the one, as a matter of fact, they were kicked out of American space. So they have a strong biases when it comes to their programming. So don't take them on that they don't have their own propaganda. They do.
You know why Ajay Koko will love Al Jazeera? Because he see them as an anti-West. And sometimes I don't even know how to please Ajay Koko, because sometimes he will support these Western people. If he start defending America now, the next minute he switch. So I don't even know where he belongs to.
Hello, we have somebody from Francophone country that's here.
Look,
Jude from Cameroon. Let's hear from the guy.
Okay, let me land, please. 1 minute,
okay.
Mike. So I got my news from unbiased TV station, Al Jazeera or WIAM. That's the Indian television services too. And they have their correspondents that are Nigerian on the ground that follow this situation. So, look, from France, Channel 24, to tell me that Wagner is in that place, I don't want to believe. I will not tell their lie. I'm not going to believe them. So, to Remy,
is your right now. Nobody is your right. You can believe. You can believe whatever you want to believe.
To your question, I can't even remember the question you asked me now, because this Simba, they don't dabaru everything. So can you repeat the question?
Simba, my question is that if the military junta, I mean the head of state there now, really love his people, I think he should have come out with a clear-cut program that we are going to be here in this country to restore order, and in the next 1 year or 18 months, we are going to have constitutional government, and meet with mediator from ECOWAS speaking country and also from Nigeria or anywhere in the world. But he's not doing that. So I want to know your thought about this. Do you think it's in there for a short period or just for life, like a Yadema and the rest?
Well, you know, look, the very first day that this guy took over government, we have not given them breathing space since then. So we have been slamming them with sanction upon sanction, and ultimatum. We gave them ultimatum if they don't hand over, they don't reinstate the post president within 7 days, we are going to take military action. So let us give them more time. Let us engage with them, and let us see what we can get out from them. So Nigeria, as a big brother, my brother said, we should engage, we should dialogue, and we should be able to reach a conclusive agreement that is good for both them and the region in general. So that is what we should do.
Okay, thank you. Another question quickly. I've been listening for you for a long time, not today, not yesterday, for months now. So if such a thing happened in Nigeria too, because we cannot rule anything out, so you also support them to give them more chance, right? More time, so that they can tell us that, oh, all these will be Tinubu article, we should just kick them out and send them to jail, and just give this time.
Nigerians are different now.
Don't dare.
You mean if we have military coup in Nigeria, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let me tell you. Number one, coup cannot happen in Nigeria again.
Why not?
Yeah, because our military structure has been reorganized in such a way that there's no way you want to plan coup that will not leak. And that Obasanjo was responsible for that. So that is number one. Then number two, if that should even happen, let's take it that, okay, some crazy guys.
Like General Ajale Koko.
Like General. Let me tell you, you know what you are going to see first? If there should be coup in Nigeria today, Nigerian people will troop to the street in jubilation in their thousands across that country.
Really?
Because why? Because
Ajale Koko. This what you are saying is not good now.
Nisuru.
Ajale Koko.
Oh, Nisuru, let me land. Kulon, sorry. Because why? Nigerians are going through pains, suffering, hardship.
So military is the victory.
It doesn't make them stupid now. It doesn't make them stupid.
Come on now.
They think military come and solve their problem.
Sorry. Can I say something?
Can you just let me land?
Let Ajale Koko finish, please.
Can you just let me land? The poor masses on the street doesn't understand grammar. The poor masses on the street, what matter to them? How can he get his food to eat? 3 square meal a day. How can he make money? A lot of them that used to make money before, they are making less today. So they don't see anything good in democracy. To them, democracy doesn't mean anything for them. So it's me and you that are well read, that are more exposed, that are more international people, that see, oh, democracy to ordinary suffering man on the street of Nigeria. They don't care whether there's democracy or Nigeria. What has this government, what have I benefited? As my life better off? That is the way they think. So they just think, oh, call labor more than anyone, because they've seen all politicians as thieves. They are thieves. That is what they call them. They say these people are thieves.
Okay, Mr. Aja, I have a question for you, sir. Mr. Aja, do you believe that then Africa, some part of Africa, we are not, security and prosperity is better than democracy? That's what you are saying. Security and say like the Chinese way, for example.
Look, very, very good. I'm not saying democracy is not good, but we don't practice democracy the way democracy should be practiced in that country.
Indeed.
So that is democracy has brought nothing good to the ordinary man.
Absolutely.
The life have not better off. It has worse off.
Absolutely. And Mr. Anja, that was my thesis in college, that Africa does not need so much democracy. We were better off having peace, security, and prosperity than the so-called democracy, because it has not benefited us for 60 years in Africa.
Sorry. I beg to disagree. I beg to disagree on that point.
Well, in Sierra Leone, I'm just saying in Sierra Leone.
Sorry. Let me come in at this point, and I beg to disagree. Okay. Now, before I moved down to where I stay in Nigeria, I stay in Lekki now. Before I moved down to Lekki, I was staying in an environment where it is known for criminalities. You understand? From time immemorial, every Yoruba man knows when they call somebody Omo Leifo. I stay around Ifo area because then I was working in the Wekoro. There was a cement plant there, a Lafarge cement plant, before I moved down to Lagos. Now, Ifo is known for terrorism, is known for criminality, is known for every kind of vices. And this is a place where you cannot move around 8:30, 7:30 in the night. You will be obtained. Somebody will obtain you. That's the slang that we use here. You understand? But you see, over time, yes, from time immemorial, it was like that. But now, like the way Baba Anjali is painting it, Nigeria is not the way you are painting it. There are so many ways that guys are making money. You can stay in your room now. You can stay in your house now, and you are broke. Once you have a phone, you have a phone, you can borrow soft loans. 2 weeks, 1 week, I will pay back, and you pay back. You can, it will not even take you up to 24 hours. Sometimes 30 minutes. You just do it on your phone. The money comes in. You are okay. There are a lot of things that guys are, all these touts and everything they are putting their minds into now that is not even, that is taking their mind away from crime. Yeah, gambling is one of it. All these Bet Niger, all these things. People are not like Baba Janle Koko is painting it. You can walk in the street of Ikeja today, hold your phone, and nobody will just come and attack you, except you walk out.
That's not true. I just came back from Nigeria. That is not true. Hold on. Hold on. The picture you are painting is not true, because I just came back from Nigeria 2 weeks. So I just came back 2 weeks ago. So let me tell you this. When I was there, I had my iPhone and I was trying to shoot video. Emma lo phone problem one day bama ilowo echora. One day I had a cab. I had a cab on. Name brand cab. They said, one day they can take off this car from your head. These are the people in Nigeria telling me this. And you are not telling me that, oh, it's not like that, it's not like that. And they told, even the driver that was taking me everywhere, he told me specifically, sir, when we are in the hold up, in the traffic, don't use your phone. Some criminals who walked by banged the window and took the phone. So when we're in the traffic, we just sit down and look as if nothing is going on. It's when the car is moving, that is when I can start to look at my phone to do anything. So what are you painting?
Baba Janle Koko, can I speak now? See, part of the sentiment surrounding the way you were treated is because you came from outside. I will tell you the truth today. Yes, that's the way they will treat you. I can do something for you. I can enter a BRT
So
bus.
people that are driving me that live in Nigeria,
I'm coming.
So they don't know what they are talking about.
I can stay in a BRT bus if it's permitted. I will record the way people are using their phone in the BRT when they park at bus stops, and things are not the way it used to be. They are not the way it used to be. Yes, you know that you cannot flush out crime 100%. Now you can go to Oshodi. Oshodi was somewhere you cannot even, if you are going to Oshodi, it's either you tie your money inside your boxers. If they are not cutting your bag, they are putting guns behind you, taking your belongings and your property. But now you can go to Oshodi freely. Almost every look and cranny, if there's no police there, there's a last mile here, there's this there, there's that there. I'm telling you what is now happening in Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria. I've been using my phone for the past 2 years, and I walk through the street of Lagos like anything, and nobody stole it. I just changed it 2 years ago. If it is like that, you won't see people taking selfie at every location in Lagos now. We see those pictures on the internet. See, Baba Janle Koko, the truth of the matter is,
people that are advising me not to do so.
They are treating you so because you are just.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's the sentiment. See, if you are a white man and you come into the country and you get a driver, the way the driver will be telling you about Nigeria is, okay, or guy is this. They don't kidnap you so that you don't do this. That is how it is. I'm telling you, I have people that come from abroad too, and I know the way they are treated. What I'm trying to say is this: Nigeria is not as worst as you paint it on this platform. That's one. Two, going to the Niger issue. The first problem with this Niger issue is this: the president came from a very minority tribe. And from the inception of this man's government, the military had it difficult to accept him because they feel he's not a true bloodline. He has Arab, whatever in him. He's not a true Nigerian. You can Google it and research. You can find out that truth. Yes,
you're right.
That is where his problem started from. The problem started from that. They had that sentiment about him. Now, if we say the old Sahel belt is being taken over, and if truly Wagner Group has a hand in it, the truth of the matter is this: either we like it or not, I don't trust the West, I don't trust the East. The war in Ukraine could be as a result of they trying to do what they are doing presently in Africa. Maybe they have seen it that, okay, if we don't make it look like here there is a war, we are fighting ourselves publicly, then we cannot go into these countries and start so that those people will not choose sides. Whichever side you choose Russia over France, you are not choosing a better pill. You are choosing poison on both ends. You are choosing poison on both ends. So that's why I don't appreciate the sentiment of this military group. That's number two. Number three is this: Nigeria itself knows that the problem of most of this ECOWAS country is France. It's not as if the president does not know. It's not as if all other francophone, anglophone countries don't know that France is extorting these people. It's not as if they don't know. They know. Even the last president, Buhari, when he visited Benin Republic, said something that the was it France 24 was saying that is anti-France statement. They know. We all know. It is not an hidden fact. So if Tinubu is the chairperson of ECOWAS, and ECOWAS wants to go to war, one, you need to look at it this way. There are a lot of francophone countries in ECOWAS. Some of them have coup d'etat now. The remaining ones that are there will be thinking of, am I safe? So even if the Anglophone want to be cautious, the Francophones that are there that know that anything can happen to in their own states, that their own military too can come and hide under the disguise of want to push France out and oust them as a government, will be pushing for an immediate action, even if the Anglophone want to be cautious. That is one thing we need to know. Now, the other thing we need to understand again is this: when this war starts, if it's going to be a war, who is going to benefit? If Nigeria is not doing anything, already there are influx of refugees from Sudan to Chad, from Chad to Niger. Now Niger is in turmoil, and what they will now see is that, oh, before the war breaks out, let us move. Where are they moving to? They are moving to Nigeria. Before this time, all of us here on this platform accuse Buhari of flanization. A lot of people accuse Buhari of though I never shared that sentiment though. But the truth is, they said, okay, the banditry, the Boko Haram, it was because Fulani is a good president, it's because this. But we all know that most of these things are as a result of the influx of these bandits from Niger and so on. Even the weapons they are using come from all these unstabilized countries where there is civil war, civil unrest, and things like that. That's where they bring all these weapons in. Now, if we allow that happen again, we now have them in their numbers in Nigeria, and we now start having every look and cranny. We are having banditry there, banditry here. Babajan Lekoko, you will come back on this platform and blame Tinubu for not being able to secure Nigerians. See, we need to just take a stand. Are we going to go? Are we going to stay? If we stay, what is the consequence? If we go, what's the consequence? I see this ECOWAS, whatever, ECOWAS intervention is going to just be a surgical warfare. They are going to take out leaders. They are going to take out the leaders of that coup, whatever, and so use them as a deterrent, and they will install the government back, and then they will station some people there to continue to ensure that the government enjoys its rule. That is what.
How would they install the government back? You think the post president will not life will not be terminated?
Even if they will not install the post president, it could be a sacrifice. It could be part of what you call collateral damage.
So we will stay there for how long to get their democracy back on track? How long do we have to stay?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Nigeria has done ECOWAS as they were in Guinea-Bissau. Oh yes, they are still in Guinea-Bissau. So it's not something that is undoable. If they enter, take away these guys, they put in a democratic government or an interim government. They put their ECOWAS mission guys there. They stay there, ensure everything is stable, and then the country goes into democratic election. They elect a new president. Maybe after some few a year too, then they move out. That is how it's going.
You believe that we bring peace after we've left with those that are opposition to the intervention of ECOWAS? You think we are not going to left trouble behind as at the time we left the country?
Okay, we have examples. Let me give you an example. We have example. What happened in Gambia when they restored democracy in Gambia? We have peace there. We have in Sierra Leone. We have in Liberia. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, guys, let's be fair. Let's allow these new voices to talk. Jude, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
So what's your contribution?
Yes, Mike. Oh, I thought I was there.
So
yeah, go ahead, Jude, go ahead.
So my conclusion is this, so that somebody else can talk. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, conclude. Someone will respond to what you have to say now. You know how it goes. You know, once you say something, I mean,
Let
still respond.
Oriola finish. He hasn't finished. We interjected him. Yeah, let Oriola before Judah. Mike.
So what I was saying is this: if they do that, if they've done if Nigeria for it in the next 2 years, see in Lagos here, most of the guys doing Okada rider job, they are most of them are from Niger. They are not even Hausas, because I lived in the north. And if you are speaking to them, you know that their kind of their intonation is different from that of Nigeria. I lived 9 years and I have a Kano State birth certificate. I was born in. So what I'm trying to say is this: we just need to act, even if it is moving those military to our borders, and let them know that, come, guys, we are not playing. It's either we choke you or you relinquish power. We will choke you. And even the so-called Mali and Burkina Faso that are trying to those guys, it's just because Niger is the way it is. If we had a good ECOWAS leadership for the past 8-10 years, what is happening in Mali and Burkina Faso might not have happened. It might not have happened if we had a good leadership for ECOWAS. And that is the problem. If we fold our arms, this thing will spread throughout the whole of Africa. But now you can see now they are even suggesting it in Nigeria. So we know what it means. By the time they take over, it will be Nigeria. See, I want to say something to Ajani Koko. If you look at Al Jazeera or you watch Al Jazeera, you will hear the news Al Jazeera want to tell you. The best way to get a balanced news is to look at all of them. Watch France, watch this one, watch this one. You will see who is lying and you will see where the lie is. France will go and show you people that are supporting the coup, that are opposing the coup. They will show you, they will interview them. You will hear them say they are not like the other group will show you the people that are supporting the coup. So we cannot take one side and take it as the whole truth. Some people are opposing this coup and they are opposing it seriously. That is how it is. So it's balanced. Is it balanced?
Will you liken what is happening now to
what I mean?
The Arab Spring? Arab Spring.
That's how it's going to
Will
go,
you liken
man.
it to Arab Spring?
Let the new guy talk, and then Julie, go ahead.
Mike, actually, thank you for giving me the opportunity. It seems like it's better to go to most of these Pan-African panels and talk than to come to a Nigerian. But Mike, thank you so much. This is what is happening. You mentioned something about the echo that caught my attention, and I had to come on the panel and probably defend or say one or two things. This is what happened during the echo currency that was supposed to be created in West Africa. The echo currency was supposed to be backed by gold and petroleum. And the countries that were supposed to produce this thing in West Africa did not have that ability to give up their gold and petroleum. And the sponsors of the ECO were European countries. It wasn't even West African countries. They don't have the mindset to really produce a currency that will unite West Africa. And this is the thing.
What do you mean? I thought it was being led by Nigeria. It was Nigeria's proposition.
No, come on, Mike. This is the thing.
It was Nigeria were discussing for a long time. They decided to convince
Nigeria
what are you talking about? Don't we print currency in Nigeria already?
Nigeria was discussing about the currency, but it's not a currency. Is not just produced on paper. It's not a paper that people just move around and show. No, you cannot compare the Naira with the new ECO that was supposed to be created. The new ECO was supposed to be backed by gold and petroleum. This is the thing. And me and you know that most of the biggest reserves of gold and petroleum in the world are found in Europe, even though Africa has the biggest like in terms of resources, we have it on the ground, but the European countries are the ones that instead have these reserves more than we do. So this is the thing. These countries in Africa could not actually give out their gold and petroleum. So what happened? The European countries that were sponsoring this ECO in terms of financial deed backed out, and the eco currency dropped. It wasn't just Francophone countries; they had nothing to do with it, or the Anglophone countries. So it was the people that were sponsoring. And because
always
these
come to
African
defend your
countries could not back.
francophone
No,
people.
I'm not the Francophone
But
but
we
this
all
is
knew what
another
was going
thing.
on back then. They were the
Let
one
me
backing that. That's
digress.
what our people were telling. That's what our
Let me
government were telling
digress.
us.
Let me digress from that echo and go into what Niger is facing. This is the thing, right? I'm not going to stay too long, but this is the thing. Nigeria will feel crucial if they intervene in what is happening in Niger. I'm telling you for a fact, this is a thing. I'm actually from Cameroon, and I actually know what happened between Cameroon and Nigeria. Few years ago, during the Boko Haram, you could see that many militias from Nigerian military fled Boko Haram into Cameroon, and it was Cameroon military that helped Nigerian military. I'm telling you for a fact, you can go on videos and see how Nigerian military fled from Borno and dived into Cameroon because of the Boko Haram militias were even more stronger than Nigerian military. But this is what is happening in Niger. Nigeria will stand more to lose in Niger than what Niger will stand more to lose from Niger. This is the thing. The river Niger flows from Guinea Conakry all the way down to Mali, passes into Niger and down into Nigeria. And the biggest dam in Nigeria is Kanji Dam. And that is the dam that supplies electricity to Nigeria and part of Niger. But this is the thing. I was in one of these forums that Nigerians were talking because I understand French so much. So I actually goes to forum that speaks French and go to forum that speaks English and kind of, draw a conclusion on what is happening. So this is the thing. What Niger were talking, if they divert the river Niger into certain places in Niger or construct a dam in Niger, Nigeria will stop having electricity. The dam that is in Nigeria, the Kanji Dam, will dry within 5 years. And this is the thing. Most Nigerians do not actually know what is happening. They just think, oh, we have military. You could have a biggest military, but are they competent enough to take down Niger military? I don't think so. Niger military, they might have a small numbers, but they deal in desert fighting. They deal in hot weather fighting. Most Nigerian military, majority of them are from the south. They are not used to hot weather. I'm telling you for a fact, this is the thing that most
what you are saying is not true. What you are saying is not true.
Let me finish my point. You guys, when I sat down and did not interject, let me learn. Let me build my. In fact, let me not digress, but let me build my point so you can go ahead and interject. This is the thing. The Niger, the river Niger that I'm saying. I was even talking to one of these Niger guy. He said there are two things involved if Nigeria attack Niger. It might go for long, but they are looking on two things. They might poison the river Niger so that the people that are drinking the water downstream might suffer. And this is the thing. Look, Nigeria should not rush into attacking Niger.
You said you should not interject you. We should, all this thing that you are peddling on international platform is not something that is going to poison what?
It will be a total fiasco to go into Niger and attack Niger. You have no right as an independent country who is dealing on their own soil, trying to solve their own problem. You want to go ahead and impose something that does not matter to you. Now, when people say, oh, Francophone countries are controlling Francophone, we know that France is the one sponsoring ECOWAS as we speak. And France is the one that is controlling the current president of Nigeria, telling him what to do. We saw how this president called even the president of Chad, who is a military,
we just have to stop this guy.
We saw how this Nigerian president even called the president of Chad.
Mike, stop these guys. Stop these guys.
No. Mike, don't stop
Let me finish now. What is wrong with this guy?
Let us understand him, and we can interject.
It's not making sense, man.
No. It might not chime with you what he's saying, but let him speak.
Exactly.
Let us have that freedom of speech here. Let him speak. He's not saying anything that is that can trigger YouTube, or he's not making any foul languages. He's just speaking what he knows. Let us hear from him.
And that's why, as an African, I always like going to Pan-African panels. We have a lot on YouTube channels. It's hard to come to Nigerian or panels and speak because most of the time they try to overtalk and take over the discussion because it seems like they know much. But this is the thing. Tinubu called, if you go on videos, I mean, just of recent, he called the president of Chad to come into Nigeria. And this was Chad is not even part of the ECOWAS, right? And this guy, the president of Chad, as we speak, is also a military leader that came to a coup d'etat. They overtook the constitution and they stood their ground, and this is what happened. Do you think it's Nigerian that did that on their own? No. The mindset of what happened was sponsored by France to call the president of Chad to send to Niger because he's also manipulated by French regime. If it was this guy Macron that installed the military leader in Chad. So now you are telling me that Francophone countries are conniving with France to stop the ECO, but yet they want to break away from the system that have been, they have been colonized for so long. But Nigeria is the one that want to install that back to French system, which is a problem. People are running away, and you want to install a system that is a problem. So I'm going to stop right there.
I got a question for you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Question, Judah. You have said a lot of things without facts, but let me ask you this. Hold on. Wait. Let me just finish, Judah, really quick. I've even lost my thought of. Anyway, the question that I wanted to ask you, I think your preface is wrong because you're making it as if it's Nigeria that's trying to go invade another country. It's ECOWAS.
Of course, it's Nigeria. No. Now let me break it down to you. When Ghana president was there as the president of ECOWAS, right? What happened? There were so many coups. There were so many coups that happened. Burkina Faso took over, Mali took over, and certain countries. We have seen how other countries have even, fortified their constitution to stay in power, and ECOWAS have not done anything. What happened now is Nigeria took the Niger coup d'etat personal. I'm telling you for a fact, when Bazoum was in power, take for instance the refinery, when the refinery that was happening in Lagos, when Bazoum was in Nigeria, Bazoum even spoke Awuzas in front of Nigerians, telling you Niger and Nigeria are the same people. Now it is not ECOWAS because even Ghanaians are backing out. The president of Ghana make a speech and said he is backing out. They should go with diplomacy, not attacking Niger. The attacking Niger is purposely by Nigerian president, not ECOWAS, because some ECOWAS countries have backed out of it.
Did you say Ghanaian president is backing out? What
Ghanaian president is backing out militarily. He is pushing for diplomacy.
Did you make an official statement to that effect?
Yeah, go on YouTube. Yeah, I can send you videos on you if they can play it right here. He's backing out. I say he's backing out military. He's backing out militarily. Not diplomacy. Hold on.
Judah, who gave the alternative for 1 week? Was it Nigeria or ECOWAS?
It was Nigerian. It was see, you have not followed this trend for so long. Before Tinubu even made that speech.
No. It's a simple question. It's a simple question.
When Tinubu was given the mandate as ECOWAS president, he made a speech that coup d'etats will never be acceptable in the new ECOWAS. That is the thing. And when let me finish. Let me finish. He made that speech. I think he made that speech in Guinea-Bissau when he went to meet the president of Guinea called Sissoko. He met him and made that speech. This is the thing. And when coup d'etat happened in Niger, he spoke as a spokesperson for ECOWAS, but he was the one that gave Niger an ultimatum, 1 week on ultimatum. And let me tell you, that 1 week ultimatum will be a failure. It will be a too-late failure. Nothing will happen to Niger. Go ahead.
Judah, calm down. Judah, it's the first time we have a real leader to stand up and say something, number one. And number two, it's under the ECOWAS charter. No, not
under the he made that speech based on France is the one that is pushing him to be a normal African president will not give an ultimatum to a
because they're all weak.
This is your mindset that you don't know. Most African countries, even all the African countries in general, are sponsored by Europeans. The only people that have a high IQ in Africa are not Africans, because they are more reasonable than sub-Saharan Africans. I'm telling you for a fact. I'm telling you, this is what normal people like us know.
Man, Judah, do that, man.
This is what normal people like us know.
Show. Can I say something?
I'm from Cameroon. I just told you that, and we have seen how Nigerian military have fled even Boko Haram into Cameroon. Is now as I speak. So
stop all these things that you are peddling. Stop all this. If you want to talk on this platform, this is not a platform where people will be peddling lies, and you have everything you want to say.
You don't have the power and strength to install power in Niger. You don't even have that.
Let me ask you a question.
Your whole land mass is inferior. People are go ahead.
Judah, let me ask you a question. So you said you've been to some other platform, particularly French
Pan-African platforms.
French speaking and English.
And English
now on the French speaking platform that you've been to, I believe they talk about this child problem too.
Of course.
Yeah. What is the consensus, or what is the majority of people saying on that platform concerning the Nigerian issue?
Particularly people, I know the answer I will give for sure, because we know where this guy
come on, let me laugh now. I cannot even understand what he's saying because someone is saying something. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. What are they saying? Particularly people on that platform that are from Niger. What is their opinion? Let us know.
Their opinion is, when this guy came, the former president of Niger, Moussoufa, he ruled for 2-term mandate in Niger, and because when he left, he installed this guy, and this guy is, I think somebody already explained, I think he's from Difa region in Niger, and this is the thing, he's from the minority. But what happened? Why did they install him? Because Niger was having a problem between. Let me finish. Niger was having a problem between their Northern that looked like Arabs and the Southerners that look black. So the former president believed that for Niger to have peace, they have to take a president that looks, that looks different from the North, so peace can reign.
Are you saying he was not elected? Are you saying he was not elected?
No, this is the thing. It's like what happened to Tinubu, where you have the same party president that left, and this guy, and they install, and Tinubu comes in, even though
you can hear him now. See what he's saying.
Let me finish.
What are you saying? We cannot allow you to continue this way you are going.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you know that
we cannot allow you to continue this lie that you are peddling. You are saying something that are not fact, that are not true, and you want us to continue to allow you to be talking.
Yeah, you know that in Nigeria, as we speak, most Nigerians are discrediting Tinubu for being the president. It's the same thing that happened in Nigeria.
You can see this where it's coming from.
They ask me a question.
We're giving you enough time. So we're giving you enough time. We cannot allow you to continue this lie that you are saying.
Judah.
Which land?
This is why I don't come to Nigerian panels, because they believe that.
Judah, because Judah, you're just talking nonsense without any facts.
I'm not talking nonsense. This is
nonsense. You're nonsense. It's all nonsense you're saying, my man. Now all nonsense. You're saying that this guy was not elected. He was democratically elected. You know by how many million votes? You know how many million votes? Well, my man, get out of here, man. You just BSing us. You see, it's people like you, our continent have so much issues because it's all BS with no fact. You're talking about water poisoning. You're talking about building a fucking dam. You know how long it take to build a fucking dam? Do you know, excuse my Chinese people.
When you come and we should allow you to talk that they will poison water, they will poison the road of River Niger. Nonsense. We allow such things.
This guy is reporting what he
He's not
has.
bluffing. He's a liar. The guy's a liar.
I'm
He's a
telling you,
liar. He's a bluffing liar.
Is reporting what he
Please,
had on
please.
other platforms. Let us
Nigerians,
listen
when
to
you
him.
guys talk, you guys do not understand what people on the other side think about. See, and this is the kind of
Nigerian soldiers
you cannot even let me finish my own point.
fleeing to
Judah, can I ask you?
Wait, guys, hold on. Guys, wait.
Please, can I ask a question?
I will let you go. Wait, give me a second. See, for those of you that don't know Jude, I follow Jude on another platform. Now, here's the deal with Jude. Jude is from a place in Cameroon called Ambazonia, where they are waging a war against the Cameroonian state. So there was something that happened when the Amazonia leaders came to Nigeria to have a meeting, and the Nigerian government arrested all of them. And since then, people from Jude has that problem in Nigeria. So everywhere it goes, always bash Nigeria. So those of you that don't know him, he literally calls it to come and bash Nigeria. So that's what it's all about. So people, some of us already know him. That's what.
His submission was completely.
Is that true?
I'm
Judah?
still making
Can
a
I
point,
ask you,
and
Judah,
I'm having
please?
all these interjections. I'm not done already.
Jude, can I ask you a question, please? I want to ask you a question. Jude, I want to ask you a question. Are you aware that even while Tinubu was writing to the House of Assembly to say that, okay, he needs military men and military apparatus to go into Niger, are you aware that Senegal already said they have their men ready and stationed to move into Niger?
No.
I can send that to you. I can send that to you.
You can send out to me, but I've also been on. But this is the thing: before Tinubu was even writing, Tinubu already made a speech to attack Niger, give them an ultimatum before he sent a letter to your House of Senate.
Please. Who gave Niger an ultimatum? Who read that statement? Is it Tinubu that spoke it? No. Is it Tinubu that spoke that statement out of his mouth?
It's ECOWAS, but who's sponsoring ECOWAS as we speak? It's France that is sponsoring ECOWAS.
You're lying. Hello. That's a lie. That's a lie.
What do you mean it's a lie? How are you going to fight? Let me finish now. Let me finish. You want to fight
don't know anything about
let somebody else talk, man. This
you want to fight a country like Niger, who is breaking away from France.
Calm down.
Can you stop this guy? Thomas, can you stop this guy?
Jude, let me explain something to you.
Jude, what is the budget? What is the budget of ECOWAS, Jude?
Bro, I'm not here to tell you what is the budget of ECOWAS.
Because you're lying. You don't know any fact.
I'm telling you who is conniving with who.
Because you don't know any fact. You're just lying. Can you silence this man? This man is just a liar. You're a liar.
Mike,
I don't want to go very strong.
Mike,
you don't
can
even
you
know
allow your panelists to allow me land? Then I can.
You don't even know the budget of claiming that it's all France. You don't even know the budget of
this guy is
ECOWAS.
taking a lot of time. You gotta let some other people talk. This guy's taking a lot of time.
You've had your time,
gentlemen.
Let other people talk now. You have your
I've not even made a statement, and all this interjection left and right.
Because you're spreading propaganda. You're foreign obedient.
The guy, propaganda because you believe that you have the power to install peace in Niger, but you don't have that power. You are powerless.
Can you silence Jude for a second? Jude, come on. What is the budget of ECOWAS? Since you say it's France that's giving all the budget. What is the budget? Look it up. Look it up before you start talking. Go look it up.
Let me ask this question.
Okay, Mike, let's go ahead and speak. I'm done. Okay.
Judah, you see, the question I asked you, though too much interruption did not let you tell us. I want you to tell us. Please, just give him time. I mean, everybody, just allow him to speak. Please.
What is time limit, please? Time limit. You can't go 5 minutes.
You bring to those French-speaking platform. What is it that they are talking there on this Niger problem, and particularly those from Niger? What is their position on this? Just let us know. We want to hear from you.
Their position on what is going on in Niger, what they say is they are fighting for their right. Their president sold Niger, the current president, even the former president, sold Niger to France. Half of their uranium is exploited by French, and they are not having anything to do in terms of development. Nigerians, they cry every day. ECOWAS, they say ECOWAS has not been helping them.
Jude,
Let me
put some
finish.
numbers to back it up. Put some numbers to
Let me
back it
finish.
up.
Let me finish. See, these
No,
are
let
the
it finish. Let
interjections.
it finish,
Look,
Babadi.
this is what they are saying. They're
Chief
saying,
Daddy.
why should African countries come and intervene when they have taken out a president that is conniving with France to kill them? Yet
Jude,
you guys are the one
Jude,
want to that one. Oh man, bro, I'm
Jude,
done. Go ahead and
do
talk.
you know do you know how many companies are mining uranium in Niger?
The majority of the companies mining uranium in Niger is controlled by France. This is what
You're
I'm telling you.
lying.
You might
That's a
have
lie. That's a lie.
what?
That is a lie. That's such a lie. Because the biggest one that is doing uranium in Niger is Canadian and Australian and Chinese and American and British. So you see, you don't even know the ground. You
Man,
don't even
okay.
know the ground.
Now
You
you have a
lying.
Lincoln Cook on the panel that one who keeps out. Let me ask you, why was French embassy attacked in Niger? Why did they
Because they
not
saw
attack
them promise.
Canadian embassy?
Because they saw
Why
them
did they not
promise
attack?
that French is there. Listen,
Did you listen to the American government? What the American
Bro, you just keep
Department
talking.
of
They told
What
them.
is this guy?
Listen,
What is this?
listen.
Go ahead.
Jude, listen. You see those bunch of people burning down the embassies? When you look around, look at the video very well. Do you think you've seen an older person, maybe in their 40s?
Oh, come
50s there?
on. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if there's an older person or there's a younger person. Everybody is fighting for the benefit of Niger.
Have you ever seen
Jude,
older person participating in demonstration? What are you
yes.
talking about?
Exactly.
Hold on.
Where would you
Jude.
see older
I'm
person
not go-
participating in demonstration or
Hold on.
protest?
See, this is the issue. I'm not going to sit here and join the issue and argue blindly. No. And I will show you fact, what I've seen to justify my submission. Jude, what you are saying is because you've had this narrative over the time.
His name is Judah. He's not even Jude. Judah. Judas.
Okay, Judah or Judah. I say Judah here. See, I'm not going to condemn you for what you believe in or what you are saying, but this is the issue. You know, when light travel after some time, lies could also become the truth, because that's what some people believe. You know, over the years, Nigerians, even Nigeria here, we've made to understand that our problem is British, the colonizers, that there are problems. But over the time, after the British left, and some of the companies that they have around actually just, struggling stuff, realize that we Nigerians are the problems of ourselves. Now, in terms of interference of French in the political affair of Niger or any Francophone country, for a very long time, I don't know if you know, I'm just reading some of the coup that have taken place since 1960s in Niger. At a point, one of the military men that ruled Niger came to Nigeria on exile and lives in Arugungun because he adopted Arugungun as his ancestral home. Over the year, during the Gowon era, during one of our ex-military era here, a civilian president was overthrown. Coup after coup. That country has been experiencing the same issue, the same experience. Now, what you are saying now, okay, that Nigerians are trooping to the streets, protesting and saying and jubilating and happy that they have their leaders overthrown. It's just about a bunch of people that have sold that propaganda. I'm not denying that there's not something going on, but they've sold that propaganda to them, and that would give legitimacy to the military people that took over. Mark my word. Listen. Mark my word. I don't know how old you are. Mark my word. You see these people that overthrown this government, if they are successful, if they are able to retain that position for a very long time. Nigerian people will experience hardship to the point that they will pray that they know that the government that was overthrown remain on the in the government, because these people will not do them any good. But people like you will believe that foreign powers are the one in charge or in charge of their trouble. But time will tell, because posterity always judge about now. A lot of people don't understand what is going on, including myself. I may not know the integrity of what is happening there, but that region, that Niger, has been having coup. What you see in the coup is just symptoms of sickness, not the issue. By the time they were able to diagnose that country, we understand what is really deeply issue. It could be power play that these particular disgruntled people want to listen to the people that that seems to be the messiah that they are helping. But people like you will believe what you are being sold to, because it's easy these days to buy and stick with whatever being sold to. I'm not that
Can I
kind of
just
person.
interject? And somebody will go ahead and talk. Can I please just make one or two statements? This is the thing, right? Coup d'etats are a good thing, because we have seen some leaders come out to coup d'etats, and guess what has happened?
That's a good thing.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
You spoke. Let me finish. We have seen, we know you are done, but see what happened in Rwanda. Paul Kagame came into a coup d'etat. We have seen what is happening in Rwanda as we speak. Things are changing. We saw what JJ Rawlings came to coup d'etat. We saw what he did in Ghana. Things have changed. We saw.
Hold on a second.
Let me finish.
Hold on a second. On the issue,
I want to give you a lineup of other presidents. Gaddafi came
number one, you're wrong about Ghana. You're wrong about Ghana. Okay, you don't have a clue what J.J. Rawlings did. Okay.
Now, can I? I'm giving you a light. See, when people make statement, this is why I go to Pan-African panels, because when they speak, they allow people to talk.
Lying.
Even if you have a different mindset, they still allow you to talk. And that is what Africa is supposed to be. But we don't have that. But this is the thing. Gaddafi came into a coup d'etat. He overturned the king of Libya. And now we knew that Libya did great under Gaddafi. So when people say, oh, coup d'etat is not good, coup d'etat, no, it's good, because most of these presidents that you call civilians, when they came in, they manipulated people. They see what is happening in Senegal. I think someone made that statement. This guy came in as a civilian government.
But why are you not giving the example of where it was not working?
No,
that same thing. Why are you not giving the example of where it's not working?
But see, do you have a handicap mindset, or do you need a reset, or do they have to reset your membrane or something? Can you let me finish my point? This is the thing.
Not serious. Get out of here, man. You cannot come here and be abusing people.
And Jude, you saying Senegal. What about Senegal? Did he take over?
We have a civilian president that came in Senegal, Macky Sall. Now he's killing his own people because he want to stay in power. We had
You're lying. You're lying again. You see, you're lying again. You're lying again, because that man. Hold on, Judah. Because that man pulled a statement 2 weeks ago. He is not going to run for election. He is not. So you're lying again. You see, you just keep lying. You just keep lying.
Judah, let me ask you
who can tell this guy that I have an upper hand over him before he put out a statement that he will not run?
Get out of here, Judah.
Before he pulled out a statement that he will run for
Judah.
What the
heck? Judah, let me ask Judah a question.
Are you Ambazonia?
About this country, Cameroon. Judah, you are from Cameroon, right?
Exactly.
Okay, you
I think it's Ambazonia. It's Ambazonia.
Of course. Proud Ambazonian. Same like proud, but Biafrans, we're proud of being Biafra, proud of being Ambazonia.
Yeah, go ahead. It's an IPOB. They are the one giving.
The guy is a bro. He's a supporter of Biafra.
I'm giving you reality because I focus on both francophones and anglophones panel. Go ahead with your question, sir.
So yeah, Cameroonian, as you claim. So your country is under bondage of bad leadership too, and why do you have your president for 40 years and you don't see people in your country standing up to kick that person had. You never have transition from one civilian administration to another. But one man, Paul Biya, for 40 years, I learned that he lives in France now and is still governing your country. Where is your energy? Why don't you and some other people in your country direct your energy on this to solve that problem?
Oh, okay. Let me. I also heard your president Tinubu always go to France every week for medical checkup. I don't know if that's a problem or not, but this is the thing. I am an Amazonian. If you don't know about Cameroon,
is that an answer to the question he asked you? Is that an answer to the question he asked you?
Let him land. Yeah.
Wow, this is what is wrong with some of Nigerians, man. Like they depict other people's history. Let me finish now. These guys, you depict other people's history, but when other people give it back to you, you want to complain.
No, well, Tinubu is not in power for 40 years. Tinubu is not in power for 40 years. Paul Biya is the one in power for 40 years, but you don't want to poison him. Why don't you go poison him?
You have a president that has not been in Niger for up to 2 months, has gone to France almost 3 times a week for medical checkup. I don't know hospitals in Nigeria. My point is, presidents go to Europe because they find pleasure going to Europe, like every other African presidents with a darker skin. You don't see North Africans doing that. But my point is, Cameroon. Let me finish now. Let me finish. My point in Cameroon is,
full of propaganda.
let me finish now. I am an English. I am an English speaking. I'm going to your point, sir.
Don't finish anything. Wait, don't finish anything. I've gotten you. Wait. Wait.
Go ahead now.
Cameroon.
Let me finish the question you asked me.
You answer me. Wait. You are not the only one on this platform. Wait. Now, Cameroon has a president that is there for 40 years. Do you know how many?
Sir, I'm asking you a question.
Wait. Do you know how many democratically elected presidents Nigeria has recycled? And there's none. Wait, please. There is none that has gone beyond 8 years. And the only one that attempted to go beyond 8 years. We don't need external forces to help us stand against him. We stood against him ourselves. You understand? The same politicians and leaders stood against him and they forced him out. He did not even see the light of the day. The agenda died where he was thinking about it. That's number one. Number two, you said Tinubu has been going to France every time in a week. He only went to France twice. After the election.
Within how many months?
My friend, calm down. After the election was for treatment. The guys, doctor recite. Our former president chose Britain as his own place to take care of himself. UK, the former president Buhari, who is from very close to Niger, chose Britain. Now, this man, his doctor is in France. He went to France to relax after the election.
So why do you blame other African presidents for doing the same thing?
No. It's different from you saying that a president lives in France and is
no, but that's your mindset. He does not.
But you can see yourself now. He is protecting his own president. You ask him a question. He's protecting his own president, and you are there asking him that to give him chance. You ask him question about Paul Biya. He's talking about Tinubu. Is that the answer to your question?
Is he not protecting his own president as well? That is your own mindset. He's doing the same thing.
No. Hold on.
Let me just answer your question for a minute.
Go ahead. You are just nonsense, man.
Judah. So your point is that Tinubu also. I mean, I've been to France several times, twice for treatment, like your president. But the question now is that your president has stayed put there for over 40 years. Nigeria, for 23 years that we had democracy, uninterrupted democracy. We've had transition from one leader to the other. So
no. You said for 23 years. When did Obasanjo came in power?
Hold on. Listen. Obasanjo spent 8 years. The maximum of 8 years as constitution requires.
Very sure the two of you will soon fight. Okay. You don't know this guy. You soon fight.
Obasanjo 99.
So Obasanjo spent.
He doesn't even know arithmetic.
So Obasanjo spent 8 years. The maximum required by the constitution that president can spend in power. He spent 8 years, no more than 8 years, he'd handed over to another president. So
Can I make a point? What do you know as democracy? Just because you have 8 years in power, does you mean you practice democracy? There are countries that have dictators in power, but they also practice democracy. You know that? Go ahead, sir. I mean, unless you don't want people to talk. Go ahead.
Can you listen? So we have consistently have transition from one civilian administration to another. So between Nigeria and your country, which country have done better when it comes to democracy?
Okay, let me answer your question. Look, there are countries that have experienced coup d'etat in their life. Let me finish now.
Don't digress. It's a question.
I'm not digressing. I have to.
And Cameroon that had only one man for 40 years, and Nigeria that transitioned for 23 years on intellectual democracy, that transitioned from
Are you gonna let me introduce my thesis?
Hold on. Which country has done better, and which country would you prefer to be between the two countries?
Are you gonna let me introduce my point?
If you are given that choice, that which country would you prefer to live in between the one that transitioned and the one that had stay put for 40 years? Tell us.
All right. Let me introduce my point, then I'll go into the body and then conclude. This is the thing. When we talk of Cameroon, I think they had independence in 1960s, and they have gotten 2 presidents, 2 democratic change, and this country have never experienced coup d'etats like other countries have done. So this is the country that they believe that people have to change to elections or move from one stage to another to elections. Now, when it comes to democracy does not mean you have to hand power every 8 years. I mean, come on, that's not a form of democracy. Look, can people stay quiet? Let me finish. You have countries that practice democracy, but they do not practice an 8 years turnover. Some do practice 20 years. In France does not practice. There's unlimited reign in France. You can be president forever if people keeps voting you. And France practice democracy. That's why we have Chirac. That was almost in power.
This guy is a sympathizer. Is that Cameroonian be a sympathizer? We don't have to listen to his propaganda. He has nothing to offer.
Let him land on this, so we will really know where he stand. Let us land on this question I just had. Let him land. Then we know where he stand. Speak on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing me to speak. But this is the thing. Look, see, as we know, African countries are still evolving. Even though you see Nigerian practice them, that's great. But are we practicing the real democracy, or we are practicing paper democracy or paperless democracy? A democracy where people, after knowing that a guy did not win an election, they still go ahead and force him to be in power, and people go ahead and riot, and still there's no change. That's not democracy. Democracy is when people are allowed to speak their mind. The judges take control of the system, and they can either accept a fake president or a president that did not win elections. But this is the thing. Do other countries do that? No, other countries do not, because they respect democracy. Based on countries that practice democracy in their full milieu, like United States of America.
Okay, like define democracy for us. Go ahead and define democracy for us. The true democracy.
Is democracy just means changing president every 8 years? Is that what you call democracy?
I said define it for us. Go ahead and define it for us, please.
Okay. Democracy is when people respect the terms of electing people, and they go by what the majority proclaims. But is that what is happening in Nigeria?
That is
no,
not democracy. Jay,
right. I mean, you can call your own democracy the way it is. Are you practicing democracy in your full swing? No, you are not. So when you talk, Cameroon is not practicing democracy.
do
Cameroon
that.
is practicing a terms of democracy. Maybe other countries do not practice the same way. But is it working for Cameroon? Maybe not, maybe yes. But is Africa even working? Africa is not working at all, because the kind of democracies that both countries practice is not actually doing great for their people. It's instead impoverishing us. And that's my point. Go ahead and interject, since you guys want to
let me interject, please. Hold on.
In Cameroon, how many years does your constitution specify that a president can stay in office? How many years maximum?
There's unlimited years, as long as the people vote you. You have the right to be in power.
Okay, let me interject, please.
Paul Biya manipulated and changed, right?
You can say manipulate, yeah, and that's a problem. Is that also a problem in Nigeria?
That is the kind of democracy.
But I can also give you a problem in Nigeria in your democracy, right?
Can I please interject? So okay, let somebody else talk. Judith,
please
let somebody else talk, please. So you the so-called you're the so-called Pan-Africanist that has a log in his eyes, but concerned about the speck in other people's eyes.
But you're actually doing the same thing as a Nigerian. You have that log in your eye,
there you are. There you are.
In Cameroon and other countries.
There you are, being a sympathizer for Paul Biya of Cameroon, been there for 40 years.
I'm Cameroonian. I don't even sympathize with Francophones as I speak. I'm from the English part that is being marginalized by the French people.
But somehow, some way, you see everything wrong with Nigeria, but you can't see anything wrong with
Nigeria, because they believe that they have come and they are doing right, but it's not, because the same problem that you have is the same problem
and you are the arbiter. You are the arbiter of what is right and wrong, and you are the supporter of military rule in Africa. Look,
can I interject,
you only know, surely in a few seconds that you know what you know, but to go around thinking that you have monopoly on how things should work makes you delusional in a lot of ways. This claim about poisoning of the Niger River and the building of the dam and this other story. These are really nice talking points on whatever platform that you go to talk about them. But not for a second do you think that Nigeria is not making progress. Of course, even America, the so-called bastion of democracy, they have their own problem when it comes to democracy. But there you are trying to define democracy as being a monolith that is practiced everywhere. That's not the case. The democracy practiced in Europe is even different from that in America, in Nigeria, and across the world. So instead of you trying to criticize Nigeria and other places where they practice democracy, why don't you be kind enough to speak about the good things about what they've done so far? There's no way you can convince me or many other the persons on this platform that Paul Biya's 40-year rule plus in Cameroon is the ideal democracy. Seriously?
Yeah, right. No, he left the panel. This man, so-called Pan-Africanist, but I don't think you understand what Pan-Africanist is. And
I wanted to even say something to him. You see, this guy, he likes playing with words.
Yeah.
And anything that comes when the matter is addressed to him and it's something that touches him, he likes to come in with somebody else's problem as a counter argument. See, Judah, you are back. Calm down, please. Calm down, please. Calm down. Don't interject me yet. Let me talk first. When you were talking, a lot of people had you out there. So now, first thing I want you to understand is this: Cameroon versus Nigeria. See, the competition is not there, and it will not be wise for us to compare two countries in terms of their democracy. Okay? Now, the second thing I want you to understand is this: Nigeria has transitioned following the constitution. Either we are right with it or we are not yet getting it right. At least we have been able to remove greediness in our system by allowing our constitution to run. When it is your turn, you take your turn, and when your turn ends, you drop it for another person. And you coming with the narrative of what is happening presently in Nigeria. You see, this is what happens when you wash your dirty linen outside. It's not your fault. It's Nigeria's fault. And the truth of the matter is because of this obedient movement that made everything seem like, okay. And I want you to know something. If it was Atiku that had won, obedient will have come out to complain still. If it was Obi that had won, either Tinubu's party or Atiku's party will have come to win. So at every point in time, there's no election in Nigeria that you would say is free and fair. Every Nigerian will not say it's free and fair. That is the fact. It depends on the caucus you belong to. If your man doesn't go there, doesn't win, then it's not free and fair. That is always the narrative in Nigeria. So we are sort of peculiar in that aspect.
Even in America.
Yes.
There was complaints.
So we are sort of peculiar in that aspect. But it's not to have our leaders do 40 good years on the on the throne or in government, and we say that is true. Are you saying that there's no wise, there's no young?
Yeah, they don't mind him. He has the president that is wearing pampers, all over the place. He could not complain. It's not his fault.
Intelligent Cameroonian that can take over from that man. Is that what you are telling us? And you are coming here to talk about?
Can I interject?
They are all dumb in Cameroon, and they are all dumb. Nobody can figure out the
Let me land. See, the way you look at it, if you see the politics of Nigeria, already we know where it is shaping towards. We know who might be coming for the next election, who might be running as for presidency. We, the citizens, we know. We know the next election, if you don't see an El-Rufai, Atiku will still come out in his greedy way, will still come out, and we know that somebody again from the southeast will still come out. So at least we know our candidates. So we know what is going on, but you don't even know the future of your country. You don't know if Obia dies. Do you know if his son that will take over from him if he dies? You don't know anything.
When I came on the panel, I did not say.
Here and compare Nigeria to yourself.
No,
Nigeria is not on the same pedestal with you economically. It's not on the same pedestal with you democratically. It's not the same pedestal with you even military-wise. It's not the same pedestal with you on any platform. So please, just stick to your own problem. We are talking about something that will affect us as a nation. We already have issue of Boko Haram. Now you are saying that the Boko Haram ran to Cameroon because Nigeria chased them away. Now they are affecting you in Cameroon. Is that what you are telling us? So
he said our military is weak. That Cameroon that is saving us.
It's not weak. Our military is not weak. Our military is corrupt.
Do you want me to show you video?
Wait.
Keep quiet.
Those ones that you see. Those ones that you see is the corrupt videos that they want you to see because they are benefiting from it. We know our problems. But the truth of the matter is this: let us unleash 2 fighter jets and two helicopters on Niger, and you will know what Nigerian army means. Do you know the lady that young pilot that died in Nigeria? Is it not part of the corrupt settings? That girl that died in the nav base because she was heavily bombarding all these bandits and she was going to wipe them out. And the military men that were making money from all these security votes didn't want it to stop. We know what our problem is. You don't tell us what our problem is. We are telling you what your problem is, but you don't want to see it because all you want to say is Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. And this is what the problem I have with Africa. Wait, there is no ECOWAS is supported by Nigeria, heavily supported by Nigeria. I don't know where you get your facts from France from. African Development Bank that your country is benefiting from, that you are borrowing money to grow from, is the largest shareholder there is Nigeria.
Is it Nigeria borrowing money from the World Bank for palliative? What the heck is this guy talking about? Isn't your country borrowing money from the World Bank for palliatives to feed Nigeria?
It's not normal. The guy is not normal. He's sick.
Normal.
The guy is sick. He's very
Are
sick.
you normal? Do you know why America could not remove the chairperson of the African Development Bank? Was it not because Nigeria was the shareholder, the largest shareholder there? Go and look at it. Wait, go and look at it. Top 10. I Google it now. Google it now.
No, the other day, he should go to Aprexim Bank. Go and look at it.
After Nigeria, it is all Western countries. Go and look at it.
You see, this is why I go to Pan-African partners, because most of these
Nigerian
I never come here again. We don't need you.
Go there and never come here again. Go there and never come here again.
Can I interject? Let me just give you one clue that happened in when Boko Haram started, right? Did you know
we don't need it? We don't need. Don't give us false story. No. We cannot allow you. We cannot allow you to continue your life. We cannot allow you to continue
that Nigeria had to call Cameroon and Chad and Niger to help him defeat Boko Haram.
When you are boring Boko Haram, when your country was boring, when your country was boring Boko Haram, your country was abhorring Boko Haram. You are abhorring criminals, and you are criminal. You are also you are a criminal. You are a criminal.
He does not know anything. Why is Russia calling Belarus? Why is Russia calling all those territorial countries to it again to support him against the NATO incursion into Ukraine? What does he mean by Nigeria is calling Niger and Cameroon? Is it Boko Haram? Calm down, my friend. Is Boko Haram not a territorial problem to the whole of West Africa?
Where did it originate from?
Wherever he originated from Nigeria. Majority of the people that are in Boko Haram, majority of the people that are in Boko Haram are not even Nigerians.
Oh, come on.
Yes.
Jude, come on. I mean, why all these Jude? I cannot even make a single. Go ahead, sir.
But Jude, I mean, number one, before you came in and hijacked this conversation, we were having a broader strategic conversation about Niger and Nigeria, and you have taken us all over the place.
No. You guys?
Let me finish. Let me finish, my brother. Let me finish, my brother. Right? You have said a lot of things that you have no facts to base it on. And the latest one that you have just said again, that Boko Haram, yes, the name might be a whatever Nigerian, but the people that started that did not start in Nigeria. It started in the Sahel region.
Hence, are you from Nigeria? You are not from Nigeria. You are not from Cameroon. So what the heck are you talking about? You have no clue what is happening in this part of Africa. So you shouldn't be talking about our point.
I'm a Sierra Leonean. That live in the region, and I have no clue what I'm talking about. I know more about the region more than you will ever dream of knowing about the region. Your BS that you're talking about is all BS that have no basis in truth or fact or any of that. You know, you talk about France again, that France, whatever, president can stay forever. Which president have stayed forever in France?
But I just told you, Chirac. Go and check Chirac, how long he was in power in France. France does not have a term limit, but they practice democracy. Angela Merkel in Germany.
So in one way, you are supporting France. The other way, you are against them. So you follow their rules. You follow their rules in your country.
But Jude,
it depends on how you define your democracy. That's what I'm telling you. How do you define democracy? Democracy does not mean being 8 terms in power. It's democracy.
But Jude, what it means though is a peaceful or transfer of power. Even if it's to the same guy, it's a peaceful of transfer of power. The president of France don't stay for 40 years. It get voted after 5 years, then it come again.
No, I say a term limit in France is unlimited. You can stay in power as long as the people vote you.
But you misunderstand it.
But you vote you for 50 years. Let me finish now. If the people vote you for 50, oh brother, stay quiet. If
Do
the
that.
people
No,
vote
no,
for,
no.
go ahead,
Because it's a transfer. Because it's a transfer of power. That's what makes democracy and peaceful transfer of power. It's a peaceful transfer of
let me
power.
ask him a question.
Quite all right. Quite all
Let me
right.
ask
What I'm
you.
saying is,
Let me
if
ask
the
him a
people vote
strategic
you
question.
for 50
Please,
years in power, you go ahead, sir.
Gentlemen, let me ask him a strategic. So, you are ambassadorial, or what do you call it? You are from. You say you
I'm
are.
Ambazonia, not Ambassadonia. Ambazonia. Go ahead.
Ambazonia. Okay.
Yeah.
Why, if
The
Cameroon is
separatists.
that? Hold on. If Cameroon is that a very good country, why do you have ambassadorial resistance against that country?
Come on, brother. Learn how to pronounce Ambazonia. Do you have a failure of
Ambazonia.
pronunciation?
I don't hold it. Okay, Ambazonia. Just let me pronounce it the way I like. You know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Ambazonia.
Nobody cares about the name of your country, man.
I told you that you are going to fight very soon. You are already fighting.
If Cameroon,
they are the IPOB of Cameroon. They are the one teaching IPOB of Nigeria.
If Cameroon works the way you are painting it, why do you have resistance from your ambassadorial against the authority?
Look, I've never painted Cameroon the way you claim I painted. Me and Mike have been on panels, and Mike know me well. You know, I've never defended. Let me finish now.
For what reason?
Are you gonna let me talk?
Do we have your resistance against the authority in your country? Tell us.
What I'm saying is, me and Mike have been on panels.
Forget about Mike. I'm not talking about Mike.
You don't involve me in this one, though.
Of course. Let me make my point, but I have to introduce.
Forget about Mike. Don't. This question
Okay.
nothing to do
I've
with Mike.
been on panels, and I've never in a real way defend Cameroon no matter what. But this is the thing. The only thing that get me defend certain countries is because I've come to panels and people always make an illusion of francophone countries, anglophone countries. Francophone countries is sponsoring these anglophone, but we have now known the fact that anglophone countries also benefit from European sponsors. But this is the thing: why are Ambazonians breaking? I've never painted francophone Cameroon as a country that is well developed. We don't benefit anything from them. We also have problems. Even in countries that are well developed, like the UK. Do you also know that Scotland also want to break away from the UK? Even few years ago, the French Canadians in Canada wanted to break away from the English Canadians. Breakaway happens in every country, even if the country is good.
They did break up.
In Nigeria,
Did Canada break up?
Let me finish now. I have to give you an introduction, then I go into my point. That's how I answer questions. Now, what is happening in Cameroon is Anglophone Cameroonians. They have a problem with French Cameroonians, and they are fighting to break away. You will never see an Anglophone Cameroonian defending a French Cameroonian in public, or telling them, oh, French, no. But because there are certain panels that believe that they are actually doing well, and they believe that other countries are not, of which is not the case. Because if I go to Niger and Nigeria, it's all the same thing. Nothing is happening. So, yeah, look, man, we are all on the same.
What is the cause of that problem between you, the Anglophone Cameroonian, who are ambassadonia, what do you call yourself, against the Francophone?
Okay.
Cameroon?
The cause is,
what is the cause of it? Tell us.
The cause is in doing. Cameroon used to be a German colony in 1884. So when the Germans were defeated in the First World War, their colony was separated into two halves. While the British took one part as British Cameroon, the French took one part as French Cameroon. Since the British were already ruling Nigeria, they took the part of Cameroon that was close to Nigeria, right? So when they took British Cameroon, they divide British Cameroon into two halves. British Southern Cameroon, which is currently known as Ambazonian, and British Northern Cameroon. That is what is today Nigeria, part of Adamawa State. If you go today and check articles Abubakar's profile on Wikipedia, it will show. Let me finish now.
Hold on.
I'm giving you the introduction. It will show that. Let me finish now, my guy. I'm telling you, I always do introduction.
Hold on,
please.
Hold on.
Oh man,
all this historical perspective you are putting has nothing to do with the
I'm giving you a historical background so you should know what the problem is for you to understand.
You
man.
You don't need to go far to when
okay. What is the cause? What is the cause? Now I'm giving you. Let me go back into the cause and tell you. Two countries
that we have between your country, I mean, between the Anglophone and Francophone in Cameroon since 80s. Tell us what is the problem.
I'm telling you the problem. This is the problem. Now, during independence, the British Southern Cameroon decided, you say, oh my God, decided to join French Cameroon. Now you have two countries that have two different systems, two different languages, two different way of doing things. The British Southern Cameroon, which is Ambazonia, have a police force. The French Cameroon has gendarmes. Now you have these two countries came together. Now, before they came together, they had confederation of two states. But when the two state was dissolved, the two confederation was dissolved, that was where the problem started. And that was in 1972. Because when the countries became together, there was two states. The Anglophone system was good. The French system was good. Now the parliament dissolved those two systems. Now the unitary system became in a such a way that the French government can pass laws on the English side. And that's where the problem is. The English side lost a lot of things during federation, during the unitary state, because that's where the problem is. They feel that they do not belong no more in that system, and that's why the fighting is going on. And that is the cause, because the two system was deleted, was absorbed into a unitary system where the government controls
So what
everything.
you are saying politically, you Anglophone were relegated.
Exactly, because the system of federation was dissolved into one system.
Oh, okay. So you Anglophone were relegated to nothing. I mean, you are not politically reckoned with. You are manipulated. They subdue you, and that is why you guys have been fighting since the 80s or so. So
since the 80s.
Yes, since the 80s. That is why you guys have been fighting, and you call yourself ambassadorial and this and that.
Ambazonian, because the two systems were dissolved.
Now,
Ambazonia
and Paul Biya that came in since 80s. Is it some 90s, or when has he been in power? Maybe since
he came in 1982.
Since when?
1982.
82, after the Hahijo, or what is the name of that man? So
Hahijo, Fulani guy hand him power. You know,
Hahijo. So after Hahijo, so he came in, he changed the constitution, and he has subdued you people to nobody politically in that country. And looking at the state of your nation today, and you particularly that have no say in your country, how do you want to compare a political problem in your country to that of Nigeria?
I didn't really understand what you're talking about.
Compare the two situations?
Did I tell you I was comparing? But if I was to make a certain,
hold on. On what basis do you want to compare the two countries? Which one is better? Which one is better than one?
No, I'm not comparing which one is better. What I'm saying is we are all in the same problem, in the same, like, you guys are the one talking about how you want to invade other countries because you feel you are better. You want to instill democracy. You feel you are better.
Hold on. You cannot say, you cannot, hold on. You have to be truthful now. You cannot say we are in the same distance. Look, in Nigeria, we've been able to rotate the power between the north and the south.
Rotating power is not a form of democracy. I just create other countries. Go ahead.
Hold on. Listen. Yes, we have some challenges. We have problems. We are not denying that. But we've been able to manage our problem better than yours.
Every country has problems in their own things. But this is the thing. Did you know? Do you know how many Nigerians as we speak are in Cameroon because of poverty in Nigeria? Do you know how many Nigerians? Just do your math. Do you know how many Nigerians are fleeing poverty?
Do you know how many? Hold on. Do you know how many of your ambassadorians that are in Calabar? That in
exactly, but they are not up to 1 million. They are not up to 1 million because the population of Amazonia is not that much. They are not up to 1 million. I'm telling you about. Do you know how many Nigerians that are fleeing poverty? Fulani herdsmen, Boko Haram into Cameroon.
Hold on. We have your people in Akwa Ibom, in Calabar, that Nigerians are taking care of too.
And what is the population of of it?
Yeah, forget about population, but we are telling you, say you have some Nigerians in your country that run away.
Not even so. Almost close to 6 million Nigerians are refugees in Cameroon as we speak.
Oh, hold on. And I'm telling you, we have your own people that fled from your country that are refugees, that Nigerians take care of them in our own land as well. So, but what I'm telling you, Nigeria has been able to manage their own political system better than yours.
And Cameroon is also managing their political system as we speak.
You don't manage anything when you have when you have one man ruling you for 40 years and calling that democracy. And that is kind of democracy. Yes. Is that the kind of democracy you are recommending for Nigeria? To have one person for 40
democracy
years?
a term limit.
Too much.
Hold on.
Years in power. So is that the kind of democracy you are recommending for us? One man in power for 40 years?
So is that your kind of democracy?
I'm asking you.
So do you believe that 8 years is a democracy in your own way?
Hold on. Are you telling us that for one person to be in power for 40 years is better than?
No, I'm not saying it's better. I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying that other countries have their own way of democracy. I told you about Germany. I told you about other countries.
It is power tussle. It is this rotation of power that you lack in your country that have you people fighting this resistance against Popia, isn't it?
So you that have been rotating democracy for 8 years, how come you are not better than Germany?
Hold on.
How come you are not better than other countries?
Hold on. Forget about being better or not. But it is because you are denying political power in your country, you ambassadoria. That is why you are fighting this resistance against.
So what about the Biafra that are breaking away from Nigeria? What about all these? What is it? You that practice democracy, why do they still want to break away?
Look at you. You see, you are not sincere.
No, you are quoting Amazonia as breaking away from something that you just want to make your own allusions. But you have the same thing that is happening in
your fight.
Adale Koko, hold on, please.
Yes.
Mighty, please bring the tempo down. We are not fighting. Please, just bring the tempo down. No. Bring the tempo down. Your tempo is too high. Please. Yeah. Continue.
So, your fight in your country against Biya is because it's not been able, he has not taken you people along in the political scheme of things in your country. That is why you are carrying out this resistance against the government. But in Nigeria, everybody is carried along.
So why are the Biafrans fighting to break away ever since during the Biafran war? And now why are they still fighting? If they are being carried along.
Do you understand the structure of Nigeria? Do you know those sides that
I should be asking, do you understand the structure of Cameroon? You make statement. I mean, you make this statement, yet you want to defend your own side of it's happening in your own country.
Hold on, you don't know how Nigeria is structured. So let me.
Are you going to tell me how Cameroon is structured as well? Do you know how Cameroon is structured?
Okay, let me tell you how Nigeria is structured. North and South. The Biafran you are talking about, they are part of the South, right? So the northern part had that power. During the Buhari, they spent 8 years. So the power shifts downward to the south.
And it was a struggle for power between the Biafran person that is perceived as is an Igbo man. I will not call him a Biafran because he did not identify himself as Biafran, Peter Obi. And Tinubu from the south as well, from the southeast. Peter Obi from the south, Tinubu from southwest, Peter Obi from the southeast. So all of them went for this contest. Tinubu won the election. So let me tell you this. We've been able to manage our own political situation better than your country. Everybody have that sense of belonging in Nigeria that, okay, when Tinubu finishes his own term in the next 8 years, power will surely shift to the north.
It's not even an insult.
So, and in the north, we have 3 regions. In the north, we have, 3 geopolitical groups: northwest, north central, and northeast. So anybody can come out from those regions to contest for the position of presidency. So, but in your country, it is the worst ever that can be recommended for any country to practice. For one part of the country, one man to be in position of power for 40 years. That is ridiculous. And your country is not making progress.
How do you know that Cameroon is not? This is the thing. You have just aligned your structure of Nigeria, but you don't know the structure of Cameroon. This is the thing, right?
Tell us, why are you fighting? Why are you fighting against them?
That's the same thing. Why are the Biafrans fighting? It's the same thing that I'm asking you.
Biafran is useless. I've just told you.
No, but the structure, the Ambazonians are not fighting because Paul Biya is not taking them along. I just told you that 2 countries came together. The system, the Anglophone system, was dissolved, and it wasn't even under the current president. It was under the former president, the Fulani guy. So all your statement that you have made is all vague because you actually want to protect your own system in Nigeria, but you feel you can diminish and talk down on other countries that have the same problems, which doesn't make sense. And this is why most people. That's why I
want to support you. Just hold on. You are a good person. You are an ambassador of your country. You are patriotic. What you are teaching some of our panelists here is to be patriotic to their country. They are not patriotic. Anytime they talk down on their country, and that's why somebody like you can come here and confidently you can diminish and insult our country. They are the one that caused it, and they should learn from you. That's what I want to say. They should learn from you. Whatever is happening in your country, you can see the way you are defending your country, and that is good of you. So if they cannot defend their country and they will come here asking you questions that they are the one that caused it initially, they are the ones saying all these things to your face, to your ear, and you learn from it and you are using it against them, is good for you. Thank you, my brother. Continue what you are doing.
It's funny how I've been on this platform. I always be on the chat, hear how people denigrate the Biafran people, the Igbo. Now they want to stand around and say, oh, we are taking them along. Oh, we are, come on, man. Do you want to tell that to a Cameroonian that follow Nigerian politics to his fingertip? Come on, man. We know that the Nigerian democracy is a failure to people. No African country can copy Nigerian democracy.
African country can copy Cameroonian democracy.
Right? You are not even practicing it. You are not even practicing the full democracy on a full scale.
African country can copy Cameroonian democracy.
No, it's not, because no African country is practicing democracy like I said. Only the North Africans. Only the North Africans have a higher mindset. In Africa, the Africans are on the same boat. We are low IQ in reality. I'm telling you for a fact.
Judah, please, I want to ask you a question.
Everybody hold on, please. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Go ahead, Thomas. Go ahead. We are hearing you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Mighty, there is very whooping noise coming from the system.
What did you say? Are you talking to me?
Your mic is not good. You are in a noisy place. Yeah, let's hear from Olajide. Yeah. Olajide. Olajide is gone. Simba.
Yes, I just finished talking now. So
Yeah. So actually, Boko, maybe we round it up. Yeah.
Okay. Let me do this. It's unfortunate.
Is it even an insult? Cameroonian talking against Nigeria.
Look, let me tell you this. You see, a lot of people doesn't understand what freedom of speech means. So when you hear Simba say, "Oh, some people talk down on Nigeria, and it is good you are giving it to them, you are patriotic to your nation," it's gonna be dumb and stupid for you not to express your mind and what you believe in, particularly when you have bad leadership running your country bad and you can't speak up against them. You can't be dogmatic to follow bad rulership and bad leadership in your country. You are most unpatriotic to support bad leadership. So, but if you don't understand that concept, that supporting bad leadership is even bad for your country, bad for your future generation.
Hey, Thomas, Ajalico, give us a Thomas. You can study that whenever you're ready, okay?
Then you don't understand. Then you don't understand nothing, and you're not patriotic to your country. So he can defend the bad leadership in his country, thinking that, oh, he want to rubbish Nigeria, but he want to support the bad leadership in his country. That obviously shows that he is not sincere. He's just talking gibberish. Because what most of you are doing with him is you did not ask him strategic question to really nip him down. And that is what I have done. I've been able to nip him down, to expose him that he's not sincere, that he just came here to rubbish Nigeria. And he has said where he belongs, in Macedonia, or where do you call himself. We know his mentality. We know what he stands for. So it doesn't matter. Anybody can say anything against Nigeria. In United States, people in United States here say a lot of things against United States every day, or United States TV. So when you say things against your country or against the bad leadership, it doesn't mean that you are not patriotic. But when you support them dogmatically or say, oh, everything about Nigeria is good, when you know actually within yourself that there's something wrong, but you want to cover up, that is not good for that country. And men I speak against bad leadership don't see me as not patriotic. So Simba, you are not getting it right. If you see me speaking up against bad leadership and to
can I speak,
please? To now describe me as not patriotic, I think you are getting it wrong completely. So just to let you know. So he has been exposed as not truthful, as a person that just came to just rubbish Nigeria. To me, that is his own problem. He can say whatever he likes. But defending a man that's been in the position of rulership, he does not even govern.
40 years.
For 40 years. That shows this guy is just a domestic. How do I describe him? He's so dumb, nothing in his head. And
I told you when you started with him, I said the two of you will soon fight. And you can see now.
I believe he's hearing me wherever he is. He's a complete nonsensical person. So he can come back to tell us for democracy,
40 years, one person, and it's defending that.
The president that's wearing pampers that cannot walk. He can, and you know the funny thing, Babajale Koko, you know, he came and he said that because of hunger in Nigeria, Nigeria are taking refugee in Cameroon. Can you imagine that?
I mean, you had me when I told him that a lot of people are in Akwa Ibom that we are taking care of in Akwa Ibom and in Cross River. We are taking care of them. People that are, you know, people that are pursued out of their own land. Now, they wanted to kill them. This ambassadorian that is talking about, Nigeria humbled them. It is just, I mean, it's just, it's not a sincere person. I thought it's a person that had something good, some information to tell or something new, but at the end of the day, he was able to expose himself as just one of those.
The guy is one of those guys that were advocating to ban Nigerian music in Cameroon.
Okay.
Yes,
so
yes.
he have that hatred for Nigeria.
The guy how deep hatred for
Okay,
Nigeria.
okay. Yeah, now we know he has really exposed himself. We know him now. So
and you what happened? That guy is one of the ambassador. Can I talk, please?
Yeah, go
on. That guy is one of the ambassador, and you know, this ambassador, they are IPOB of Cameroon, and our people. Let me explain what's going on that you people don't understand. Our people from the southeast, they've gone there, they've connived with them. You know, one thing we need to be careful about propaganda. It's like wildfire. It goes a long way. All those things the guy is saying is from the IPOB platform, and they've sold all these people propaganda that they believe in it seriously, and they build the Nigerian hate in all these people. And what is happening in southeast of recent, like stay at no Monday go, what do they call it? Stay at home, or what they sit at home. They learn it from Ambassador. All those people that they start killing their people, they learn it from these people. And what is going on in Africa? It's not even Africa, worldwide now. These people, they've been going to other tribes, you know, polluting, spoiling Nigeria, polluting Nigeria, you know, like, you know, giving Nigeria bad name to people, and there is spreading this propaganda, and people are believing it. I've seen many other people from other countries, the way they, you know, the way they spoke about Nigeria. I was like, and at the end of the day, I get to realize they have friends from there. This is what is going on. We've really got a big work to do about this propaganda. And they brainwash these people. If you listen to him,
can I come
listen to the guy. If you listen to the guy, hold on, please. He listens to the hyper platform, and he goes to the obedient as well online. That's where all the propaganda flying around.
Can I come in, please?
Yeah.
Can I come in? The thing.
Hold on.
Please, I'm Joe. Please.
Hold on, please. Please, who first of all came in? Who first of all
I said I was the one, General.
I was the one. Let's Joe. Yeah, Joe. Let's go.
So thank you, General. You know, you see, the problem of West Africa. Let's just look at it in this. The problem of Africa are the politicians. I saw the Ambazonia guys talking. You see. Let's just look at the scenario in Cameroon. You know, any way you look at it, Nigeria is far better. What we are seeing today in Nigeria is far better than what we have in Cameroon right now. And let's just look at it this way. A man has been in power since when the guy said 1982, I checked Tears for Africa. I cried for Africa. 82. You are not the owner of the country. The country is not your country.
Obedience are saying Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is worse. Nigeria is worse.
No. You see, you know.
His son is about to take over from him. His son, he has already groomed his son. Who is going to take over from him? And you see that that nasty guy, look at the way he's talking.
You don't vex. You don't vex. You don't vex.
That's nasty. Because you know why? You know,
I think Jude voice is needed here. I know Jude.
You know.
Yeah, Joe. Angelico, okay, Angelico can say something. Okay, then I'll continue.
Continue. You see, that nasty idiot supporting 40 years, 40 a man, 40 years in power, and he call himself a Pan-Africanist. You see that idiot? It is unbelievable. I can't believe that.
Please, let's not insult anyone here. I think it is right for him to give his opinion. Or everything is saying just his opinion.
No. That is not opinion. That is
UFC. Jude don't collect. Don't collect it.
Mike Olawale, are you gonna let your panelists keep talking on Jude without me talking anything or what?
Let me conclude. I allowed Angelico. Let me conclude, please. You see, when you look at Cameroon, you see ECOWAS. ECOWAS is a very big bloc, a very good bloc, and it's good. It's to me, ECOWAS is good for West African countries, and the economic heart of Africa is in ECOWAS. So I don't know why ECOWAS will not mean like all these things we're saying. Look at Paul Biya. Paul Biya has been there since '82. If you look around Africa, you see some leaders like that, even in Central Africa like that, even in East Africa like that. You see, these people stay, and they don't want other people. Look at what happened in Uganda. Uganda, you could see these people don't want a change. They don't want a change. All these politicians, they don't want change. We're so fortunate in Nigeria that at least, no matter how they do it, they must leave. At least I know we have bad leaders, but they must leave at the end of the day. So, but what I want to really say here is this: let the politicians also be reasonable enough, not only staying put in power, also giving the people the dividends of democracy. They have to start developing the place. See, democracy is not all we need in Africa. We also need development. You understand? But if it's this, like, to me, I do not agree with this style of democracy we're practicing in Nigeria or in Africa. All this borrowed democracy that we don't sit down, analyze them, take away things that are not working for us, and impute things that are working for us and use it. See, that is how country progresses. If you look at the world, they are not practicing the same democracy. The democracy they're practicing in the UK is not what they're practicing in America. It's not what they're practicing in Australia, New Zealand, all those countries.
The same thing I said. Just changing president doesn't mean you practice democracy.
Why must Africa be practicing a verbatim the same thing the US? We're not financially strong like they are. We don't have anything like they are, but we're practicing the same system they are practicing. It doesn't go well.
Do you want Cameroon system?
But exactly, I'm not see, understand.
But Mr. Joe,
I do not want
Mr. Joe, democracy, America, it takes them 250 years and they're still struggling with it. I know, I'm right here. We see the election. We see what's going on with Donald Trump today. We're struggling with it. Africa, for Nigeria, what, about 24 years? You don't expect it to be perfect. It's going to take time.
Excuse me, the thing is that we keep on giving excuses for wrongdoing. That's the problem with us. I'm not saying democracy is not good. I'm saying let us fashion our own democracy in Africa that will work for us, that has everything African in it. It's just like, see, you know the problem with Africa. Everything that is thrown at Africa, we swallow it without even analyzing anything, without even thinking twice. They gave us religion. We swallowed it without even asking, where is this thing leading us to? They gave us the educational system, we swallowed it. They gave us their democracy, we swallowed it. Everything they've chopped into our throat, we have swallowed it. That is not how people behave. You have to analyze. I'm not saying what they have, democracy is not good, but let's fashion out our own democracy that has our cultural, traditional input in it. That is the thing that will work for us. Even the education, we should try and look at the education. If this thing is not working, let's change this education. Education is education everywhere, but let's have our own style of education. That's the only way you can progress as a people. But all this copy paste is not helping us at all. You understand? It's not helping us.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, thank you, Joe. FC, UFC, yeah, can you talk? Because I'm shutting down in the next 7 minutes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think it is good to also give Judy time to speak. So he might not agree with all of us here, but I think it is good to have other different opinion in the platform instead of everyone agreeing on the same issue.
But if you are talking sometimes, you have to be making sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes, I understand.
Thomas, please, please, a piece of advice. I would like us to I saw what happened today. We had a brother from Sierra Leone. We have a brother from Cameroon. You see, when Africans start coming into platforms like that, this Pan-Africanist, it's just like we just ignite it, and see, we'll start Africa to start speaking with one voice, and when this consciousness of what Africa is, what Africa means to us, starts coming into our consciousness, then you see, that revolution in Africa will start. You understand? That's what let's encourage our brothers.
Yeah, can I interject?
Thomas, let me also say a few things.
Yes, let's hear from Midwest. Yeah, we have to hear from everybody.
I don't know if that might. I wanted us to make a comparison. I wanted to ask that our brother from I think Cameroon, whether since that 1962, if they have conducted any election in Cameroon.
Please don't go back there, please.
No. See, this is the thing, right?
No, it's just a simple question. My question is so simple. Yes,
it's a simple question. Of course, there are elections in every country. I mean, there's election coming up again in Cameroon. But this is the thing. One brother came here and said, "Is your democracy that you practice? Is it because the United States practice 8 tenths? Is that the same way? Look, other countries, you can call it whatever you are. Let me finish. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I just asked a simple question. If you have conducted an election, the reason why I asked that question is that
there's elections, man. There's no country that doesn't have elections.
I was so surprised because I wanted to. How can one person? How can one person be ruling a country since 62 to date? Even the person as we speak today, either is also already in the state of coma. Yet, they want to go and fight in Cameroon. So I don't even know the reason why they want to go and fight in Niger. And if France is comfortable with this kind of system, why is it not comfortable with the Niger system?
No, France is not. Instead, France is sponsoring Nigeria to attack Niger because Niger wants to break away from France. That's the mindset that you don't have. And that's why you guys do not accept Pan-Africanists when they come on panels like this, because they will put you guys back on your place.
Please, I agree with you. I agree with you.
You guys
wait, let me round up. Let me round up where wait, my brother, wait, let me just round up. Wait, what I'm trying to say is this.
Can you hear me? Hold on, please. I said, please. We can't have 4 voices. Midwest has the floor. Continue, Midwest. Yeah. Go
so
on.
my take is this. You see, going to Niger is not for Nigerian interest. It's not for African interest. It's not for Nigerian interest as well. It's just for France, who is trying to manipulate African people for their selfish interest. If he's comfortable with what happened in Togo, if he's comfortable with what is going on in Cameroon, he should be comfortable with what is going on in Niger. I don't see any reason why we should go there, put our men, and go and, damage what our people labor to create, which is called ECOWAS. For people to have a vision because they are Pan-African, to put us together, and we want to use our might in a very wrong way. And Thomas, you said that is not war. When America went to Iraq for regime change, is that a war?
Let's say it's not a war.
Mr. Thomas, I want you to relate on that. It's okay for going to go to Iraq is not a war when America went there. Okay, it's not.
It's not a war. They went to.
If it's not a war, can you? Okay. Well, you have to try your best to know what is called peacekeeping. Okay, you must try to know what is called peacekeeping mission and what is war. For the American, it is war. It is there in their constitution. They define it as war. So I don't know where peacekeeping is coming from, because those people were not fighting. They were at peace with their government, and the peace they even enjoy under that regime, I don't think they will see it in the next 10 or 15 generations as far as that region is concerned. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Midwest. Yeah, I think everybody does what it's good for them. Yeah, but it's very unfortunate that Cameroonian can be talking against Nigeria when they
Can I interject?
are under monarchy. I can call it monarchy, or maybe you call it field marshal, president. So talking against
it's democracy.
Every 4 years.
Democracy. It's democracy.
So that is democracy.
Yeah, it's democracy. It's a civilian president.
Wait, it's not Cameroonian democracy. It's not Cameroonian democracy, my brother. It is French democracy for Cameroon, because it's serving his interest.
No.
See. The Cameroonians don't want it like that, but they cannot talk.
For Biya
democracy.
Look, when I keep saying that every country have their own right to their democracy, you guys think I'm joking. I mean, Russia, as we speak, even if you go to Russia, they will tell you they are practicing them. But how long has Putin been in power? He came back and left and came back again. I told you about Germany, Angela Merkel. I told you about other countries. Other countries have the right.
Like Cameroonian democracy?
I mean, every country has the right to. As long as okay, but this is the thing, right? I'm gonna leave the panel.
Nigeria. Hold on. I ask you.
Can I finish make a statement? I haven't even spoken, and you guys, man, what is wrong?
Hold on.
Oh, no, how can I hold on that I haven't even spoken? I mean, every time I want to say something, I have to hold on.
You've been talking since morning, so you want us to give you all the time, yes?
Yeah,
so between Nigerian, between Nigerian scenario of democracy and that of Cameroon, which one is better than the other?
Are you addressing that question to me, sir?
I'm asking you a question. Between Nigerian scenario of democracy and that of Cameroon, which one is better than the other?
Okay, I will tell you that the Nigerian democracy is worse because it has relegated some other tribes in the background. That is not a democracy to me. That's what I'm saying. It depends on how you see democracy. It depends on how you see democracy.
Ajale Koko, you should notice something in the guy. You know what did he call himself? He said he's a Pan-African. Are you yeah, is that not the same thing that Pansat used to say when he comes on this same platform? No, you should just understand these people.
Simba. I've never been a Pan-African on anything. I really don't see unity in Africa. But every country should mind their own business and not attack Niger and stay in your own country because Niger is an independent state. You know,
Jude, when did you become Pan-African? I thought you.
I've never been a Pan. I don't know where he got that statement that I said I wasn't. I've never been a Pan-African. I don't care if there's a unity in Africa or not.
Well, you came on this show claiming Pan-African today now.
Maybe not. But I'm not a Pan-African. You know,
you can see that the guy is confused. You can see that the guy is confused. He has said it so many times. Today there is a Pan-African. You can see Baba Jai Koko. Into Baba Shefin Laro, you get to make me at part. What did the
power Danny? Take a million.
Mike, what are your Nigerians gonna say, man? Mike, what are these guys saying?
We don't lose here. We are not speaking Yoruba again.
You are a chameleon. You are a chameleon.
Oh man, so this is an Yoruba panel. I see why you guys are talking about how Nigeria is carrying everybody along. Yes, other tribes are not being carried along.
Come on, man.
Mr. Judah.
hold on.
Mr. Jude.
Hold on. No.
My dear brother, Nigeria. Now I said Nigeria. I disagree. Nigeria is not taking it.
Come on now. We can do that. I can't, I won't take that. Yes, that's enough. We are going home. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Show. Thank you, Olajide.
Jabalogun.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. I've told you we are running out. My master don't call me.
Thanks.
Thank General. Pass 10 hours. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ajale Koko. Thank you, UFC. Thank you, Mighty, Judy, and Mike. Oh, these people go kill me. Mike, what's going on?
I'm watching the Nigerian girls play. They are dominating England. Yeah?
Yeah. Me too, I'm watching now.
That's what I've been watching. That's why I just leave them alone. Like, I'm listening while I'm watching the game.
Yeah, everything is Bula Balu. Yeah, Cameroonian talking against Nigeria. Can you imagine? It is well.
The envy among all these Africans these days, man. How come envy Nigeria?
Yeah. That is why they will say we should come together. We should come together. When are you going to come together? Come together to where? It is well, my brother. Mike, thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah. Oh, Nigeria. Cameroonian talking against Nigeria. Can you imagine? It is well. Thank you, everyone. May God bless you all. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest. And Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know.